Good afternoon and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome once again to Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today it's race day for round 2 at Paul Ricard, located in Le Castellet in France near Marseille. I'm one of your many commentators for today, John Dalton. Alongside me is Tim Peck and Luke Etheridge, and behind the cameras is John Watts for the first 6 hours. Welcome everybody.
Yeah, welcome along, everyone. Hopefully we should have a fantastic race. It seems like it's been quite a lot warmer in this practice server than the teams were expecting, so that could probably make things a bit interesting over the next, certainly over the next 2 or 3 hours. Who knows what's going to happen in 24 hours' time?
Absolutely, yeah. With a 24-hour race, you can't be sure what's going to happen, especially with the weather as well. And thank you for the welcome there, John. It's a pleasure to be here with you for the next 6 hours. I'm very excited to see how this all turns out.
Yeah, definitely so. And a lot on the line for the Virtual Endurance Masters drivers. If you're wondering what they're competing for, they are, of course, competing for a cash prize split, with first place getting €5,000, second place achieving €2,500, and third place taking away €1,000. And within the prize pool as well, we do have bonus amounts of money to be won in form of €100 each per race. So we have €100 bonus for the fastest qualifying lap of each race. The Italian job took this last time at round 1. And for those of you that missed yesterday, we will have a brief rundown of the qualifying. But West Competition Racing earned this bonus for round 2. And of course, we are giving away another €100 per race for the team that makes up the most positions overall. And last time out at Watkins Glen, BF Racing earned this, making up a whopping 20 positions. And of course, with 24 hours on the clock today, absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah, certainly. And let's not forget today as well, there's also, because it's a 24-hour race, double points are on offer. So it's going to be a hugely important one in the championship. Just keeping it nice and consistent. Failing to score, going to be absolutely fatal for your chances, I fear.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, we do offer as well finishing points for those drivers and teams that make it all the way through to the end. They do get an additional 100 points onto their tally, and everybody earns some form of points all the way down to position 49, where you'll net yourself just 1 point for your championship chances. And we've seen it in many other series and many other series in real life that 1 point can be all you need to take a top spot.
Absolutely. You never know what the points gap is going to come down to at the end of the season, so you're going to want to fight for every point possible. Like you said, 1 point could split up the top spot drivers. And also, I do like the rule where if you finish the race, you get 100 points. I think we talked about this quite a lot last time around, John, in that it's a good motivation to keep teams in the race, because 100 points, that is a huge haul of points. You definitely don't want to be missing out on that. So it will inspire all those teams to keep going until the end, no matter what has happened to them early on.
Yeah, of course, we see it a few times now and again where drivers have an absolutely rotten lap 1. Even with 6 hours ahead of them, they deem it kind of, not worthy of their time to continue on. But of course, with the bonus 100 points that are on offer from Low Fuel Motorsports, it's that incentive some teams and drivers might need to, of course, just keep going on their charge. Even if you're down in P49 with 5 minutes of damage, way out of the order, and you still finish, you will still net yourself 101 points, and 100 points is a fair chunk of points for a championship.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to make a massive difference for those teams. So just have a nice little look at the lovely Paul Ricard circuit, looking very resplendent there, very colourful indeed. It makes a massive difference. I mean, all you have to do for that finishing bonus is cross the checkered flag at the end and make sure you've completed 75 laps. So you can get away with nervous makes no difference, 6 hours of problems, and you're still going to have a chance of picking up some very important points.
Yeah, absolutely so. 100 points, fair old chunk for the championship. And if you're wondering where the championship is heading next, we do find ourselves on May 6th for round 3 at the Nürburgring for the 8 hours. And a good thing to note about this round is it is, of course, after the update that is coming next week for ACC. So we will see some new machinery for drivers electing to upgrade. Of course, the Ferrari is eligible for the upgrade to the 296. The Porsche is eligible for the upgrade to the 992. And of course, we do have 1 or 2 Lamborghinis, I think, sprinkled in the field. And they are, of course, eligible for the Evo 2 upgrade as well. So all eyes forward forward on that one. That's going to be an interesting round to keep your eye on. June 3rd, we head stateside to the Circuit of the Americas for 12 hours over there. July 29th, flying all the way back to Japan for Suzuka for 8 hours. Round 6 takes us over to Imola on August 26th for 12 hours in the Italian countryside. And September 30th sees us flying back to Britain for Silverstone for 8 hours. And another long one to finish off the championship on November 25th. We have round 8 at Mount Panorama for 24 hours of Bathurst. So again, broadcasting teams all to the ready. It's going to be a tricky one for us here in the box, and even trickier for the drivers, especially at Mount Panorama. But as we round down the countdown to today, we will have a brief run through the qualifying session. We do have a highlight clip, I believe, in the queue of Sebastian Apostol's fastest time of the day. So he was your pole position driver, taking the West Competition Racing, took a provisional pole in the initial qualifying session with a 152.8, followed closely by a charging Williams Esports setting a 152.835, with Veloce hot on their heels with again a 52.855, tied with Symphony of Pistons setting the exact same time in completely different machinery, a BMW and a Porsche. But then we headed over to Superpole, of course, where the top set of drivers do progress on to another session, and West Competition Racing taking a front row lockout with the number 1 driver here, Sebastian Apostel, as he comes onto the Mistral straight. Clock at the bottom there to keep your eye on where he is. Taking the pole, his teammate in the number 33 taking 2nd position. Symphony of Pistons finding themselves in 3rd, and Williams Esports 4th. Jean Lacey Esports took 5th, with Veloce only managing a 6th position. So all eyes on that Porsche to make some moves early on. The Italian job, car we saw on pole last time at Watkins Glen, only managing a 7th. Team Racing Point taking 8th. Unicorns of Love with Pulse Simsport, the combined half-liveried car, in 9th, and Yeet Esports managing to sneak into the top 10. So plenty of competitors there. Veloce, a little bit out of position to where we're used to seeing them, but it's going to be a very competitive field today. And we say it all the time in endurance, every endurance race is not won on turn 1. So please, can we have a clean start, boys, today?
I think Veloce as well are no strangers to starting anywhere on the field, really. We were talking last time, John, of course, in the first round, where they started in P2. On lap 1 were the only team to be still on wet tyres despite the track conditions drying up, so had to pit early, which sent them all the way to the back, and then were able to climb all the way back up through the field across the 6 hours into that P2 spot yet again. So I'm sure for them, not starting at the front is definitely not ideal for them. However, if there's a team that can climb back up to the top, I'm sure many people will be confident to say that Veloce is one of the teams to definitely look out for, no matter where they start in the field.
Yeah, I'd be in agreement there with you, Tim. Of course, we saw last time out Veloce, like you say, doing the classic kind of last to first challenge. We saw it a few times over where we normally cast, myself and you, Tim, in, of course, RCI. They managed to do that as well in the 6-hour esports at the beginning of that season. They went down to last due to a first corner accident and found themselves all the way back up in 3rd. So drivers that are no stranger to strategy calls, to, putting their fastest drivers in where they are needed. But yeah, it's kind of all to play for today. And of course, with big prize money on the line, it's going to be one of those ones that certain people are going to want to be, pursuing it a little bit harder than others, should we say. If you had a bit of a rotten start to round 1 at Watkins Glen, this could be your round to obviously make up. And like you said, Luke, with double points on the table, it's one of those rounds you are going to want to try and perform quite well in.
Yeah, certainly. Here and Mount Panorama are going to be the two where just making sure, because of that extra finishing points, that you have a relatively clean race. And I was just thinking, you probably can't get 2 more different layouts of circuits. You've got, obviously, Paul Ricard. I sometimes say here, you basically exited France by the time you find a barrier on this circuit, because there is so much runoff area. And later on in the season, they're going to have 24 hours at Mount Panorama, where there's plenty of places there that punish you. I mean, this circuit as well does have its tricky sections. Track limits are always a bit of a sore point around a track like this. The drivers probably will see it more, I reckon, in the early stages. People might be tempted just to push that a little bit harder, knowing that they can get away with things and try to make hay while the sun shines. We never know what the weather's going to do later. Practice server earlier on was absolutely teaming it down with rain, and I think a few drivers probably were actually a few drivers were definitely relieved to see that go, but because of how high the track temperature is, and because of especially the final sector around here, it absolutely kills the front tyres on these GT3 cars. By the end of that sector, those tyres are going to be crying enough. That's going to be something for everyone to watch out for as the day goes on. And then obviously as the track temperature cools down, we might see drivers being able to take a bit more risks towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, we do have, of course, a few high-load corners, should we say, at Paul Ricard, namely turn 10 at the end of the Mistral straight. Obviously loads up the front left, and then you're straight into turn 11, the kind of double apex banked right-hander that seems to kind of go on forever. That screams on the front left Pirelli. Doesn't enjoy that corner at all. As you see the bottom right hand side of your picture, turn 11 there, long swooping right-hander, and then you kind of get the cool down of the straight for the tyres to kind of come back down a little bit. But of course, if you're pushing quite hard to try and catch a rival, you are going to burn those up quite quickly. Like Luke said, quite high temperatures at the moment in the practice servers. The drivers circulate round. I think we're waiting for one more team to join the server just before we do flick on over to the race, so do bear with us on that one. But 29 degrees air temperature, 35 degrees in track temperature, and a lot of teams, I believe, have been practicing in the wet from what I've been seeing over on Twitch. Various drivers POVs that are streaming for today, a few practicing in the wet, obviously setting up your car for the wet to the dry, two completely different sets. And you know, where you're racing over 24 hours essentially, it's, you know, like we keep saying, anything can happen in those 24. So, you know, Tim, would you kind of set your car up would you risk it for a fully dry and try and have, you know, maximum pace when it is dry, but then when the showers might come later on, you know, you kind of find yourself slipping? Do you kind of gear it more to the wet, or do you kind of try and hybrid it almost and plonk it straight in the middle on car setup?
I think personally, I'd probably try and hybrid it. Like you said, 24 hours, anything can happen in that time. And with a lot of these drivers practicing in the wet as well, you can be sure at some point in this race it is most likely going to rain. That being said, I know a lot of drivers are really confident at driving in the rain on a dry setup anyway. So knowing that it's going to be sunny for the start and then sunny for the foreseeable future as well, may just be worth getting out as many great laps as you can in the dry with a dry setup on too. And then when the rain does come, if you're one of those teams that's confident to continue out in the wet on the dry setup, maybe you just take that risk and go for that as well. But I think personally, John, I'd be sitting in the hybrid option. It is 24 hours. The weather is likely to be as variable as it can be. Just take it safe and assume that you're going to have both rain and shine.
Yeah, we all know how spooky ACC weather can be, especially over the 24 hours. So, like you said, some drivers may be more competent in driving a dry setup car in wet conditions. Of course, you don't have to defend your position overly if it does start to rain and you suddenly lose pace. You know, let the car behind you go, say onwards you go, we'll continue our race, and maybe in a few hours' time, I'll be passing you back for that position once again. But yeah, drivers setting some very good times indeed at the moment. Williams topping the board. We've got Kramer Racing in fourth, Luke Whitehead in the Veloce Porsche in fifth at the moment. So drivers kind of finding their feet in the practice session. BMW, of course, looking like the strong manufacturer. 3 cars on the first 2 rows of the grid. We know typically, very stereotypical of ACC. The Porsche is, you know, not great in a straight line, and I think we're going to see the Porsche maybe going backwards quite early on down the straight. But they're probably going to want to try and maybe find like a dance partner, should we say? Maybe one of the BMWs they can pair up with, and you know, use the massive M4 to punch a hole in the air to get the Porsche up to the top speed and just sit in the wake of it, and you know, maybe cruise around for a few hours before the grid starts kind of spacing itself out.
Yeah, that definitely wouldn't be a bad idea to do as well, and probably, you know, just save yourself a tiny bit of fuel in that as well. So slightly shorter pit stops. Not, you know, in a sprint race, that's not going to make too much difference. Over 24 hours, that is going to end up making quite a large difference by the end. And it is that just kind of little clever tactics, trying to work together with somewhere else who doesn't even have to be a teammate in any instance, or we're just another driver that you think, you know what, we can stick together for now, especially if you've had some trouble early on. Stick together, try and work with someone for the first part of the race. Probably in the last hour or two, that's where we're going to see any working together go completely out the window, and it'll be every car for themselves.
Yeah, every man for themselves, exactly. And especially with cash money on the table come the end of the season. We are also offering some non-cash prizes alongside. So Position 1 to 5 will get themselves a non-cash prize in the form of a voucher for various products via one of our sponsors, caseking.de, for the series. €1,400 voucher for Moser via caseking.de will be your first place. Second place will be a €1,200 voucher for Noble Chairs via caseking.de. Third place will take yourselves to €1,000 for next level racing products via caseking.de. Fourth place, you'll pick up €800 for glorious products via caseking.de. And finally, fifth place will net themselves €600 for Ducky via caseking.de. And of course, we spoke earlier about the bonus cash prizes for the fastest qualifying lap and most positions gained over the race. So, you always got a chance to earn yourself a few pennies here and there with the series. And of course, none of this would be possible without a few sponsors along the way with us as well. Low Fuel Motorsport, of course, a sim racing team founded community, formed in September 2020 and ran up until the day of LFM, of course, bringing high quality events regularly to the ACC and RF2 community. Of course, head on over to lowfuelmotorsport.com to take part in any of their events, even if it is just their daily races. Lian Li Industrial Co., founded in 1983, the largest and most respected family-owned and ran designer in manufacturing of high-quality PC cases and accessories. Caseking.de, formed in January 2003 as an online shop and has since become one of Europe's most successful online providers of computing hardware, employing more than 550 people worldwide. Head on over to caseking.de, or alternatively, I didn't know this until I did some studying for the series, their British partner company, overclockers.co.uk. Noble Chairs, born out of a passion project in 2016 of seasoned industry veterans who were unsatisfied with the gaming chair market at the time and has since become a leading brand in the gaming industry. Moser Racing, sponsors, of course, of our cockpit camera. Founded in 2012, Goodston Moser is a leading manufacturer of camera stabilizers, gimbal cameras, and now as well sim racing gear, revolutionizing the industry with their innovative leading products. Be sure to check them out if you're, of course, in the market for a wheel upgrade or any pedal upgrades on that one. Next Level Racing, once again established in 2009, now available in over 40 different countries globally, makes them one of the most accessible sim racing brand for any sim rig solutions. Glorious Gaming, of course, began in 2014, and another brand built on passionate enthusiasts on a mission to shake up the peripheral market of mouse and keyboards, which of course moves into our next partner, Ducky. Founded in 2008, since become one of the leading keyboard companies, shall we say, providing the highest standard in mechanical keyboards and innovative products. Performance orientated and solidly built makes them a leader in the already heavily saturated keyboard market. And finally, HC Dizzy, a passionate German Twitch streamer who has recently turned to YouTube as well. Be sure to check him out for their perspective on the Yeet esports car. And in the background, I see we have flicked over to the race, and it looks a little bit wet, boys.
I think a little bit's being kind. It looks like it's going to be very wet, at least for the start of the race. Things looking by the forecasters that they should dry out later on, and it is still quite a high track temperature. So as long as that doesn't cool down too much, once things do start to stop raining, it should dry out relatively quickly. But yeah, it's certainly going to be a spicy start to the race, I think, to say the least. Probably wet conditions you don't mind too much when you're a bit more spread out and, a bit more into the race. We're going to be starting with all, as near as makes no difference, 40 cars here in torrential rain.
Yeah, 42 cars on the grid, ready to get going. We have a 3-minute countdown for drivers to kind of find their feet, and we're going to have a run through of the teams on the grid. West Competition Racing, of course, locking out your front row of the grid with the number 1 and the 33 cars. Heading back to Symphony of Pistons, again, a lineup there not to be reckoned with. Some very fast drivers for them. P4 finds Williams Esports, again, names on the right need no introduction. Some big names in that car, all eyes on them. We then find ourselves with Veloce. No, this isn't Veloce. This is John Lacey Esports. I think the graphics are a little bit messed up. And here we go with Veloce again. Line up to the right needs no introduction. All of them probably streaming on Twitch at some point. The Italian job, pole sitters for round 1, unfortunately did go backwards through the field in P7. We then have Team Racing Point in P8. BMW, again, another strong manufacturer. All eyes on them. see if they can gain. And my favourite livery of the field, Pulse Simsport and Unicorns of Love. Again, race one, they did quite well in. Esports found themselves tangling with a few drivers up and down the field at round one. They're just inside the top 10. And Wild Things Racing, again, drivers on the right-hand side, they did quite well. Ben Langford with some hardware issues at round one kind of put them out of contention. Yas Heat, again, a star-studded lineup with Barrier, Inestrosa, Foch, and Honzik on that one. And then your round one winners, Pulse Simsport, Tartsvina Hacker, Jordan Watson, McWilliam in that car. Team Shazoo, didn't see much of them at round one. A few incidents they were involved in kind of went back down the field. So they're up near the front. Keep your eye on them. Kramer Esports, again, Porsche kind of masters, shall we say, on that one. So they're looking to fire themselves forward if they can. And then the first of the Mercedes, Xenon Racing, all German lineup in that car. Then got the Visceral Esports car. Again, some very long names on the right-hand side. No strangers to working their way through the field. Keep your eye on them. Prime E Racing, striking livery there with the fluoro yellow. Very distinct Mercedes to keep an eye on for them. Armamentario, Russian drivers in that one with one American, but they have got some pace in them. Along with the Sim RC Endurance team, the first Aston we see on the field at the moment. And then we see another Aston in the form of the 962 Vassen Motorsports, British driver lineup there. So I'm going to be cheering them on. And then we have a full Greek lineup in TF Racing. They did quite well in the latter half of round one, so they do find their pace across the stint. And then the first of the low-fuel motorsports car, again, all German lineup with Sascha Vassner in that one. Ren Velten alongside them, battle of the Germans in both Ferraris to see who is going to be the best for them. The Jardia community team, Creme de la Course in the BMW, again, sponsored by a lot of ice creams on that one, and even a Minion on the door. Homer Sim Racing Esports, another German lineup in the Aston in P26. P27, we find TMMS Performance. Again, another BMW quite strong down the straight, so keep your eye on them as drivers begin to move off. Number 28, Absolute Sim Racing Mercedes. Again, Mercedes not really too strong. They're kind of sprinkled up and down the field. And another one in the form of Spaghetti Racing. Again, a car that did fairly well in the early stages of round one, but did drop back down on that one. GSE Racing by ACI in P29. And P30, P31, SG Stern makes their way along the grid there. P32, another Porsche, Team 1 FF, again, did quite well in round one, I believe. They do quite well in other series where they drive another make of car. And the Yeet Esports car with some trouble there, not moving from their grid spot. So possibly a pit lane start for those boys. And now the F1 Memes Racing team, striking livery there. Very easy to pick out in a crowd. We then have the GPR Esports BMW in 35th. 36th, we see a very bright green Ferrari in the form of Lucia Motorsport. P37, another Aston Martin for BF Racing. These were the guys that made up the most positions for round one. They made up a whopping 20 positions, so keep your eye on them. Burst Esport doesn't seem to be with us at the moment. I believe that was the team we were waiting to join. Petrol Brothers, I saw them circulating earlier in practice in P39. P40, another low-fuel motorsports car, so some of the staff members there getting some track time in on themselves. And then number 41, the Porsche Spinala team. I believe we've got possibly some server issues at the moment. Not sure what's going on here. This is probably why we've lost a lot of the pictures actually on the grid breakdown. So that kind of makes a lot of sense. Just seeing if we can get some word from our organisers. But for now, of course, who's your money on to win is probably going to be the question I pose to both you, Tim, and yourself, Luke.
Who's my money on to win? I think West Competition Racing today, they're starting on pole. They've got that really good start, and I think they're just a team to watch anyway. Sebastian Aposto, of course, did incredibly well during qualifying for them, able to put them on pole in both the normal qualifying and the Super Pole session as well. Of course, some of you may know Sebastian Aposto as a driver. Just age 17, started out in sim racing on Formula 1 games, and actually they credited their biggest success as being P5 in the silver split for the SRO Esports International GT Challenge in 2022. and they were also a Logitech G Challenge EMEA finalist as well. And it's worth noting, the Romanian endurance karting master in 2021 and the 2022 seasons, they finished P3 as well. So you've got a very strong driver there who definitely showed their strength in qualifying on this track. And I honestly think West Competition Racing, with Sebastian Apostle behind the wheel as well, they are probably one of the biggest teams to watch today.
I mean, I feel like I can't go for the same team, so I'm not going to. I'm fancying Williams Esports, to be honest. I just think over the long distance, I think things might just come to them. They're the fastest non-BMW in qualifying, and the margins that we're talking of course, they're incredibly small margins at the moment. They were 3.5 tenths off in the Super Pole, but in the first qualifying session, the main session, they were 35 thousandths off the time that Apostle managed to set for West Competition Racing. So, yeah, I'm going to go for Williams Esports, but it's 24 hours of Paul Ricard. Anything could happen here. Who knows what we're going to get? Are we going to see some of those further down the order? We said Veloci a bit further down than they would like to be in 6th place. Winners last week, last time out, Paul Simsport down there in 13th. It doesn't look like the Ferrari's quite good enough to do anything, but we know they're going to be somewhere there or thereabouts. Going to be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely so. I think I'm going to go a little bit different on my pick. I'm going to go for Kramer Racing on my pick to win. It's highly unlikely, but you do never know with those guys. They can be very, very consistent indeed. And of course, Mabix, or Marco Bischoff, as some of you might know him, of course, one of the older drivers in the field, age 33, so certainly a lot of years behind him in sim racing. Calls himself a sim racing veteran, content creator, you name it, on his driver info card. And of course, alongside him, Henrik Gamble, Noah Eder, both two very young drivers, age 22 Henrik and age 19 on Noah. Noah starting just only 1.5 years ago, of course, finds himself in one of the top competitions on ACC at the moment. And Henrik Gamble, lots of experience in a number of different sims except iRacing, so possibly maybe looking for a venture over to iRacing soon for the Kramer boys on that one. But yeah, again, a very competent driver lineup. We've got lots of experience up and down the field, and like we keep saying, 24 hours, absolutely anything can happen, as we're still waiting for the server restart. If you are watching, please do bear with us on this one. A few drivers in the chat have said that this is possibly the 24 hours of track limits, which I think you touched on earlier, Luke.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few fun on other games. I think on F1, I used to do a few no-rules races around here, and it was brilliant for it, because as you said before, there's no barriers, basically, at most of this circuit. We did see a few in practice. I think coming out of Sinier's turn number 8, it is, especially if you're feeling a bit hot on the exit there, you can get a snap of oversteer coming through turns 9 and 10. It is possible down there to make your way towards the wall, but I'd be expecting that is where we're going to see quite a few of our penalties today, especially when it gets into the night time, when people are starting to get a little bit tired. I think we'll see a few little track limit penalties start to push their way through, which is just sort of one of the facts of life in a race this long. You're pretty much going to accept that a lot of the field, no matter how competent you are, a lot of the field are going to pick up those other little penalties or be close to picking up a penalty, which can make things dangerous towards the end of the race. If you're one warning away from picking up a penalty and the rival behind you's got a bit more leeway and a bit more room for manoeuvre, going to be in the back of your mind.
Yeah, of course. I was watching, I believe, Luke Allison the other day on Twitch in an LFM event, and he said that he still had a few warnings in the pocket when he was driving at Paul Ricard. I think it is this week's sprint race, if I'm not mistaken, at LFM. But he had a few in the pocket that he was willing to use to be able to catch somebody. So stewards will be watching just in case anybody is excessively abusing their kind of track limits, shall we say. Of course, the top of the Mistral straight, turn 10, quite famous for picking them up. If you catch a little bit of understeer in the mid corner, can drag you wide, and if you go the wrong side of the white bollards, that can be an infraction. And just look at the limits everywhere. Not a gravel trap really in sight for you to get your wheels stuck into, or any grass to pick up. It is pure extra tarmac. And of course, like you said, Luke, I remember seeing the F1 event where they deemed no rules on Paul Ricard, and yeah, some of the lines drivers were taking were very, very interesting indeed. So be very careful with the track limits, or you may find yourself coming down pit lane. And we have a word for the server restart. which is why the Jean Alesi car kind of threw me off when we were viewing it on our grid rundown. Wasn't in the right grid slot. So we're, of course, having to restart to make sure they get their qualifying position earned. And we do say a lot of the time that qualifying isn't everything, Tim, in an endurance race. And I'm pretty sure you've had a few events where you've not qualified great, but then due to others' misfortune and mishaps and pace, you do find yourself slowly working your way up the field.
Absolutely, and I think the 24 hours is the ultimate endurance race, which shadows that, really, in that you've got 24 hours. You know, a lot of these drivers will be used to doing sprint racing in races that are half an hour, maybe even an hour long, where you've now got 24 of those hours to do basically all the racing you like. And so I'd say in terms of qualifying position and how much it matters, this is one of the events where it matters the least, especially Paul Ricard. It's a big track, got quite wide areas of it too, where overtaking is definitely possible. I know a lot of the BMWs there are going to be absolutely loving those long straights halfway around the track, because they just hand themselves to overtaking as well. So I'd say, yeah, qualifying day, definitely not important. But it is still good to qualify higher up. Of course, if you qualify towards the front, if you're in that pole position, you can only go backwards. And if you do hand yourself as one of those drivers that's particularly good at defending, like a lot of these guys are known for, then all you have to worry about for the start of the race is defending, rather than having to pull off an overtake, which in itself, no matter how easy it is to do on the track, no matter how many hours you have to do it, pulling off an overtake still takes a lot of skill, and it does take a lot of patience to pull out as well. So yeah, I'd say qualifying today, it was definitely something that I don't think many drivers were stressing too much about. You can qualify anywhere in the field and still be comfortable in the race, but I think it's always important to a certain extent in these endurance races.
Yeah, of course, qualifying can, like you say, you know, if you're in that pole position and all the chaos happens behind you, you can kind of avoid it in a sense. Whereas if you're kind of the mid-pack to the back-pack, you might find yourself getting caught up in any turn 1, turn 2 kind of incidents. Of course, turn 1 tight chicane at Paul Ricard. He heads to the left, then to the right. It's crucial to get a good run out of turn 2, because it is quite a long drag down into turn 3. And that, of course, then turns into the tight, twisty sections of 4, 5, and 6. Crucial run out of 6 leads you through to 7, down to the straight, which then kind of takes you all the way down. You kind of miss 3 turns, essentially, on our track map provided to us from the Fanatec GT World Challenge. Turn 10 becomes the corner at the end of the Mistral Straight, so 3 corners are missing. That would be, of course, the cut-through chicane if it was employed. Then we go turn 11, of course, the banked right-hander. If you get a good run through turn 10, you might even be able to get alongside your opponent and make it very awkward through turn 11, as, of course, the road is cambered down to the inside, so it kind of sucks the car through. If you are on that high side, you do get a lot of rubber and marble build-up, which, of course, on very hot Pirelli tyres will stick to them like anything, and then detriment your run through turn 12 as well. Again, a good passing place if you can make the run through turn 11 good, get alongside up the inside into 12, and then kind of slow kink of 13 before you hit the last 2 turns of 14 and 15. 15 can be one of those corners where a lot of incidents happen. If you, again, get a wonderful run through turn 14, get alongside your opponent into 15, it's almost in their blind spot, as, of course, a very slow, tight apex makes it quite awkward to see any cars alongside you. And we've seen a few incidents now and again down there as well. So we're praying for an incident-free race. Of course, we do have live stewards casting their BDI over all the action today. And I believe we do have a race control pop-up on the stream that will occasionally flash up as well to let you know any decisions and impending infractions. Of course, if you are curious on anything, we can send a few of our guys around to see what is going on with certain decisions. Apologies, of course, from the LFM team on the server downtime, and of course we do want to get everything absolutely right for the 24 hours ahead. Obviously everybody's well earned their qualifying position, and we want to make sure we have a kind of error-free race, shall we say, from our behalf once we do flick over to the race. We're just waiting for a few more teams to join. 42 teams are in the server, so hopefully anytime soon we will be going live. And yeah, of course, Luke Etheridge in the chat, thank you for the message saying, you know, of course, bear with us as we try and fill this empty kind of spot that we weren't expecting to fill. Of course, we've done all the calendar breakdown here, but, you know, if you guys were if you guys, you two in the booth with me, if you were racing here today, what would be your plan? Would you kind of try and go all out, make up as many positions earlier on and go on a mad defense, or would you try and, prolong it a little bit and bide your time and, give away those positions to drivers that are clearly faster? Because, of course, endurance racing is about as many laps as you turn, and of course the more laps you turn, the further up the field you go, and the less time you spend on pit lane is of course the more time you spend going around in circles, should we say, getting those all important laps on the board.
My strategy, well, I've taken part in one endurance race, and it was for 10 hours of Suzuka on iRacing. Jack Canaan, who you'll be hearing from later, me and a couple of mates, Jack and another commentator, Kieran McGinley, were doing it as a bit of fun. Jack ruined the bit of fun by putting it on pole position for the race. So we're like, oh, hang on here, we're going to have to take this seriously.
Becomes very seriously then.
Yeah, Jack, under a bit of pressure, made a bit of a mistake, dropped us down the field. And it was great just being able to work your way through, sort of with that pressure off, letting people fast that were faster than you. And I can't remember making too many overtakes in that race, yet we somehow shot ourselves up to 4th position at the end, having been outside the top 30. So I'd definitely go for the sort of let it happen at the start of the race, and then once things are a bit more gapped out, which with a 42 car field over Paul Ricard, things are never going to be too spaced out, but you should be able to find a bit of room to get yourself into a bit of rhythm, and what will be, and just by surviving, which might work in the lower tiers that I end up in, might not work as much in sort of the creme de la creme that we're seeing today. Sometimes just surviving and just keeping it clean will gain you a lot more places than going all guns blazing, try to get some overtakes where you can. And like you said, there are overtaking opportunities at this moment. You mentioned turn 15, the final corner. I always find that's one where if you send it down the inside there, it's very easy to start trading paint and banging wing mirrors against each other.
Yeah, same question to you there, Tim. In your endurance races, what kind of approach do you guys have? Do you tend to, wind it back, or do you try and tend to go all out and see what happens?
Well, my team's done one 24-hour race. It was 24 hours of Spa over at RCI a couple of seasons ago for them. And our strategy sort of, it fluctuates throughout the race, of course. Spa being the track definitely played a huge part in that, because the goal then was very much do not go into the pits any more than you have to. Like you said, any time in the pits is not spent out on track doing laps, which is what you really want to be doing in an endurance race. And for Spa, that is definitely the case, because it's got the longest pit lane in the game. If you end up in the pits, you can guarantee, even if you're just driving through, you're going to be losing a couple of positions. So yeah, our strategy was mostly focused around whatever happens, just please do not end up in the pits outside of the pit stops that we've already scheduled to take. That being said, Spa, very easy track to get track cuts on. I actually ended up taking the graveyard shift, as they call it, which is the shift that goes through the night with one of my co-drivers there. And basically by that time we were halfway through the race, and it was just a case really of keeping up the pace of the car, try not to get into any trouble with cars that were blue flagged for us, and just pass them safely and keep it going steady at that. That being said, it was a very different story at the beginning and the end of the race, where I think the goal was very much just go. We'll try and get some overtakes off safely, of course, because again, you don't want to pick up any damage that you have to pit to repair. But I'd say the first 4 hours or so were more focused on gaining some positions and putting out the most pace possible. And you've got that long 16-hour window where everything calms down a little bit, and you're more so just doing the laps, I'd say, to keep the car on the track and in a good pace and position. And then you get into that final 4 hours where you go, okay, maybe we can push a little bit extra, see if we can gain that last couple of spots. And that seemed to work out well for us. So yeah, I'd say 24 hours, it's a lot of time to be thinking about strategies. But I think the thing that echoes for me and my team was just try not to get into the pits any more than you have to.
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, the more time you spend on pit road, the less time you spend turning laps. And as we now go back to the grid pictures, the rain has subsided since the server restart. It is now cloudy for the next half an hour at least. Track and air temperatures looking very warm, with 28 air, meaning 35 down on the tarmac. So Pirellis aren't going to be loving this come through the latter half of the lap when you start leaning on the front left tyre quite heavily. So keep your eye on who will be managing their tyres. You'll probably see the guys a little bit easier on their tyres going back down the field versus those that are absolutely scolding them going very far forward to a certain degree before they begin coming back down once again. And just 2.5 minutes just over behind the Racing on ACC logo in the top right-hand side, and we'll begin the formation lap. We won't pain you with the grid rundown. We already got through the majority of that one, but Sebastian Apostle for West Competition Racing starts pole alongside his teammate Marco Jonkers in the 33 West Competition car. So a little bit of strategy probably to play for these boys, I would say. I'd say whoever gets the better start, the other one is going to have to act as a rear gunner to fend off the charging teams behind, big names behind them with Symphony of Pistons, Williams Esports, sorry. The Jean Alesi esports car, Veloce, the Italian job, who did quite well at round 1 in their qualifying, but not so well in the race. You've got Unicorns of Love lurking down the back with Pulse Simsport as well. So Yassi on the left-hand side of the grid. There's a lot of hard chargers, should we say, that are going to want to get past these two BMWs at the front.
Yeah, I think that could be it at the start of the race. If Apostle and Jonkers are just maybe a bit cautious, obviously not wanting to take themselves out, Mollinger and Van der Velde might feel, hello, there's an opportunity here to try and get a bit of a move done. We've already said turn number 1, it's a fairly tight corner in these cars, a fairly tight chicane for a GT3 car to make their way through. And even turn number 3 could be a possible overtaking opportunity as well. Hopefully, by the time they get to the Mistral Straight, things will have calmed down. But then we're going to see the first, I think, many laps of slipstreaming battles. I mean, by the end of the race, we're going to be pushing, 750 to 800 laps in that region. There's going to be plenty of slipstreaming down that Mistral Straight, and I imagine plenty of side-by-side moments coming through Sydney's at the end of that straight as well.
Yeah, of course, side by side into the turn at the end. Not always where you want to be. Sometimes, racing is one of those mutual kind of respect things where each driver has to give enough room to the other. And small touches in ACC, we know, can be quite catastrophic. But the good thing about, of course, Paul Ricard is lots of runoff area to kind of get it back together again. So fingers crossed we don't see many cars in walls today over the next 24 hours. And, of course, that does keep the racing action going as everybody kind of locks horns together. 20 seconds now, just over until we get the formation lap underway. Of course, formation lap is going to be the time when you do all of your final checks. You make sure your TCE, your ABS is set right, the brake bias is good. Make sure you get enough heat into the brakes as well. And something we've not touched on yet, of course, brake pads 2 will last you for 12 hours-ish, roughly, just over, depending on how hard, of course, you are on the brakes. Brake pad 3, I believe, are designed for 24 hours of racing and geared slightly more towards the wet, so you might get away with not changing them if you fancy a gamble. But brake pad changes are going to be a thing, and you're going to have to decide when to do it during the next 24 hours, I think.
Yeah, I think just that little bit of extra strategy that comes into these longer races. Like you said, we might see a lot of people decide to use brake pad 3 if, as you mentioned, a lot of people have been practicing in the wet conditions. We've had a wet practice server earlier. The aborted starts that took place about 20 or 30 minutes ago, let's not forget that was wet as well. So I think a lot of these drivers are going to, if they've not gone for brake pad 2, they'll have gone for brake pad 3 just to have that sitting in the background. I think you are going to be quicker with 2 and just accept that you will need to change the brake pad at some point. The only way anyone's going to be using brake pad 1 is if they get involved in an incident quite late on in the race and they think, you know what, let's just try and go for a fastest lap here. Let's go for a bit of fun towards the end of the race if you're not really fighting for those lead positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Something kind of interesting you touch on there, Luke. I've never thought of that before. On the brake pads 1 to try and, get themselves the fastest lap of the race, essentially, as Eric Del Fante in the Italian job Honda, a car that's normally quite good in a straight line, especially with some slipstream ahead. And, of course, the car ahead of them, the Veloce Porsche. Porsche, a manufacturer that, struggles typically in a straight line. So a lot of car setups are very kind of slim on the aero, which is great for the drag down the Mistral Straight. However, when you get to the twisty bits, suddenly you do find yourself lacking a little bit of grip. We see brake lights are plenty on a few of the cars ahead. Williams choosing to very much warm the tyres up that way as well. Brakes tend to be more efficient in warming the tyres within ACC than the traditional kind of weaving that you see in real life. People, you know, scrubbing the tyres, getting them up to temperature, etc. Dragging the brake in ACC through a formation lap. Normally you see kind of a lot more heat radiate from the disc out into the rim, and then of course that goes through the Pirelli canvas and brings up those pressures very nicely indeed. And then of course in hand with that you get nice and warm brakes for turn one, which means you can of course stand on them quite late, maybe make a few early positions as Sebastian Apostel leads the train down the field. Just look at the sight. 40 plus cars today. We have 42 teams, on the grid, stretching right back all the way down the straight. So competition aplenty, should we say, here today, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Competition aplenty on the field. You could see there that when Sebastian Apostel was just coming to the end of the straight, that most of the cars at the back still hadn't even got halfway through. So going to be very tight at the beginning of this race. It's going to be a lot of traffic to navigate, especially if you're in that midfield. Like you said earlier, John, it's a bit of give and take, and you do have to be quite conscious of the other cars around you in sim racing. But no doubt that these drivers will be able to just navigate that at the beginning of this race, but it will play on the minds. Anyone starting, I'd say, further down the P10 is just going to have to be that extra bit more aware of everyone around them. Of course, you've got to take into account where other drivers are going to be at the beginning. Some will be trying to gain a couple of positions. You've got to look out for them. Some will be more so just looking to stay on track and not pick up damage, so they might be yielding a little bit more than you're used to as well. So a lot of awareness, I think, is going to go into this first part of the race. And I'm going to be honest, that this is usually where the more dangerous parts of the race happen, but again, no doubt that these guys will be able to navigate through it.
Yeah, definitely so. Plenty of experience in the field. Cars now gridding up 2 by 2 for the beginning of round 2, the Virtual Endurance Masters. Sebastian Apostel for West Competition Racing leads them down to the lights, of course. Marco Jonkers alongside him in the 33. Look out for Symphony of Pistons in P3 and Williams in P4 with Jean Alesi and Veloce just behind them as well as we drop to the green flag. Excellent start from Sebastian Apostel. Marco Jonkers kind of lifting off a little bit, almost allowing his teammate to kind of come across and get the optimal line into turn 1. Jonkers around the outside into turn 1, gone very wide indeed, but this kind of offsets the Williams car from taking the inside line into turn 2. West Competition Racing and Williams alongside each other, and this has allowed Sebastian Apostel straight away to get an early lead. Symphony of Pistons going down slightly, coming under pressure from Jean Alesi all over the curb, nearly making contact there, just enough space given, and Jonkers still on the defensive from Tinko van der Velde. Warning sign next to their name means a little bit of contact through the tighter sections as the Audi now drops in behind the BMW. Symphony of Pistons down a position. Jean Alesi and Veloce still remain in their current positions as we begin the first run down the straight, and you see just down the bottom of the board a lot of contact being picked up there. So Stewart's going to have an already busy start to their day, just 1 minute in with a few incidents to look at. But now the power of the slipstream. Here we see the Audi R8, typically very low slung car, very good in a straight line. Jonkers goes on the defensive, and look at this, Symphony of Pistons being towed alongside Jonkers into turn 10 at the end of the straight, all the way around the outside. Tinko van der Velde, can you get at the right side of the cones? He does, just about. Symphony of Pistons through behind Jonkers now with Jean Alesi just behind the Williams car. Veloce still well within the tow there, not choosing to make a move, choosing to stick behind the Lamborghini and tow itself down the straight to avoid coming under pressure from the BMW behind. But I think looking at the circuit map, guys, it's been a relatively clean start. Touchwood, commentator's curse.
Yeah, we saw a few cars, running off road. We saw the number 5 there going that the Williams Esports car. I think Jeffrey Ritchie in the VSR Ferrari as well also ended up off track at one bit, but they all seem to have made it back onto the track. No one looks to be suffering from any damage at the moment, and obviously the massive winner from the first lap was Sebastian Apostel, while his teammates battling hard with the Williams car, and then the Symphony of Pistons getting involved as well. Apostel's got a 1.7 second lead as we can already see cones littering the line towards turn 1.
Yeah, cones being the kind of track scenery that always takes a battering at Paul Ricard. Of course, the cones on the left-hand side of your screen normally finding their way out of position as we see a few moves going on here. A couple of cars side by side. Team 1FF in the background there, getting side by side with an Aston Martin, although no move to be had. That's the kind of detrimental run out of turn 2 we were talking about earlier. Long drag down to turn 3, and if you don't get a good run, you can't make a move stick on your opponent. But Julian Fox, looking back from his car, a little bit of elbows out racing there with the I believe the Stern Mercedes alongside the Aston Martin, the 222, and up the inside goes him, and contact Ren Velton, the Greek Porsche TF Sport, I believe, getting involved in that one as well. And now there's going to be a big gaggle of cars very slow onto the Mistral straight, so position's going to be swapped again.
Absolutely, this is a huge opportunity for the cars that did not get caught up in that to get a good run onto the straight and maybe gain a few positions here. A big clump of cars on your screen right now just trying to navigate through the field after they got slowed down. And one of the people trying to get up here is the F1 Memes racing team in that Ferrari. You can see just looking for a way through. The cars ahead able to navigate down to the left-hand side of the field. Will duck back in just behind for now, but a couple of positions gained for them. It's worth noting at the beginning as well, the Armentario team, the number 121 car, got caught up in an instant on the last corner. And oh no, what's happened here? It looks like the Luxury Motorsport eSport team, Peef, has now spun on the track, facing the wrong way, coming out of the long swinging right-hander there. So not an ideal start for them either, and they'll find themselves at the back.
Yeah, Armentario, as you said there, out of sync as well, right at the back of the field nearly on that one. So fingers crossed they can make up some positions. And making up positions, here we go. BF Racing looking to try and take that bonus €100 already by making up as many positions in the race they can. A big tangle into the last corner. The Greek Porsche checks up. A few drivers running into the back of each other. BF Racing being one of them that received a hit. And meanwhile, Michi Hoyer is making up all the positions in the kind of Porsche, the gold car on the left-hand side of your screen there. And we said it was a clean start, and then all of a sudden it kind of all kicks off once the drivers get into that single file. People start then overextending and trying to make late moves into corners where they don't quite work. And Armamentario now side by side with the low fuel motorsports Ferrari. We saw it round one, a lot of Ferrari on Ferrari action, and it's very hard to make a move on your fellow kind of manufacturer when you're essentially in the same machinery. You've really got to find that extra 0.1, 0.2 that they just can't find. As we now go single file back onto the Mistral straight for the guys at the back, and look at the trainer cars at the front as we see Tinko van der Velde still in fourth, chasing down the Symphony of Pistons BMW ahead of him. Marco Jonkers is now essentially the rear gunner for the West Competition racing car, with Sebastian Apostle 2.2 seconds to the good through the last timing board as we ride on board with Hutchinson in the John Alesi Lamborghini splitter cam here, looking very cloudy above the skies of France today. A little bit of a smudge on the camera there, I think, as well on the right hand side. But forecast, for those of you that want to keep an eye on it, that are new to viewing ACC and want to know what's going on, the forecast in the top right hand side of your screen will periodically update, gives you a current weather, should we say, above the clock. The next 10 minutes is still cloudy. The next 30 minutes is still cloudy as well. Relatively low wind speed, so not sure we'll see much rain being blown in at the moment, although keep your eye up there, because you might get kind of insight before some of the drivers do, depending how much they are watching the forecast. As we look back from the Vasson Motorsports car, a all-British lineup there, so definitely cheering those boys on as a home team. Spaghetti Racing having to go on the defensive from another Mercedes, the number 88 there of Pisano to the outside. Of course, if you can make the outside work, it then becomes the inside into turn 2. Enough room is given there, but Spaghetti Racing just about holding on to that position as well.
Yeah, doing very well indeed, and you can see that's now put the 88 under a bit of pressure from the number 50, the team car, trying to go down the inside into the chicane, and it seems to have made that one work. So very nice from the GMMS performance for number 50 car. Bit cleaner this lap around than it was the lap before, and I think it did all start with a couple of cars having to run wide. Who'd turn number 3 and 4 coming back onto the track, and with how close together everyone was, another car had to check up, and then another car. We just saw all sorts of carnage, but still, thankfully, despite all that, and there was a few, especially at the final corner, there was a few heavy hits involved. It looks like everyone has been able to continue and carry on, and they're still continuing fighting at the front of this race. Tinko van der Velde buying everything to regain that third position. It looked at one bit, so he was going to be able to battle his way up the field and try and challenge Apostle, but at the moment just finding himself stuck in this train full of BMWs, and it looks like Hutchinson decided to drop a bit further back as the Italian job, a bit like they did last time out at Watkins Glen, not having an ideal start to the race. Already down 5 places, and if they're not careful, could lose another one very shortly to the 2-1-1 Team Shazoo Ferrari.
Yeah, Team Shazoo there looking very competitive behind the Italian job car. Like you said, Luke, did go backwards at round 1, and they seem to kind of almost be mirroring this here at round 2. Tatsvina Hacker up 2 positions on where he started. He was, of course, the very strong driver in round 1 that did take the honours for the Pulse Simsport car. So keep your eye on him. Next to dispatch for him is Jaroslav Honzik ahead for the Yas car, who's, of course, also 2 positions up on that one. Marco Malinga, fastest car on track at the moment for Symphony of Pistons. So Tinker van der Velde finding it very hard to try and gain any time that he can on him, as well as we look at Tobias Knur for the Petrol Brothers car, up 8 positions in the 147 Mercedes. Next to find a way past is the F1 Memes Esports team. Very striking livery on the Ferrari. No move to be had down into turn 1, although if you can use the grunt of the Mercedes down the Mistral Straight, of course, that could be a very easy move going into turn 10 of Cygnus. And we already find a 5-second penalty on the board for the Vassen Motorsports car, the 962 Aston. I'm going to do some digging and see if I can find out what for.
Well, the cars are all still. Oh, sorry. The cars are all still bunched up at the moment. Actually, I was going to say, Luke, you mentioned earlier that we were out of that initial phase where the cars were quite bunched up, and that's where we saw a lot of the accidents happen. Well, of course, the cars are all still bunched up at the beginning now, and it's going to be that way for a good little bit too. So everyone just has to be a little bit more aware of what's happening around the field. But for the most part, the last couple of laps have been a little bit more safer than that instant sort of reel we saw at the beginning, where everyone was going quite wide towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, and I think that means at the moment is why drivers are perhaps just deciding to, sit a little bit further back, not really go for the moves, because if it doesn't pay off, as we saw happen right on lap number 1 to the number 5 Williams car, not only do you cost yourself a bit of momentum, you're more than likely than not going to cost yourself a position as well. And you can see this little train that I've got going on screen at the moment being led by Jeffrey Ritchie. If the number 77 car, the Mercedes, decides to go for a little bit of a move on him, he's going to put himself in all sorts of trouble to the 977 and the 54 behind. So people are having to be very careful about what they do at the moment. And yeah, already we have seen one steward's penalty pop up. I'll be surprised if there's not more.
Absolutely. We do always say that when you're bunched up in loads of cars like this, if you go for an overtake and it doesn't pay off, you leave yourself really vulnerable to all the cars behind. So sometimes it can be the difference between losing one and several positions. We're currently in the cockpit cam right now, and you can see the car here getting very unsettled as it gets really close to the rear of the 177 there. Sorry, that is just the number 77 car right now, driven by Daniel Steinbinder. So you can see already, like, when the cars are clumped up this much, if you're at the front of this train and you're looking for an overtake, maybe you go a little bit wide and don't get the position you're hoping for, you do leave yourself vulnerable to several cars, and it can make you lose maybe 1, maybe even 2, 3 positions. So you do have to be really careful when you're going for an overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, go on, Luke.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've just got to be nice and careful, which is, I think, right, this is an opportunity if you want to. Well, it is a bit warm. Can you save the tyres? Can you save a bit of fuel? Can you stretch out the stint by 1 lap? And you might be able to do better on later on, as it looks like Biscoff on this occasion is going to get very close to the back of Steinbender, down the inside. Very nicely done indeed. Obviously, if there is an easy overtaking opportunity, you might as well just go for it, and that is now the Porsche up into the top 15.
Yeah, so we said, the Porsche being quite bad on a straight, but, certainly proved itself in the slipstream, more than capable of overtaking the Mercedes. Possibly the Prime E Racing guys have gone for more of a wet setup, maybe with a little bit more wing that, of course, makes them a bit slower down the straight. And Bischoff maybe trimming out the Porsche as much as they can to kind of make it viable in those scenarios. But just looking to the stewards' kind of room, shall we say, I've got no news on the Vassen 962 penalty. However, I do have one yet to pop up in game for Marco Bischoff in the 977. Penalty for the 977 for 10 seconds for causing a collision with the number 44. So not sure what happened there. That's Jeffrey Miguel Renault-Rishi in the Visceral Esports car. Finds himself now just behind Bischoff. I think Bischoff's just about made up a place in turn 1 as well. So keep your eye on him for big gains. And now the Prime E Racing boys thinking, I'm going to have a piece of that. Ferrari looks to the inside into turn 3, nothing to be had, drops back in line behind him, and knowing that maybe they don't want to be ahead of the Ferrari going onto the straight, possibly a little bit of a tactical move there as they want to try and maximise the run out of turn 6 into 7 before firing themselves into the slipstream all the way down the straight. But Bischoff is now probably going to come under pressure from the 44. The 44 probably not going to be happy, A, about the penalty, and B, about losing a place to the Porsche. So, you know, Visceral, no strangers to competing at the high level that this competition is at the moment. And you see there, Renault Ritchie very close indeed, gives Bischoff a bump as they both jink out to the right-hand side. So, not sure how the steward's going to favour that one. But Bischoff with the inside line, of course, Renault Ritchie not being able to make it stick round the outside, get to the right-hand side of the cones, boys, before breaking for turn 11. But a bit of contact there, so Steward's probably going to have to be looking into that one as well.
I hope they've got plenty of coffee. Stewart's office. I think they're going to need it.
It's going to be a long 24, I think, without any coffee.
Yeah, I mean, like Tim said earlier on, everyone is still very bunched together, which is not something you normally see too much in endurance racing. I mean, all the way down the field, you can see here battling 37, 38, 39 from 40 all trying to get themselves nice together. Eduardo Reis looked as though he was going to gain a position. He's ended up losing two all of a sudden in that one. It is so close together at the moment. Everyone's still fighting incredibly hard. I mean, I know we haven't seen it for a bit, but at the front of the field, the gap's remaining pretty constant at around 2 seconds as Reis tries to move round the outside. He might be able to gain something here down the inside into the final corner there. Very nicely done. Can he get the position? Not quite able to do so. And you said it yourself, John, when you're fighting a car, looks like one of the cars has had a problem there.
Possibly some hardware issue there for Trodakis in the number 41 TF racing car. Not sure what happened there, but just kind of pulled off the driver's right and bumped the wall and then came back on. So very strange there. Possibly some hardware issues at hand within that team. But yeah, like you say, you know, you're suddenly on the inside for one turn. You don't quite make the move stick, and then the next turn you're suddenly on the outside, and you find yourself losing more positions as the Burst Esports car of Avido Race goes through for position 40 in the number 49. But now does, of course, have to be the driver that goes on the defensive down the Mistral Straight as Florian Durkop for the Unicorns of Love. Big wiggle there for the Pulse Sim Sport and Unicorns of Sim Love combined car. Yeet Esports just behind them as well on that one. Very well held. It's a tricky corner. Once it does get loose, it's very hard to kind of regain it again. And Miguel Renault Ritchie going down the order. Prime E Racing, Daniel Steinbender, finding a way past, although a little bit of a warning popped up next to his name, so maybe some more contact and maybe another steward's report coming in.
Wouldn't be surprised at this stage, would they? I mean, we'll wait and see. I think in the first few laps of the race, you might think, you know what, a bit more Bubbins racing, as long as we're not losing too many positions, we can not afford to do that. But we're seeing that many hard battles. I mean, the one roundabout where Ritchie, Steinbender, Bischoff, that sort of group. Bischoff's been able to just run away a little bit because he's got himself clear, and that is just another thing to what we were talking about before the stream started. Do you go hard in the early stages, or do you just take it a bit easier, knowing that if you are battling, you're going to end up losing yourself a little bit of time? It does look like the battling has calmed down at the front of the field, as we are seeing there another stewards report involving the 121 and the 76. Sim RC Endurance team are going to get a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision. So, of course, we'll be serving that at their first pit stops. It's going to be a very tight race. I think that is already clear. Obviously, lap number 1, Apostol's just been able to break away the WCR car. At the moment, is he just taking it nice and easy? Is he just trying to manage a bit of a gap? Or is he going to go all hell for leather and try and build that gap a bit later on? At the moment, looks like they're in a management phase, but this might just be everyone pushing as hard as physically possible.
Absolutely. I think it was an ideal start for the West Competition racing car as well. I mean, a lot of chaos happened behind them. We know that the Williams esports team, they got in a bit of a fight in that P2 stop, which then held back the cars a little bit. It gave Sebastian Apostel a chance to get a bit of a gap going. And now with 2.5 seconds between Apostel and Marco Jonkers in the number 33, I mean, you can be sure they're going to be happy with how that start's gone. And I imagine now what they're saying to Sebastian Apostel is, look, just push out as many fast laps as you can whilst you've got this open air as such. You're not fighting anyone. There's no one just ahead of you. There's no one you have to hold off just behind you as well. Just push out as many good laps as possible. As here we see SG Stern driver Max Florence going for a move on Coesfield there around the outside right now. It's going to become the inside on the next corner. There's a lot of twisty turns in this late section of the track, and contact between the two cars sees the 222 now facing the wrong way, and unfortunately for Max Florence, that is not going to look good in the eyes of the steward for them. Luckily, the Home Sim Racing eSports car team just able to rejoin the track, but not after losing a couple of positions. Here is a glorious replay of what just happened. You can see neck and neck the cars right now, and it's actually coming into the next corner. You can see the Mercedes comes across slightly a little bit too much, and then on the outside when the team pulls across to the right again, they just catch the front of the Mercedes car there and end up in the wall. So that will most likely be investigated by the stewards now. But like we were saying earlier, Luke, if you get into a little incident, you look like you're going to lose one position. When they're all bunched up like this, you're actually going to lose 5 or 6.
Yeah, I must say very well held there to avoid having a much bigger accident. Certainly could have caused a lot more chaos, but thankfully seems to have got away with that one. We're looking at, again, Tinko van der Velde just in this sort of trade. He's going to go for a move down the inside of the SOP BMW. It all seems to have woken up again at the front. Hutchinson in that John Lacey Lamborghini is really starting to hound the back of the Williams number 5 Audi, and I think that's just forcing him to have a bit of a go at the BMWs up ahead. So getting very tight towards the front of the field. If they start battling, as we've already said, that's just going to help Apostle out as the Paul Simsport car. And let's not forget our current championship leaders going into this race after taking a victory at Watkins Glen, down in 10th position at the moment. Still, though, a long way to go. We've only had 19 minutes of racing, and there's already been plenty of action going on. You can see they've gained 3 places. It is the Italian job car down in 13th place. They're one of the biggest losers towards the front of the field. Car in 19th as well. Soldo car also struggling slightly at the start of the race with number 26 car, but a long way to go. Don't want to do anything too risky at this moment. Just want to take it nice and calm, and that is what the leaders are seemingly able to do. We have got some blue flags moving down the field. We did see the number 41 car have a little bit of an issue, and they have already had a driver change. So it is now Manos Gerardis driving for the TF Racing Porsche, and they're sort of the odd ones out. They're the only one who's had any major issues in the first 20 minutes, which is not something you say too much. I don't really want to curse it at the moment.
Yeah, definitely curse the commentator normally hits when, as soon as we say that, something else will catastrophically happen. But yeah, the top 6 or so still all in their same kind of starting position, although Luke Whitehead has lost a lot of ground to the back of the Hutchinson John Lacey Lamborghini in front there as we head on board with the Moser Racing cockpit cam. Riding on board here with Tinko van der Velde in the slipstream of the Symphony of Pistons. BMW ahead, bright pink rear end on that car, gaining all the time. Is he going to jink out? He is. Last minute jinks out to the right hand side, although look in the mirror, you see the Lamborghini almost closing into that gap. A little bit of a defensive move there from the Symphony of Pistons just to kind of off-put Tinko, but look, the Lamborghini all over the back of the Audi R8, and I for one cannot wait to see what that Lamborghini can do once it hits an Evo 2 version in the next round, because the Lamborghini in ACC typically isn't always the chosen car from a lot of drivers. You know, you normally see a lot of the time BMWs, the Ferraris, the Porsches, the Mercedes, the Astons even, but the Lamborghini seems to be a little bit unloved in some championships, but the Evo 2 might bring that car back into contention come the Nürburgring 8 Hours in May 6th next month. And this battle here at the front still remains the same, no positions to be changed. Malinga, the car ahead, the number 100 Symphony of Pistons, still with your fastest lap of the race at the moment. Luke Whitehead 3 seconds back on this pack now, and he's going to find himself probably under fire from the number 4 Ferrari anytime soon, especially with the straight line disadvantage that Porsche has. But Marco Jonkers being a great rear gunner for his teammate, absorbing all the pressure that's being put on behind. It's not easy when you look in your mirror and you see a train of cars behind and some big names, you know, such as Symphony of Pistons. You've got Williams behind you, Jean Lacey. Sometimes the pressure can be all too much for some drivers, but Jonkers definitely kind of absorbing it all very well.
Yeah, you don't want to be driving on your mirrors this early into the race. It's very easy then just to get it slightly wrong, miss an apex, and then put yourself offline, put yourself under even more pressure, and that just sort of snowball effect happens. But it seems like he's doing a very good job at the moment. The gap is, you know, in and around 2 seconds, sometimes going down by a tenth or two, sometimes going up by a tenth or two. And it doesn't look like Jonkers is actually under too much pressure from Mollinger at the moment. It looks like it is more the SOP car having to defend from Van der Velde, although he's sort of half going for a nose up the inside here there was the 100, but I'm not sure if he's doing that as a defensive move or it's a bit of an attacking move on the BMW just ahead of him. So it's getting very interesting indeed here. You feel like Hutchinson's just waiting there in the wings, and I agree with you. The Lamborghini you don't see too often on this game. Really looking forward to seeing what the next update can do with that car. I've not commentated on too much ACC. I'm definitely not used to seeing a Lamborghini this far up the order, and it certainly looks as though at the moment Hutchinson, it certainly looks like any of these front five have got the pace to be fighting for the win at the end. They're dropping Whitehead in and around a second a lap at the moment, and it's not like Whitehead's holding up the pack behind him. He has got a 8 tenths of a second gap back to Ricard in the number 4 Ferrari. Just these front five, very consistent pace at the moment. We'll see how things change, of course, when it comes to the driver changes. That could always make things interestingly. And in fact, on that gap down at the front of the field is down to 1.6, which I think is the smallest we've seen it since the very first lap of the race.
Yeah, not sure if a timing bug there. It flicked from 1.6 back up to 2 seconds again. But Apostle definitely lost a tiny bit of time that last lap on Jonkers and the chasing pack behind. But of course, like you say, when the pit stops all cycle through, we'll probably see a few cars shuffling about the order, depending how many have been practicing their pit in to pit out. Pit in to pit out here at Paul Ricard is 541 metres. So a relatively kind of short pit lane, as Tim Peck touched on earlier. The Spa pit lane is the one that you don't want to be kind of taking too many trips down. Of course, incorporating the F1 and the GT pits together makes for a very lengthy trip indeed. And Tinko van der Velde just slightly dropping back on the Mistral straight at the moment. Doesn't look like he's within the slipstream range. And look behind, here comes the Lamborghini. John Alesi all the way up in the rear diffuser, but I think he's playing it very safely. He's just thinking, you know what, you and Mollinger go to town, you fight all you want, and I'll be here in the wings ready for if something else happens. Florian Durkop now past Luke Whitehead, probably on the Mistral straights. We know the Porsche isn't always the best. Honzik here having a battle with the Team Shizuka of Hladky around the outside into turn 11. They go up the inside. Yas Heat jumping over the curb. Be very careful with the Ferrari, and contact on the exit. Hladky pulled over way too early there, bounced into the door of the Yas Heat car and finds himself off the road, taking a trip through the gravel and losing out another position to the Italian job car. And this, of course, brings the Kramer Racing Porsche into contention as well, as we look to a glorious sponsored replay here into turn 11. Side by side they go. Hladky around the outside, Honzik to the inside, riding on board here with, I believe this is Hladky around the outside. Here they go over the exit curb, watching the steering movement. He just kind of pulls to the right too soon. Honzik's still there. Of course, the Honzik car would have been on the outside for the next turn of turn 12, which meant Hladky would have had the inside anyway. So more than likely, the move would have been kind of signed, sealed as Team Shizu's, but a bit of clumsy driving, if I want to say so myself there. And another one to add to the stewards list. And speaking of stewards, here we go. Incident between the number 54 Xenon Racing and the 977 Kramer car in lap 1, turn 10 is now under investigation. So Kramer in the stewards box a lot at the moment. They're already with a 10-second penalty to their name. Hopefully they're not going to get any more, because 10 seconds stood still in a pit lane is not good. And there comes the decision, a very swift one indeed there. No further action. So the stewards deeming kind of both drivers at fault. Was a racing incident there. So 10 seconds still on Bischoff's name, as we see now side by side Van der Velde and Mollinger up into turn 10. The Jean Alesi car definitely backed out of that one, and look at the grip you don't have around the outside of turn 10, and this brings Hutchinson straight back into contention as well. But all the meanwhile, these two are fighting. Of course, it's going to allow Jonkers to pull slightly up the road, although looking at the gap between himself and his teammate, come down by half a second again. So I'm wondering if Apostle has maybe pushed those Pirelli tyres a little bit too hard too soon, and they're just starting to drop off.
Absolutely, that is always a concern for Apostle. Right now, they need to make sure they manage the tyres really well. Here's the Italian job trying to make a move. Actually, they're trying to defend against Hladky now, and they're under pressure immediately from Bischoff behind Delphine, just trying to hold the Italian job car in this position. Still will be going into the right-hander at the end of the lap here, and just ahead of the two cars behind, but still grouped up is this small group of 4 cars that we saw earlier. Hladky, of course, ends up back in 12th after making contact with Jardier Honzik in the 296 a bit earlier on. And what I was going to say, John, is going back to what you were talking about at the front with the Jean Alesi car seeming to just lurk behind the pack and not really get involved in a lot of the fighting. Well, it's something that Luke was talking about at the beginning of the race, and I think you mentioned it as well, is in an endurance race, is it better to just find a car that's a similar pace to you and then sit behind them rather than try and climb and gain positions early? And I'm wondering if that's what the Jean Alesi team plan is right now, is just, okay, the guys ahead of us are really evenly matched in speed. Why risk going for an overtake when we can just sort of sit behind them at a safe pace, and maybe in the pit stops we'll be able to get something?
Yeah, that's it. You've still got 4 seconds to the good on the Pulse Sim Sport car of Florian Durkop behind, so you can really afford to sit there and just kind of chill in your own zone, if you like, and not pick up any damage, not pick up any penalties. And here we go again up into turn 10. Symphony Pistons going a little bit defensive before pulling across to the racing line. Tinko van der Velde just not with enough straight line pace, even with a slipstream in the Audi, to pull alongside. And Luke Whitehead still within touching distance of Florian Durkop, although the Porsche very much struggling here at Paul Ricard, it seems, in a straight line, although still 23.5 hours just over to go. And absolutely anything can happen in those hours. Still a lot of time left for Luke Whitehead to claw back on that one, should we say, as we see another race control popping up here. The 47 Yi Esports and the 27 BF Racing lap 2 turn 10. Penalty for the 27. We'll get a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision. So the drivers that picked up the most positions gained from round 1 is going to find themselves going backwards a little bit, and going backwards while things racing. Patrick Soldiak at 11 positions down, finds himself within the mix of Ren Velton in P22, the kind of tiger printed car, pressuring them at the moment. Into the last sector they go. Ferrari looking much more stable on excuse me, on the brakes than the BMW was. And just had word from the number 41, the TF Racing Porsche that we saw in the pit wall earlier. Some sort of hardware issue. They swapped drivers to avoid it happening anymore. So you'll find the 41 is now off cycle on their pit stop strategy. So you're going to find themselves coming in at very odd times compared to the rest of the field.
Yeah, and it's always a bit of an annoying thing to happen in the endurance races. They'll be hoping that by the end of the race they can sort of get back onto the cycle. As there we go, that's the 595, a beautiful move on the inside of the Wild Things racing car. We've seen a few moves in towards turn number 3 already today, and generally, though this is again tempting fate, generally this seems to have been fairly clean, but that was done very nicely indeed. And we'll see if the Wen Wouten car is able to escape up the field, as there goes Tinker van der Velde, thinking about it down the inside once again. Can they make this one work all the way round the outside? The BMW has gone off the circuit, and the John Alesi car says thank you very much. Down the inside goes Jed Hutchinson, number 38, makes it up into 4th place, and just had a feeling that that was coming, that the patience would wear out eventually. Tiny little mistake from the Symphony of Pistons car, managing to cost them 2 places.
Yeah, Marco Malinga down now 2 places to Tinko van der Velde and Hutchinson on that one as well. So, like we said earlier, the pack racing kind of mentality. You lose 1 place, you normally lose 2 or 3, depending how everybody else sits behind you. But Ren Velton finding their way through Wild Things Racing Team, and Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg also finding their way past as well as Ryan Cooper for the Porsche Spinala team. Saw last time at Watkins Glen quite a low qualifying result, but did make up quite a few positions in the race. Find themselves now locked with Siggy Lentis, aka HC Dizzy, on Twitch in the Yi Esports car, one of the kind of partners, sponsors of this series, should we say. So they're going to start battling very soon indeed. We know Ryan Cooper has got some very good pace in the Ferrari. It's quite confusing calling your car the Porsche Spinala team, except you're in a Ferrari. Makes it very confusing for us up here in the box as well, as Pulse Sim Sport Tatsvina Hacker just about finds a Ferrari-sized gap alongside the BMW, and he does the old switcheroo coming in to turn 6. Very good move there, kind of set himself up in turn 5, and turn 6 there it was. Incident involving the 41 TF Racing and the 98 F1 Memes team, lap 2 turn 10. Penalty for the 98 for a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision. So stewards handing out penalties very harshly today, I would say. Of course, with the 24 hours remaining, it's, you know, a long time as we now see the Racing Point BMW back to the inside on Tatsvina Hacker coming up to turn 10. It's going to be kind of signed, sealed, delivered, I think, for the BMW. I don't think Tatsvina Hacker can make that stick around the outside. Very sensible move. Tucks in behind, but then goes on the attack now into turn 11, up the inside. Once again, they go side by side. Looks like the move's stuck, of course, on the high side. It's very hard. Tries to do the kind of switcheroo on the exit, but nothing to be had, although still very close. Can he make a move into the next turn? Covers it off well. Contact Tatsvina Hacker sideways in front of Honzik. Honzik takes avoiding action. Team Shazoo, meanwhile, back in the mix to take another position, and now Honzik is side by side coming down into turn 14 for the Yas Heat car. Pulse Simsport to the outside. If Tatsvina Hacker can make this defense work, it then becomes the inside for the last turn, and he just about makes it stick. Some Ferrari on Ferrari action, and I think it has all just simmered down. But now look behind, it's brought the Kramer car, the Italian job car, and the 41 TF Racing car, who's of course a lap down at the moment, into the mix as well.
Yeah, and it just looked as though there that the Racing Point car was trying to force a move that perhaps wasn't really on, as there goes for Shazoo Ferrari, the 211 down the inside of the 85 Racing Point car. Don't think they're going to make that one work. That might allow the Kramer car, the 977, to get into play here. It just shows how easy it is for things just to go slightly wrong. Here we are looking from the back of the BMW. Is there room for the Kramer down the inside? Not on this occasion. As we were saying, through Sector 3, it looked as though the 85 was going to try and make the move work. Didn't quite do it, and just a small little tap on our championship leaders for number 52. Well held from Svaza Hacker as well to just hold on to that car. But in the end, it has just bunched the field up quite a lot. As talking about things getting bunched up, here goes Tinko van der Velde down the inside of the BMW of the number 33 West Competition Racing car, makes that move stick, and he's up into second place. The Audi starting to make moves, and you can visibly see on the screen just how much closer Apostle in that number one car is to this chasing pack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Audi has been kind of playing a tactical game, being a little bit lighter on the tyres, maybe looking after them a little bit more, as now Marco Jonkers comes under pressure from Hutchinson in the John Alesi Lamborghini just behind as well, but no move to be had around the outside. John Alesi tucks back in, and we ride on board now the splitter cam, looking forward to the West Competition 33 car, starting in P2. Looks a little bit more confident through the turn, although the West Competition car much better on corner exit, of course, with the BMW M4 turbo plant. Pulls away very nicely indeed through corners, but Tinko van der Velde now released into second position. He's already gained a massive chunk of time on Sebastian Apostle, so I'm thinking the Audi R8 is definitely a lot better on tyre wear, as the clouds have gone away slightly. A little bit more sun has come out, and the air temperature up to 29, the track to 36. So it's only going to start getting that a little bit warmer now as the day progresses. Of course, we are 1:45 in the afternoon in-game time. So typically the sun, of course, reaches its highest point at around 2. So from here on out, it will soon to be getting cooler and cooler. But Bischoff has found a way past the Racing Point car of Simone Azizi there into turn 4 and 5. They go single file, but the BMW good in a straight line. Kramer's going to have to go defensive down the straight this time, and Fadke and Honzik just ahead there in the Ferrari machinery, pulled out a little bit of a gap as well. But here we go, leaders now nose to tail. Sebastian Apostle on the defensive into turn 10. Tinko van der Velde squeezes him to the right hand side, says you pick that side, you're staying there. Flicks over to driver's left, around the outside the Audi R8 goes, and he just makes it stick, keeps it the right side of the white cones. Tinko van der Velde to the lead for the Williams esports car, and Sebastian Apostle down to second. And meanwhile, Hutchinson up to third as well. He's managed to dispatch of Jonkers in the other West Competition car. So BMW seems to be quite hard on its tyres, slipping down the order, and Bischoff's been passed by Racing Point, but back up the inside he goes into turn 11, opens the door for the Italian job team as well. A little bit of a rub from the Honda on the BMW, but through they go as well. This is all very exciting, and we've not even had an hour's worth of racing yet.
Just going to get better and better, I get a feeling. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, John. The BMW just seemed to be slipping down the field in that final sector. Really where Apostle was starting to struggle. He's already 8/10 of a second behind Van der Velde here. And, you know, they're going to want to obviously get the stint to as close as possible to that 65-minute point. Can they afford to do so? Can they afford to keep, you know, the tyres going on that BMW? How many more places are they going to lose? We've seen Hutchinson there be able to make pretty quick work of Jonkers. Will he have watched what Vandervelde did in the number 5 car? Will he be able to follow it through? And let's not forget, this race started with a 1-2-3 with the BMWs. They are currently now 2, 4 and 5. It's not an absolute disaster for the West Competition Racing and the Symphony of Pistons car. We'll just see how things can go. Hutchinson all of a sudden looking very racy, and now will Vandervelde decide to just try and break a bit of a toe and escape away at the front of the field.
Where you can see the Pole Sim Sports car ahead right now, defending going into the straight. The car behind still a little bit far back to really make a move, but this is a very long straight, and if you get the slipstream right coming along here, then you can see just how easy it is to close the gap already. That Pole Sim Sport livery becoming a lot more clearer with the car closing in now and going down towards the end of the straight. They're pulling onto the right hand side. You see the number 52 of Pole Sim Sports on your left there, and Jaroslav Honzik all the way past on the straight as well. It just goes to show how powerful slipstream can be along that straight. And well, if there's a advertising factor for that Ferrari right now in the straight line in France, it's that, look, if you get a good amount of slipstream, you can just soar past your opponents.
Yeah, Ferrari looking very good in a straight line, as we saw Honzik making light work of the Pole Sim Sport car, and nearly Hladky followed through as well in turn 10, although just couldn't get the Ferrari under control to make the move stick. But Tobias Nur up 6 places for Petrol Brothers, finds themselves behind Jonas Coesfield, who we saw in the wall earlier on after a little collision with the Stern car on that one. They're down 6 places, car ahead down 12 places. Patrick Soldicat up in P26 down 15 places, so a lot of big losers in the field, but equally as many gainers as well. And of course, we're still just over 23 hours to go, plenty of time to claw back. So if you do have any issues with the racing, it's, you know, you want to get them out of the way in the first couple of hours or so you've really got enough time to start clawing back when others may have their misfortune later on in the event. But coming across the line here, the Mercedes still just behind the Aston. Of course, the two very similar kind of engine cars. They do share the same engine, I believe. The Mercedes choosing the naturally aspirated option versus the Aston Martin that is the turbocharged version of the same power plant. So two kind of similar cars, should we say, in a sense, but two also very different machinery as well. As looking to the front now, Sebastian Apostle under fire from Hutchinson towards the front. Hutchinson goes, just gets past the BMW before it even gets to the top of the Mistral straight. So John Alesi is now free to go as well, and Jonkers has lost a place to the Symphony of Pistons car. And look in the background, the drivers that we saw quite far down the grid, Florian Durkop and Luke Whitehead, are now suddenly being brought back into this kind of leading 5, should we say.
Yeah, I think there was quite a lot of battling going on between Mollinger and Jonkers on the last lap. Jonkers lost 2 seconds to Durkop and Whitehead. So it just shows how much these two have been fighting hard with each other. There's a perfect demonstration of how much time it has cost them. What was this? At one bit, we had a front pack of 5 cars. You've now got Vandervelde sort of on his own, Hutchinson and Apostle battling for second and third. Now Mollinger, Jonkers, and you could probably add Durkop and Whitehead into this battle as well. Whitehead did initially have a bit of a struggle at the start of the race, but seems to have got back things into a nice little rhythm. But still, this train being led by the 3 Ferraris, the 296 Yaz Heat car, the 52 Pulse car, and the 211 Shazoo car. Still fighting hard for 9th, 10th and 11th with Bischoff, Delfonte and Yezi. Not too far behind either. 41 minutes gone in this race. Still, we're not really close to getting a sort of a pattern of the race at the moment. One thing that is looking clear, BMW's perhaps just struggling a bit on their tyres in the hot temperatures. I'm sure as the race comes on, though, things will start to come back into play for them.
Yeah, of course, it's still a very long way to go on the event at the moment, and we've had some good greetings from the Top Racing TV team, and best of luck and good encouragement for the long broadcast that, of course, stands ahead of all of us this weekend. Of course, we do have a German stream and a Spanish stream if the English variant isn't what you're looking for and it's not your native tongue. And being pointed out in my ears from the lovely John Watts behind the cameras, look to the top right hand side of your screen, 30 minutes time we're going to see some rain, and 30 minutes time isn't long after the cars are going to be making their first pit stop. So now you've really got to think about your strategy and what you're going to do after that stop. Are you going to come in? Are you going to change your tyres? Are you just going to fuel it? Are you going to see how far you can go? As speaking of far we can go, here we see Bischoff out into the French countryside behind Hladky there. No move to be had around the outside of turn 10. Probably got a little bit of dirty aero wash from the Ferraris ahead. But are you going to change your Pirellis? Are you going to stay on your knackered set? Are you going to fuel your car and go again? You know, what are you going to do? There's so many possibilities now on the table. Of course, drivers are going to start coming in probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Rain is going to arrive in the next 30. So you're only really going to have about 30 to 40 minutes before you probably need to start being on a wet set of tyres.
The one thing I was going to mention about it is, like, initially your initial reaction would be, well, okay, if it's going to rain in about 20 minutes after we've pitted, maybe even 10 by the time they get there, then it might just be worth not putting on the extra set of tyres. To see Team Shazoo here coming a little bit under pressure on the start-finish straight, going to be able to hold on to it though as a 211. But yeah, go back to what you're saying, John. Your initial reaction would be, okay, it's best to just not take a set of tyres, save that extra bit of time in the pit stop. However, we're already seeing the BMW starting to struggle quite a lot coming into the second half of this hour stint, and I'm wondering if for them it's just not going to be a viable option to keep the same set of tyres on, because if they're already starting to go slowly, now losing a lot of pace, they're going to be crawling by the time it gets to the point where they've pitted, and then they've got to wait until the rain comes down to come into the pits again and put on a wet set of tyres. I'm just not sure what the best call is here. Luke, what are your thoughts on this?
It's a bit of an awkward one. I was going to say, you're sort of in a catch-22 situation of, if you don't change tyres, you're probably not going to be able to stay out too much longer after the rain starts anyway, because your tyres are going to be worn out. If you do change tyres, you might be able to just hang out there a little bit longer. How much fuel you put into the car at your next pit stop? Do you try and predict when the track is going to be wetted off, or do you just try and fuel at your same normal rate? This is what all the drivers are going to be doing. Thankfully, a lot of these, obviously, we're in an endurance race, are going to have their teammates, are going to have engineers in their ear. Certainly would not like to try and be working this out on my own at the moment. I feel like you've just got to sort of go with what the weather is at the moment. If it's dry at that moment in time, I'm thinking, you know what, if you're struggling on the tyres, just change a set of tyres, maybe put a tiny bit less fuel in the car than you would normally, and just see what sticks, because we're still talking a track temperature of 36 degrees. It's not like we're going to go from, you know, dry to wet in the space of 5 minutes here. Might take a little bit of time for the surface just to start suffering from the effects of that water.
Yeah, very good point there, Luke. Of course, the track temperature, sorry, put my teeth back in, still quite high at 36 degrees. Not a lot of wind either in that one. So yeah, it's gonna probably take a good few laps, I would say, for the track to go backwards from optimum to fast, and then obviously to greasy, then to damp, and then to wet. And fingers crossed it doesn't reach the flooded stage, because the flooded stage in ACC is not fun. And looking to the rain in 30 is getting harder as well. So it's going to be some quite heavy rain coming in the next 30 minutes or so. So a lot of drivers, like you say, you know, some of these teams will have dedicated engineers behind the scenes. Some of them will have, you know, their teammates on, you know, Discord or TeamSpeak or, you know, whatever programs these guys use nowadays, calculating everything for them. You know, if you're the only driver in the car, you know, if this was, for example, you know, 12 hours time in the graveyard shift, you're 1-2 o'clock in the morning, and you're trying to work this out, this is going to be some very, very hard things to work out for a driver that is potentially half asleep coming down the Mistral Straight in the pitch black of darkness. And we now see the Xenon racing car just behind the LFM Ferrari of Robin Schaefer, looking to maybe make a move into turn 10, although the Ferrari does look very strong in a straight line in comparison to the Mercedes. Possibly the Mercedes is just going to be saving some time, saving some fuel, as you say, but you've got to look in your mirrors, because you do have the Visceral Esports Aztec car behind you as well, so you don't want to come under fire from Miguel Renault Ricci, who in his own sense is a very fast driver as well. Easily could dispatch of both of you, I would say, ahead there, and charge onto the Prime E-Racing team. But although a small mistake there into turn 12 brings the Vasson Motorsports car into contention as well. Not as tight to the inside of that corner, nearly left an Aston-sized gap. Vasson thought about it, but then thought probably better of it that the door was going to shut eventually, as these guys now round out on to the start-finish straight. Still a nice gap between them all, so no desperate moves into turn 1, I would say, are going to be made here. But yeah, that rain in 30 is something I don't want to be dealing with as a driver.
No, definitely not. And like you said, it looks as though it is going to be quite heavy rain now. So, again, just changing things. It'll probably be the lap you're coming into the pits is going to be the moment that you're making the decision. It's going to be that tight to see how heavy is the rain going to come down. How long are we expecting it to last as well? Because we might have a bit more of an idea by then, as we're seeing a beautiful battle here for what is, 40th and 41st place. The number 256 car trying to defend for his life against the 49 Porsche at the moment, coming through the final corner. Just about managing to hold off that one. It's sort of one of the joys of endurance racing. There's always going to be some sort of unexpected event that is perhaps going to catch you out. Looked as though the 962 Aston was going to be catching out the Ferrari BSR team now, but all of a sudden, it's coming under a bit of pressure. The Benetton Esports team on the inside with number 71. Great drag race between the two of them now, if anything. Aston Martin's going to be in a slight little tow. That Ferrari, who's going to be able to make it work by the time they get to the corner. And it is Pietschmann who has managed to get ahead, so they are back up in towards 19th place. And if this battle for sort of all the way down from 10th to 20th seems to have just been in constant battles all the way along, as we are now hearing. You can just see at the bottom of the screen there, the number 15 and the number 47 car. They are under investigation for an incident that happened about 25 minutes ago, so we'll wait and see what the outcome of that one is.
As we look to the front here, Marco Jonkers in the little BMW train headed up by Sebastian Apostel and Marco Malinga there in the middle of them. And the middle driver is certainly the one you don't want to be in a fight like this. It's very tricky to, of course, be that guy. You don't want to be driving in your mirrors too much, but equally you don't want to be running up the back of the car ahead of you as they now round through turns 3, 4, and obviously 5 and 6 onto the straight. But these BMWs are very much suffering, of course. They were leading very early on, and their stint looks super strong. But I think they've just kind of used the best of the Pirellis a little bit too early on, and that was about 10 minutes ago. So they've still got a good 20 or 25 minutes before they're kind of due down pit lane essentially. And obviously with the rain impending, I'm not sure if you should maybe pull your car sooner. Jump on another fresh set of Pirellis. You've obviously, you can run the car solidly for 30 minutes. Rain is due in the next 30, so why not pull them in early? Drop some tyres on, drop a little bit of fuel in, and just kind of leave them to kind of go all the way to the end essentially, and kind of wait for the rain to come, and then essentially pull them in, full service car again, so a full tank, chuck some wets on, and you might even lose a little bit less. You might even gain a little bit of time where you might have lost it as a big wiggle there over the curb from the Ferrari or the Pole Simsport car. But now we see the battle of the Italians, shall we say? Simone Izizi in the Team Racing Point car, ahead of him, of course, Delfante in the Italian job car. Both kind of very similarly coloured cars at a quick glance and a quick squint, but very different machinery, of course. The NSX, the only one, I believe, in the field for this championship at the moment. Most drivers electing for Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Aston or Mercedes. So yeah, the Honda is not very well loved, shall we say, at the moment. And with the Evo cars and the new updated cars, we might even see that car going even further backwards down the championship. But around the outside, Malinga looks to try and make a move on Apostle. Great defensive drive there. Just about enough room between the two drivers. A little bit of contact flashing up on the left-hand side as well. So not sure if there was a little bit of a net code, or this brings Jonkers into it. And up the inside he goes. Shoehorns open the door. Symphony of Pistons contact around the BMW goes to the inside. Whitehead and Durkop avoiding him, but unfortunately the number 100 going back down 2 positions on that one. Let's have a glorious replay of that incident as we see side by side here. Apostle kind of hinders the run to turn 3. We were talking about it earlier. Of course, you have to get a good run out of 2 to bring you into 3, and instantly the BMW of Jonkers straight up the inside there. Just about enough room, a little bit of a bump, but it's this one here. Another bump on the inside turns the Symphony of Pistons car to the inside. The Unicorns of Love and Pole Simsport hybrid car has to take avoiding action. Luke Whitehead just about manages to avoid as well in the Veloce Porsche, and a few positions lost there from Malinga. And the Pirellis are going to be severely probably flat spotted and very hot and very worn out by that move. And if I was them, I'd be considering pulling them in now.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you here. The best strategy probably is pull them into the pits a little bit early. We can see all of those, the three BMWs at the front that we've been talking about so far in the race, they all are struggling a lot now. They've dropped off 5 seconds between Sebastian Apostel and Hutchinson at the moment at the front. And Apostel is currently the BMW running best so far in this race, but it looks like they're struggling on those tyres a little bit more. I agree with what you said earlier, John. I think it's a case of maybe just call it into the pits a little bit early, put on a fresh set of tyres, because at least then you know your car is going to perform at the best of its ability for the next 20 to 30 minutes. And then when the rain comes in, you're not so much of a sitting duck as you are likely to be if you leave it until the last couple of minutes, because especially right now for Marco Malinga, who's just had that spin in the Symphony of Pistons car, they're going to be really flat spotted. Those tyres aren't going to be going anywhere. Essentially, that car is going to crawl around the field for the next 15 minutes until they're likely to pit. So I'm with you on this one. Maybe an early pit stop is worth considering.
Yeah, I definitely think that could be the best thing to them to do. I mean, the incident, all started way back at turn number 1. It looked as though Malinga had actually managed to make the move stick, and then quite a forceful move, I think, by Yonkers down the inside initially. They managed to keep it move on track then, but the second bit of contact, just perhaps the worn tyres as well, not helping. And that's sent Malinga spinning around. Very well avoided by Durkop. I must say, could have easily ended up being a much bigger crash for them, but that's brought Durkop back into play with Apostel and Yonkers as well. So Durkop and Whitehead, who not so long ago were looking quite a long way back, 7th and 8th place, not really looking like they were having the most fun. All of a sudden, they're finding themselves properly in with a fight for the podium here. But while that's happening, the two leaders just escaping up the field. The gap now 6.5 seconds, near enough, between the 38 Lamborghini and the number 1 BMW.
Yeah, that's it. A big gap ahead, like you said. 3 seconds to the good for Tinko van der Velde. 3.5 seconds to the good from Hutchinson to Apostel. So, the top two just breaking away now. And that's where they really need to get their lap drilled in as we see the clouds rolling in. Screen's got a little bit darker than it was just a couple of laps ago. Headlights looking a lot more kind of bright on the cars than they were. And, of course, cloudy currently. Cloudy for the next 10 minutes. And then rain still dooming in 30. As Florian Durkov, you just said it there, sorry Luke, being brought back into contention now right up behind Marco Jonkers in the Unicorns of Love X-Pulse Simsport car, and Whitehead still just about lurking in the background, just struggling to keep kind of ground with these lead kind of guys ahead of him, but yeah, Florian Durkov definitely going to be eager to make a move, possibly going to use the straight. We did see the straight line of the Ferrari look very good earlier on when we saw Honzik battling with Kladke down into the straight as they round now turns 6 and 7. Who is going to get the better run out of the two? Of course, Jonkers does have a little bit of tow from his teammate ahead. Sebastian Apostel is just about probably within slipstream range, although Durkop is more than in the range of the M4 ahead of him, of Marco Jonkers, and just behind Luke Whitehead. If this all kind of goes wrong, Whitehead could, of course, make up 2 very easy positions and kind of make his way forward towards the front. But Malinga, interestingly, still with the fastest lap of the race. Said it very early on, and nobody has beaten it yet.
Well, it's very interesting to see that Malinga's lap hasn't been beaten yet, because of course they are now in the Symphony of Pistons car that's just crawling around the field with the low tyres. That being said though, I mean, everyone's tyres are experiencing tyre wear to a certain extent, so even though the fuel load's getting a lot lighter at this point in time, the tyres are wearing down, and that of course is going to be pulling down those lap times slightly as well. We're going to have a glorious replay here of a group of cars. You can see the 296 heading the field at the front there, and I believe that's the 877 there, looking down towards the inside, going for a nice move down along the inside of the right-hander there, and then you can see another car coming through as well. So the 296 car just losing out to both the number 56 and the 922, I believe that was. So going a little bit backwards they are at this point in the race. But yeah, go back to what you were saying, John. It's everyone's tyres are starting to wear out a little bit at this point. Yes, the fuel load's getting lighter, but with low tyre wear, it's definitely not ideal for them to be setting any fast laps. That being said though, if they do opt into a fresh set of tyres in their next pit stop before the rain, that is when we'll most likely see a couple of fast laps of this race coming in as well. And it wouldn't surprise me if it went the way of BMW yet again, because at the beginning of their stints, those BMWs look very, very powerful. Speaking of pit stops, Harley Chamberlain right now into the pits for the number 81 BMW, and I think this is the right call here.
Yeah, I think this is the right call for the BMW guys, especially as we saw the leaders struggling on their tyres. And, you know, if you've not looked after your tyres and you're that little bit further down the field, they are going to be absolutely ruined now. And, of course, rain's still looming in 30. It's not going to be exactly 30 minutes before you need to be on wet. So you certainly got a good 30 to 40 minutes to play with, as we saw there behind Florian Durkov getting a extra position on Jonkers' BMW. And now this frees him onto the back of Sebastian Apostle. Meanwhile, Luke Whitehead is kind of closed up the little bit of a gap that he did have with Jonkers as well, down to 0.4 on the Porsche to the BMW. Robin Schaefer, I think, has just found a way. Ren Velton has just found a way past Low Fuel Motorsports, I believe. So that now puts him into the trap of Renault Ritchie behind for the Visceral Esports Azatec car, just behind there that we saw. We had a good run from them in round one. The Azatec car unfortunately found the wall a few times at Watkins Glen due to the bouncy nature of the rear end of the Ferrari, although Paul Ricard here, relatively flat track, so hopefully no bouncing issues today. And we did speak to Samir Foch after the event, who nicknamed it, rather than a prancing horse, it's more of a bouncing donkey. So fingers crossed that the 296 upgrade doesn't have the same issue as the 488 has, and that's maybe a much more stable platform. So we could see Ferraris looking very competitive come the next round of the season. Of course, prancing horses all the way up and down the field, so a good few cars eligible for upgrades. And I'm not sure your guys' thoughts, but I know we spoke to Valentin Barrier, and he said if the cars are worth the upgrade, then of course they will be taking them. But if they're worse than their counterparts, then what's the point? Essentially, was more the conversation that we had.
And it's also making sure you've got enough time to get used to the car before the next race as well, because even if it is, it might be outright faster, is it more consistent? Is it a bit more of a drivable car? Chances are they are going to, just have that tiny little bit more pace, but you never know whether it's going to give you the same consistency. What's good for one driver, not necessarily going to be good for the other, as it looked as though for a second there, Whitehead was going to be good for a move down the inside of Yonkers, but in the end, deciding just to back out of this one. We are just seeing the odd more car trickle in towards the pit lane. That's for number 49 car now, making their way down pit road for their first stop of the race, the Burst Esport car. We are now at that point, pretty much bang on the hour mark, where we'll be seeing more and more cars heading into the pits.
Yeah, near enough. Bang on the hour mark is in fact where we are. And of course, with the driver's timer being 65 minutes, of course, most cars in ACC can reach the 65 minutes on fueling. We will probably start seeing a few more cars trickle down the pit lane, although nobody from the top 7 or so has found their way down yet. Just Burst Esports at the back, as you said there. Petrol Brothers nearly making a move on HC Dizzy there, but nothing to be had. Dizzy does go through indeed for the Yeet Esports car into turn 11. Of course, the BMW leaning on the front left Pirelli. It's going to be screaming out in pain at these really hot track temperatures of 36 degrees C. And as we tick past the hour mark, of course, us here up in the broadcast, we are not machines, we are only human, and we do need a little bit of a break. So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck you on board with a Moser Racing cockpit cam. We're going to find a driver in the field that looks a little bit spicy for some viewing. We're going to step away for 5 minutes. We're going to regain ourselves, get some hydration and all that good stuff, and then back with you in the broadcast within the next 5 minutes or so. So don't go anywhere. We'll leave you with the Ferrari of Florian Durkov, just behind Sebastian Apostle, fighting for third position. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today, it's of course round 2 at Paul Ricard. You join us just under 23 hours to go, and still there are fights going on with Kramer and Renvelten on your screen there. Renvelten making a move stick through turn 1 and 2. And of course, the pit cycle has kind of just gone through, is about to go through, and very much the same at the top of the field. We've got Tinko van der Velde still leading Hutchinson, still leading from Apostle, Durkop and Whitehead. Marco Jonkers down into P6 along with Malinga in P7. So 2 drivers there missing out on the pit stops. Whitehead definitely gaining some in the Porsche. So the Veloce boys probably practicing a lot on their times as well. And look to the top, gentlemen. We have rain in 10 minutes. We have rain increasing in 30 minutes time. Track temperature is down 1 degree from 36 to 35. Air temperature still remains 38. It is about to get very spicy indeed.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few cars, I think, slipping and sliding over the tracks. Pit stops all seem relatively quick, so we'll wait and see if anyone has taken fresh tyres, how much fuel they've put in, of course, to try and predict, which is a bit of a brave move to do, but to try and predict what is going to happen with the weather. In the front of the field, I think big gainers in the pit stops. Obviously, our race leader at the moment. I mean, Tinko van der Velde in that Williams Esports car has now got a 9-second lead over Hutchinson, who just seems to have dropped further back. It looks as though Apostle, again, has just picked up the pace in that pit stop period, and Whitehead obviously gaining on Jonkers as well and gaining that position to the Porsche, the Veloci team, up into the top 5. See here Ryan Cooper on board with the Porsche Spinala Ferrari. As you said, John, very confusing seeing that Ferrari with a Porsche team name, but able to comfortably make that move work. Yeah, it's going to get very interesting. Who's going to brave it out? How long are people going to want to stay out there on the circuit? Lap time around here, in and around 1 minute 54, 1 minute 55 range. A driver's going to want to hang out that one extra lap, knowing that if they get it wrong, it could be absolutely torrential rain by the end of the circuit, and they're going to be effectively driving on ice. We'll wait and see. Someone else who looks to have gained quite a bit the pit stop period, but number 71 that we're on board with at the moment, Tim Peachburn. Not so long ago, not long before the break, he was fighting for 20th position. All of a sudden, right on the back of a 977 14th.
Definitely so. A lot of battles still going on, even with the pit stops. Of course, a few pit timings being adjusted around. Just looking down the broadcasting tool we use, it looks like a lot of fairly fast stops for some drivers. Most of them in the kind of mid 40 seconds. Roughly measures from pit in to pit out, so do take it with a pinch of salt. It's not precise to the kind of second, should we say. Drivers that did take tyres, looking like Hladky. Matthias Hladky for the Team Shazoo Racing Team. Just tuned in briefly to George Boothby's stream, UK OG on Twitch for his POV, and they've noticed that Ferrari is on wet tyres already. And let's bear in mind the track temperature is 35 degrees C. Those Pirellis are going to be slicks by the time the rain comes down. They're going to be hemorrhaging time across the next kind of 10-20 minutes or so before the heavens open, and possibly not a very smart move from those guys. But the majority of the field looks like hasn't taken tyres all the way down from P1. The first driver you see with a kind of lengthier pit stop time is Hladky down in P20, so the top 20 kind of electing to stay maybe on the same tyres, just chucking a little bit of fuel and wait for the heavens to open.
Just checking with lap time there, Hladky lost about 5 seconds a lap to the cars around them. In the next couple of laps, that's basically almost his length for the full pit stop that they're going to be losing to the other cars. If this was Formula 1, I'd be calling this a very Ferrari strategy at the moment from the Shazoo team. It's just not worked out whatsoever. You can see there, Rule making mincemeat of the Shazoo car. Now all of a sudden the next one coming through as well. Pisano's going to make it work. But that does look from that camera angle as though the rain is starting to fall. So maybe a saving grace for Shazoo.
That's it, rain coming down, wipers on the go on every car now, and of course it's going to be raining for the next 10 minutes, getting heavier in the next 30, and here we go, Stewart's decision for an incident involving the number 100 SOP Racing and car number 1, lap 27, turn 1, no further action on that one, deemed moving in the braking zone, so nothing to be held out there, and we're now going to start seeing the track go very fast. Look at it, it's already gone from optimum all the way down to greasy, and it's going to turn damp before we know. I think this rain is quite heavy. We see Jonkers and Whitehead here locked together. It's kind of going to be the first who is going to blink, who is going to stop for those tyres, and Williams 10 seconds to the good. They've gone past the pit lane already, and Hutchinson also passed, I believe, with them as well. So none of your top kind of 3 or 4 blinking just yet, and you know, the rain is coming down, but how long will it stay greasy for? That is the question.
Yeah, just looking at some of the lap times there, Van der Velde did a 1:56 last lap. In the dries, we're sort of on the 1:54, 1:55, so not losing too much time at the moment. But yeah, I can only imagine at this rate, 2 or 3 more laps, I think we'll be seeing cars come into the pits.
Absolutely. I think it's very soon to see cars pitting into the pits. There we saw some of the front runners just driving past the pit lane at the front of the field, and again, a lot of these cars as well, just not opting to pit just yet, want to hold it out that little bit longer on the dry tyres. Of course, those that did take a fresh set of dries can hold out a bit more than those that didn't. Apparently though, looking across the pit stop times, I think most of the people up the front of the field going all the way down to P17, it looks like, did not take a fresh set of dry tyres, so they will need to pit slightly earlier than some of the others. That being said, I think for Hladky, this is an ideal situation. The Team Shizhou, obviously, it was pointed out that they were already on the wet tyres. They're just yielding a position there to the number 9 as well. But it was pointed out that they are already on the wet tyres. And I was quite concerned when you said that, John, to be honest. It was very early. The track temperature was up at 36 degrees still. Basically, by the time the rain actually started, it looked like there was going to be no rubber left on those tyres. They'd just be driving around on the inner metal bit. But luckily for them, the rain has started, and although the track's not got to that point yet where the wet tyres are optimum, it's starting to kick in, and those tyres won't be picking up as much heat as they would if the track was still hot and dry.
Race leader into the pits.
Yeah, Tinker Van der Velde into the lane, well spotted there, Luke, as he comes down now for the Williams esports team. That's going to probably bring a wave of people in behind him. A lot of the time you see the leader pit and you think, well, that's a great idea, let's go, and so be it. John Lacey esports down the lane, West Competition Racing also down the lane. Florian, is that Florian Durkop in the background? I don't believe. Yes, it is Durkop in the back. Yep, Unicorns of Love. And the Pulse Sim Sport brings Jonkers, Whitehead, Malinga, Honzik, everybody trailing into the pit lane. And we now see a Stewart's decision involving the 121 Armamentario car and the 22 of the Look J Motorsport in lap 32, turn 10. No further action, deemed as reckless driving. So Stewart's kind of being quite calm on that one. And as the track flicks to damp, and you look to the top right hand side of your screen, that is normally when the wet tyres kind of become optimum, should we say. They put out more grip than the dries. We see there the GNR car there go very wide indeed, allowing the Spaghetti racing car through up the inside there, 3 positions up on their starting place. But yeah, you're going to see everybody coming down pit lane now. Pit lane looking very, very busy out of the commentary box window.
Yeah, most of the cars coming in. Peachman actually decided to stay out there on the circuit, so the Van Velten's car now leading this, well, effectively leading this race, so not bad for him to be doing that at the moment. Interesting that most of the field decided to come in the pits, but yeah, them deciding to stay out. We'll wait and see whether that's the best thing to do. Like you said, damp conditions is normally that crossover point here on ACC where drivers are going to be wanting to come in for a set of the wet tyres. Wait and see how it all pays off. We're only 10-15 minutes after, of course, the initial pit stop period, so maybe if any of the cars did put a bit less fuel in, they might have a bit of a longer pit stop this time around. And I think also we may have had a driver change as well. Well, in all of that, it was the lead car, the Williams esports car they've got. Van der Velde is now out of that, and it is now Wojtek Fiala driving the number 5. Bit of a baptism of fire, getting used to the car in very changeable track conditions.
Yeah, not one I would want to do personally. Of course, when you're thrown into these mixed conditions, it's very tricky to try and find your feet. Of course, very certainly where your grip is in the dry, in the wet. If you've not done a lot of practice, this is going to be a learning curve for Fiala in this one. He comes out, of course, in P2 provisionally. Peichmann in the Renvelten car, of course, still leading, yet to make a pit stop. But this man here, Kladke, of course, we were kind of criticising the choice of wets that early on, should we say, for the Team Shizuka, but clearly it's worked because they're now up into P5. Marco Malinga down in P12. Tatsvina Hacker just ahead of him as well in the Pulse Sim Sport car. Valentin Barrier has jumped these guys as well. So a lot of movers up the top end of the field, and Kladke has really pulled off a move. I'm not sure how good those Pirellis are going to last. The track has now been deemed fully wet, so if you are out on dry tyres now, it is not going to be fun at all. But rain getting heavier for the next 10 and the next 30. So if you've set your car up for the wet conditions, this is where you're going to start seeing a lot of cars making up positions. So keep your eye on your fan favourites to see what they're doing as the GSE racing car comes under pressure now down the Mistral Straight, side by side with the number 9, I believe, the 777 and the 9 going toe-to-toe here. Still remains on the inside line, the GSE car. Very brave move around the outside for the 777, especially in wet conditions. Not sure I'd want to try that one, but somehow made it stick, kept it the right side of the anti-cut cones, and up into P31 goes the 777.
A very daring move there to do in the wet weather. Of course, you expect to see the racing calm down a little bit for now, as drivers just tend to ease the car into the rain a little bit, make sure that you can handle these conditions before going for anything a bit more rash. Of course, wet weather, it means that you've got to brake that little bit early going to corners. You can't be as harsh on the brakes as well, and all of this to prevent the risk of spinning out. Here's the Wild Things racing driver, Ben Langford, just got in the car for the number 26, and they're just navigating around the wet track as well. Currently stuck behind Robin Schaefer, driver that I'm sure a lot of people are accustomed to for the low fuel motorsport team, the number 255 low fuel motorsport team that is in Langford. Just find himself stuck behind, sort of being swallowed up by the number 77 Mercedes as well on the straight as they go through. And I'm wondering here, they're not looking very feisty in that number 26 car. It looks like they're lacking quite a lot of speed coming around the corners. Now on the straight, it's definitely holding its own here as we're watching from the splitter of the Renwelton eSports driver Peichmann, but going almost right into the back of the number 26 there of Ben Langford, giving him a bit of a shove. And that number 26 is not looking very fast in a straight line. It's also not looking very good in the corners either.
Yeah, we saw Patrick Sodicat in the kind of start of the race, should we say, go backwards in the Wild Things racing car. Not looking too strong at the start there, but Ben Langford now in the car. Hopefully, round one had some hardware issues, but I believe he's now made the switch to some Fanatec gear. So fingers crossed that has solved his issues. And Ben Langford, age 20, so very young driver. Again, lots of young drivers in the field. Managed to get himself into sim racing from having an accident in karting that prevented himself ever setting foot in a car again. And speaking of accidents, Curse right there gets tagged around by the Mercedes, and sideways he goes and manages to keep it kind of on the track as we see a glorious replay now. Let's just have a look here from the perspective, kind of the Renvelten car kind of shoehorned open the door for the Xenon racing car, and got a much better drive off the corner into turn 12, or out turn 12 into 13 down to 14. Sized up the inside, managed to kind of fire it up the inside. Ben Langford going a little bit wide and tried to kind of cut back to get the ideal line through the final turn, and there was a snout of a Mercedes on the inside, and unfortunately turned around the Wild Things racing team, but gets it going again. Not a massive amount of time lost, no real significant damage, shall we say, on the BMW, so fingers crossed he can make up some more ground. But unfortunately, having an accident in real life karting forced his hand to sim racing. So, even though you think you're kind of down on your luck, there is always, something at the end of the tunnel for you to get your teeth stuck into next. And, you don't have to be from any particular background to get involved in sim racing. All you need is a computer. You don't even need a wheel these days. I've seen somebody on LFM, Kargulu, mouse and keyboard driver, managed to get into the gold category on mouse and keyboard. So, you know, even if you don't have a wheel, you can still be very, very competitive indeed. So, you know, get stuck into it and see if it's the thing for you. And of course, Low Fuel Motorsport hosting this event and many others over on their website for you guys to get involved in. But Racing Point now up the inside of the Aztec Visceral car and brings through as well the Kramer Esports car as Miguel Renault Ritchie got a big armful of opposite lock through turn 11. We said it earlier on the broadcast, the outside of 11 is very slippery, and it seems to be very slippery in the wet as well. Of course, the cabin nature of the road would mean it's almost like a river running down from the top edge as Noah Ida now faces the inside of the Racing Point car. Has the inside for this turn, although will be on the outside for the last turn and can't quite make it stick alongside and drops back into single file. But the Porsche looking very good in the wet, of course, with the engine over the rear axle is going to provide for some great traction coming out the corners.
Yeah, just getting a bit of a replay here, and I think that is the number 4 cars managed to work their way past Hladky, so we're just waiting to see what's going to happen with this one. Hladky obviously having that earlier pit stop, maybe already the best has been taken out of those Team Suzu's wet tyres, and as the rain seems to be getting quite a lot worse, I think if we're being honest at the moment, we're expecting it to get worse for the next 30 minutes. We've seen Ritchie nearly get caught out by the Ferrari there. See whether Hladky starts to have any trouble and whether that's Suzu just going out on the dry tyre, or on the wet tyres when it was dry. Had a short-term gain, got themselves up into the top 5. See if there's any long-term pain to be associated with that. Out at the front of the field, though, Fiala's sort of settled in pretty well in that number 5 Audi at the moment for the Williams team. 10.8 seconds now, the lead at the front.
Absolutely, yeah, excellent performance from Fiala, of course, jumping into the car. Just as the rain came down, kind of went out onto the circuit. It was a completely different ball game, as we see a little bit of a slide there from Valentin Barrier up the inside of one of the Yi Esports BMWs, goes into P8, swatches places. Valentin Barrier's car, the Yas Heat, now up 4 positions on their starting grid, and down 4 positions, Marco Jonker, but looking to make it down 3 positions if he can get past Hladky here. And I think, like you said there, Luke, I think the best of those Pirelli wets have been taken out of the Ferrari very early on. Of course, the track being super hot. It was 35, 36 degrees when those Pirellis went on. And of course, that's something you don't really want to be putting on that early in the kind of, you know, before the rain has even come. You've got no standing water to cool them down. You're on pure hot track, and you're just eroding all the wet blocks away from the surface of that tyre. And it looks like Jonkers is alongside. You've got Ferrari somewhere to your right-hand side. Be careful not to outbrake yourself. And in the mirror there, we see Hladky go for the kind of undercut, getting a much better run through turn 2, although Jonkers parking the BMW perfectly on the apex to kind of block the Ferrari, getting a run down into turn 3. And Jonkers now up into P6. Hladky down into P7. No, sorry, P5, not P6 on that one. Live timing being a little bit glitchy on my end, but that now frees Jonkers to now essentially get to the back of Florian Durkop. 3 seconds up the road to the good, so keep an eye on that one. And this car here had a big spin at the beginning. I think they were down in P40 or, you know, somewhere down the bottom half of the field, and they're now up in P28. So, you know, endurance proves that even though you're down on your luck at the beginning, you can still make gains back. And they now find themselves in a fight for what is essentially 27th and 26th if you take the Aston just up the road into contention. But they are now coming under pressure from the BMW behind. Goes defensive into turn 1. Got to cover off the inside of 1. Careful not to run up the back of the Mercedes. Got to block the run from the BMW through 2, or it's going to do exactly this. Gets a much better run alongside, and through goes the BMW of Teak again into turn 3. And that is the move we were talking about so much in the pre-show. You know, you hamper yourself through 2, and all of a sudden by 3 you've lost the position already.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Team It's just that sort of smart driving that you need, lining up the move. A couple of corners ahead of yourself. Hladky now really started to struggle. Yonkers went through. Malinovsky taken over in the Porsche. He's managed to make that move, as well as championship leaders finding themselves a little bit of fun at the moment. P9, 4 places gained for Felix Savinsva Hacker in the Pulse Sim Sport car at the moment, coming under all sorts of pressure from Sharda in the Yeet car. So we'll see whether there's going to be any possible move here from that BMW. We know from early on they were a bit harder on their tyres. Will the cooler conditions just help the BMW drivers out at the moment? The amount of standing water at some parts of the circuit we already saw coming through turn number 11 earlier on just how much trouble Richie had as soon as we went offline. The opportunities for overtaking possibly are going to get a little bit less. So we might be in a bit of a phase where drivers decide just to take it that little bit more sensible. I'm not sure around the outside into turn number 10 would be sensible in those conditions. And the number 256 Ferrari there of Hart Kemper in the low fuel multisport car clearly agreeing with me.
Absolutely, like you said, the conditions getting much worse now on track, and if you look up the top to the right hand side of your screen, you can see that they're only going to get worse over the next 10 minutes, and then in 30 minutes time as well. It's going to be a very wet track here at France, and with that it's going to make overtaking a whole lot more harder. You're going to get punished a lot more if you touch the curbs as well, so you want to avoid doing that too. And all of these drivers now just going to be looking to give everyone a little bit of space. Well, on your screens is the Veloce Esports driver Malnowski, who I was going to mention earlier is no surprise to be getting in that number 75 Porsche right now. Of course, those of you at home probably know Malnowski quite well, a teammate of George Boothby's in the Veloce Esports car, who go back quite a way with each other in racing. And one thing that George Boothby has said about Malnowski is that they are really good at driving in the rain. So it's no surprise that now that the rain has hit, you have Malnowski behind the wheel of that Veloce car, and just behind you can see Jonkers already falling off the back of that Porsche despite only just being taken. I mean, those are the guys to watch now for people that will still go for overtakes in the rain. I can be sure that Malnowski is going to continue to push no matter the conditions.
Yeah, Rainmaster now in the car, so all eyes to the Veloce car now. 3 seconds to the good on Durkop is his next position to be taken on that one. As BF Racing still making up positions here, now have made up 8 positions in total. Remember, there is a bonus €100 on the line for the team that make up the most positions in the race, so everything to play for on that one. Even if you think you're down in your luck and you're way out of contention on the prize money, there is still a chance to earn something rather than nothing. And of course, alongside that goes €100 for the fastest qualifying lap, which of course went to West Competition Racing for this round. And last round, of course, the Italian job, Honda NSX took the bonus €100 for that one. As we see now, Miguel Renault Ricci way off somewhere in the French countryside. Not sure what's happened here. As we see a replay, we got the 255 low fuel motorsports car behind him coming out of the last turn. Is Renault Ricci, I believe Robin Schaefer behind as we watch the diffuser cam as we come down into the turn 1 braking zone, goes to the inside, has the overlap, stands on the brakes and a little bit of a rub, and Renault Ricci goes to stage exit driver's right, nearly ends up on the back straight by the looks of it with a gap in the wall, and manages to navigate his way back on. But those Pirellis are going to be horribly flat spotted. Some of the tread blocks definitely worn down on that one, and the Azatec Visceral Esports car not having the best of days once again.
Yeah, it just sort of looked as though the two cars just drifted in towards one there, and a bit of an unfortunate contact, very small indeed. But in these conditions, any type of contact is going to be disastrous. And I'm afraid, gentlemen, it's been a fantastic race so far, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you as we've got Hull here trying to get alongside Langford, who's been having a few problems earlier on after that earlier spin. Looks like he should just be able to defend that position. I'm going to have to leave you with the racing starting to get very exciting indeed.
Yeah, as soon as the racing gets excited, of course, Luke Etheridge has to leave the booth due to some real-life commitments. But it's been great working briefly with you for the beginning of this race, and hopefully we'll catch each other another time on another VEM broadcast. So Luke will leave you with myself, John Dalton, and Tim Peck alongside me as the racing just gets a little bit hotter, as the Vasson car is now looking to take a position away from Ben Langford, although nothing to be had into the latter half of the race. Hopefully we're not going to see a mirror accident of what happened earlier with Ben Langford into the last corner, where he runs himself a little bit deep in this one. It kind of opens the door on the left-hand side, and Oscar Huell there firing up the inside into the last corner. Got to get it stopped over the curb. Langford goes for the switchback, but just not enough drive off the corner for that BMW, Tim.
No, not quite there yet, but you can see in the straight line that BMW already lurking right behind yet again, looking towards the outside now. We're watching from the rear view of the Vassen Motorsports driver Oscar Hall, and just doesn't seem to be a way for Langford to find a way through right now in that number 26. Just couldn't get anything out of that Wild Things Racing BMW. And continuing to watch this fight, this is what we were talking about earlier, John, is that in the rain, all of those opportunities that we were talking about to overtake on the track, they close up. Some of them are just impossible to do now. Some of them, it's still possible to get an overtake off in those positions. It's just a lot less likely to be able to do, and you really do have to get a good run out of a corner or a daring move into a corner as well in order to pull off an overtake here. So for the next part of the race, as the rain continues to pour and gets heavier and heavier across the next 30 minutes, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of daring moves out of these cars if they feel like they've got more pace than the car ahead of them.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well with endurance. You know, you got to put your best drive in. We were speaking earlier about obviously Malinowski being the kind of chosen wet driver, should we say, for Veloce. But you know, how much practice have these guys done in really wet conditions? You know, some drivers will only practice for slightly damp to wet. Some drivers will practice, you know, extreme amounts of wet, from wet to flooded on the track status. But you know, rain's still getting heavier in the next 10 to 30 minutes. No change on the forecast. We might even see a flooded track here at Paul Ricard, which is going to create some massive puddles of standing water. So you know, if you go for a move, we see a big drift there from Edouard Vines of the home of sim racing esports, very well held through turn 10. Maybe a little bit of a dirty air kind of wash through behind the other Aston Martin. But you know, who in your team has done the wet driving? How long do you want to put them in for? You know, how many hours of wet driving do you have? This is the wonderful thing, of course, about sim racing. You do have an infinite amount of goes in every single condition. So if you're sat there now, say for example as a teammate of Williams, and you've not done your wet practice, and the server is now suddenly gone to wet to flooded, you can fire up an offline practice session with similar conditions and start lapping and really find your feet and learn where the standing water, learn where the puddles are offline, learn where you can make those moves stick and where you can't. Whereas in real life, you can't do that. If it's not that condition at the circuit you're at, and you've only got one car for your team, you can't get in and start practicing if your other driver is already out in the car. So you know, it's a glorious thing about sim racing. It does lead to this kind of very daring, carefree nature, should we say, of a lot of drivers and driving styles, where they know exactly where they can position the car and where they can really make those moves stick.
Absolutely. Speaking of daring moves, the Pulse Simsport driver Felix Hacker just made a move around the outside of the Yas Heat, driven by Valentin Barry at the time. And yeah, it's like you said, in these conditions you can just go in and practice really quickly. If maybe you're not so comfortable, maybe you didn't know that the rain was going to be pouring down like this, you can pop into a offline practice session, just have a quick practice at driving in these conditions. And I agree, I think it's one of the beautiful parts of sim racing, in that you can just at all times be ready to practice something new. That being said though, I know, talking to some of the drivers before the race even started, many of them were expecting this kind of weather throughout the race. A lot of them have been saying that the practice conditions on the server was very wet weather as well. So I imagine most drivers going into today were expecting this sort of weather and will be attuned to it. That being said, we mentioned earlier Malinowski, a driver that is very attuned to wet weather. Their teammate George Boothby says that whenever the rain is coming down, they're happy to put Malinowski in the car. I imagine there is a lot of teams with drivers like that right now, where they just go, okay, you guys are good at driving in the wet. We're going to make it so that if it's raining on track, we're likely to call you into the car, so just be ready for that. And of course, with now 4 to 6 drivers on every team for the 24 hours, you have a whole roster of people that you can call into the car at any time and take over from the wheel. So I imagine right now you have got the lineup of all of the best wet weather drivers in every team in the car. Of course, that's may not be the case. Sometimes people have other commitments, so they can't be constantly here for the whole 24 hours. And oh no, what's happened here? The Armentario Racing team gone for another spin off the side of the track there. We're going to get a glorious instant replay to see exactly what happened. Looks like another car involved, the number 9 just ahead of them. That would be the GSE Racing by ACI team. And we're going to see, I believe there may have been contact here between the two cars. There's the Armamentario, the 1-2-1 just behind them, and actually no contact at all, just losing grip, going a little bit too far to the outside there, facing the wrong way, but are able to recover onto the track fairly quickly. And it's like we were saying earlier, John, you have to be careful in these conditions. Those curbs are going to get a lot slipperier, and if you're not on the racing line, you could see your car going for a spin quite quickly by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like any painted surface in the wet for, any experienced driver watching at home, just don't even go there. Don't even entertain it unless it's a slight kiss over the curb like we see with the Pulse Simsport car on the inside there of the Team Shazoo out of the last corner. Ferrari side by side, and then Valentin Barrier has to pick a side. Where is he going to go? Will he go to the inside? Will he go to the outside? Elects the outside, although then kind of darts in the middle and nearly a little bit of a bump draft, allows the drivers to brake super late. Gladkey almost outbrakes himself. I think he has. He's on the inside though for turn 2, but meanwhile Barrier says thank you very much. I'm coming up the inside between turns 2 and 3, and I'm going to give myself the inside line for 3 as well. So now Tatsvina Hacker is going to have to go defensive into turn 3 and 4. Just about has the overlap on the outside to make it stick. Gladkey down 2 positions, Barrier up another 1, and Tatsvina Hacker into P7. But now we see the train forming behind. Look who we've got. We've got the Yeet Esports car of Marco Schneid, and we also have Marco Molina behind as well for the Symphony of Pistons car, a car that was up inside the top 5 but now finds itself way out of contention since the kind of spin it had and the wet weather coming in as well with the multiple pit stops. And just want to touch on your point earlier on the Armamentario Ferrari spin. If memory serves me correctly, stand me if I'm wrong here in the chat, anyone, I think there is a nasty puddle that runs across the turn between 13 and 14. I think it's a nasty stream of water, very similar to what you get in Spa on the inside of the Kemmel Straight, just after the pit exit. And a flash of the lights there from Tatsvina Hacker, possibly not happy with Barrier's move there, but made it stick nonetheless. And Gladkey now down behind the Yeet Esports car. So see the bucket load of understeer it got into turn 11 there, allowed the inside open for the Symphony of Pistons BMW to go through as well. So the Team Shazoo car by GT Omega just slipping down the order. And I think Luke Etheridge was right. I think he has taken out the best of the tyres as soon as they went on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great call from them in terms of gaining positions. Of course, they got all the way up to P5 from 20th in that car. And oh no, it looks like, was that the Symphony of Pistons car? It was the Symphony of Pistons Esports Racing team there, facing the wrong way, coming out through the final few corners there. And we'll see just what happened in this glorious replay here. I don't think there was contact. It may just be that they spun out on their own accord yet again, maybe hitting a standing puddle of water. You can see just behind is Gladkey looming in the car there, and here's a Symphony of Pistons coming out the final corner. Yeah, again, same spot as last time, just hit that standing puddle of water, and almost a mirror image of the Armamentario car facing the wrong way there. But yeah, going back to what we were talking about with Mateusz Gladkey in that 2-1-1 for Team Shazoo. I think it was a great call, to be honest, at the beginning to get them up a good couple of places all the way up into P5 there. However, being on the hot sunny weather for that long burnt through the tyres very, very quickly. And honestly, I'd say they probably should have pitted again maybe 10 or so minutes ago, because now they are just going backwards, and they're going backwards fast. That car does not look comfortable at all on the track anymore.
No, definitely not. And a brief yellow flag there flashed up for the number 1 West Competition racing car. Not sure what happened to them, although briefly went yellow on the time board, then immediately went away again. So keep your eye on that one. BF Racing down the lane again. Not sure what this one is for. They did pit a fairly sensible time for their wet tyres, I believe. I don't think they were one of the early adopters of the wets like the Team Shazoo car was. So yeah, not sure why they are down the lane, but of course they are going to be losing positions all the time. They are stationary. And I believe in the wings at the moment, a new addition to the broadcast this time around, the kind team of LFM have been making some highlight reels for us. So if you are joining at any point during the stream, we should have a nice highlight reel for you, which we shall go to now as we have side-by-side pictures, very luckily, so we can still see the action on the right-hand side, but the left-hand side is how the race started, nearly 3 wide into turn 1. West Competition Racing went like a scolded cat. Marco Jonkers managed to kind of act as a rear gunner shall we say, to the charging Sebastian Apostle. Managed to build up a very early lead indeed. Symphony of Pistons kind of remained stationed, nearly got muscled out by the Jean Alesi Lamborghini, and that took Veloce all the way forward with them as cars fanned out 2-3 wide into the tightest point of the circuit before beginning the run out onto the main straight. And as we look to the right-hand side, I believe we have a few issues, possibly with the highlight reel not quite working properly as we cast away to the action live now. But yes, charging Sebastian Apostle, great start. Number 1 car now down in P3. Williams, although struggled quite hard at the early days to try and find a way past the BMWs in a straight line. Very fast cars indeed at Paul Ricard. Did find their way through, and a yellow flag briefly there again flashed up for Fiala. So not sure what happened there. White flag on him at the moment. So I'm wondering if these drivers are finding the limits, and he's hemorrhaging time to Hutchinson. Hutchinson now a white car, as well as Juventus there flashes into yellow. So not sure what's happening with the standings on the left-hand side, but certainly a lot of flags being chucked around the place, possibly drivers catching standing water where they are not. I'm being told there's no issue with the highlight reel. It's just extremely short. So next time we run that, we know there will be no more highlight reel after the turn 7, should we say. As Ren Velton now on the Racing Point car comes out of the slipstream. We know Ren Velton been very quick in a straight line in that Ferrari. So I wonder if they're just running a very low level of aero, as we see all the time loads of white flashing up, and white normally indicates a very slow car on track. So I think that's just kind of a glitch, shall we say, on the timing board. Maybe the timing board not expecting drivers to be driving this slow around such a fast nature track. You see there Tim Peichman with a white flag to him, but you can clearly see he is going racing speed and in a straight line. So if anything does pop up that's out of the ordinary, I'm sure we will catch it. But yeah, it's kind of not dying down in a sense, I would say now. It's kind of reaching the point where everybody's kind of found their feet now on the wet tyres. Drivers have found their space that they're happy in, and they are just kind of churning the laps through just to try and make ground on everybody. Valentin Barrier still on the back of Tatsvina Hacker. Can't find a way past the Pulse Simsport Ferrari yet. And we said earlier, Tim, it's very hard when everybody is in the same machinery as you.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very hard when everyone's in the same machinery as you. We're watching now as the Pulse Esports team comes under pressure here down the inside. We're watching the cockpit cam from the Yas Heat car. Valentin Barrier behind the wheel of this one. Slight tap between the two of them, but both stay on the track. And now Barrier looking towards the left-hand side of the corner, now coming through. Still very close to the rear of the number 52, but not quite able to find a way through just yet, but coming now onto the start, not the start finish. So this is the back straight, the really long one as well. Can the Yas Heat car do anything here? They're a little bit far back for now, and they need to get that move done soon, because I believe, John, the white flags that we keep seeing appearing, I think it's happening right at the end of this straight. Once they come up to turn 10 is when the white flag seems to be appearing on every single car right now. So a lot of cars going maybe a little bit slower than the game expects them to through there. And you can see now the Yas Heat car trying to come along the Pulse Esports car right now. Not able to get fully alongside them before the turn, and you can see just ducking behind for now. Both cars trying to keep it as much on the track as possible, because usually on the turn 10 there you can go quite wide off the left hand side. I believe the limit is where the little cardboard, it's like a white with a red cross through it. There's 3 cardboard cutouts there at the side of the road, and I think that is the limits on that part. You can see now as the cars come through there on the right hand side, but not the same in the wet weather. If you go that far out, you could go for a little spin and a trip into the French countryside, as the Unicorns of Love driver having to rejoin the track here. We're going to get a glorious replay and see what happened with them. And you know what, John? I'm going to call it now. I think they hit a puddle of standing water between turns 13 and 14 and just lost the car on their own.
I'm going to call a mirror image of Symphony of Pistons and Armamentario, and here he goes into the corner, back steps out, big long oversteer moment. Definitely didn't end up as far out as the other two did, but still very, very similar scenarios. And coming back on, nearly takes out Malinowski as well, who's managed to sneak up the inside nearly off there. And as we see now live pictures, we do see Malinowski making up another position on Florian Durkop of the Unicorns of Love X-Pulse Simsport car. So Malinowski now up into P4. And he's now got a good 8 seconds to the good before he catches the West Competition Racing car. And being told that the board on the left apparently is relevant to the dry pace of the cars. So, of course, when somebody goes through a corner and it shows it as being slower than usual, what it's expecting is the fully dry hot lap pace of that car to be going through that corner at that speed, and when it isn't, it chucks up a flag. So all very confusing stuff. Just want to bring your attention, I'm not sure this popped up on our screen at the bottom in race control, but we saw earlier the Wild Things racing car being turned around by the Xenon Racing number 54. So the number 26 and the number 54 came together. Stewards have deemed the number 54 at fault, and they will be given a 10-second time penalty. And if you're wondering what we mean when we say 10-second time penalties, they will be tagged onto the pit stop. So typically a full service in ACC, if you take tyres and fuel, will be 30 seconds. Of course, if you have a 10-second penalty, you will remain stationary for another 10 seconds while the clock counts down. Once you've served the penalty, off you go. And of course, the more time you spend on the pit lane is the less amount of time you spend going around in circles. And of course, the aim of the game with endurance racing is to, of course, churn as many laps as you can. As now Battle of the Germans here, we've got Ren Velten and the Kramer racing car now locked together. Of course, the Porsche with the engine over the rear axle is going to have much better traction out of these slower corners, and you can see there already Noah Eder, a very young driver, 19 years of age, battling with Peichmann for the Ren Velten team. Ren Velten, again, a name that we see a lot in esports. They do field, normally 1 or 2 cars per event that they enter, so great to see their presence still on the grid with the striking livery, of course. And just look at the amount of wiggle they've got coming through turn 10, Tim. It's, if you've set your car up for the dry and you've trimmed all the aero out, it's not going to be a very nice experience come the end of that straight.
It definitely isn't, and that's what I was talking about at the beginning of the race. You asked me what sort of setup do you go for, and I'm going to stick by what I said. I think despite starting in those dry conditions, it was dry for as far as I can see. You do have to take into account this is a 24-hour race. Weather is very variable here in France, and I think it was best just to go for that hybrid setup, because now you see some of the cars that went for that dry setup struggling a little bit. Robin Schaefer there going for a bit of a send down the inside of Shiro in the 179, and they got through very, very quickly. That is the Italian job car behind Robin Schaefer right now, that just they didn't want to put up too much of a fight. And honestly, I think it's a smart decision at this point in time. It's when we were talking about earlier in endurance racing, you have to decide, is the car next to me worth fighting? Are they maybe a bit faster than me? Is it just going to slow us both up if we continue to fight rather than continue our own pace? And I think now when it's raining, that definitely echoes a lot more with these drivers, in that you're going to be losing a lot of time if you fight with someone else. And oh no, the Skill Esports car there going very, very slowly. Let's have a glorious replay and see what has happened to them here. Coming round through the corners comes the number 44, the Skill Esports car. And I don't doubt for a second, from the lack of cars in sight, that this is going to be another case of just hitting a standing puddle of water and spinning the car. And there you can see just losing grip, going towards the outside there, and the car completely throwing the back end out. And Viscero Esports able to rejoin the track before another car passes, but still that is going to cost them quite a bit of time going through the corners there. But yes, going back to what I was saying, John, this point in time, more than any, you need to pick and choose your fights as smart as you can. I think when the weather is pouring down with rain just like this, it's probably best just to not fight the other cars too much. If they're faster than you behind, just let them through and try and stick to them for as long as possible without fighting them, because you really do not want an accident happening in these wet weather conditions. We've seen what's happened without cars being involved already. It's very easy to spin the car. If you put another car into that mix, you can pick up quite a bit of damage, and then you'll be forced back into the pits slightly earlier than you'd want to be.
Yeah, certainly so. I think choosing your battles is the crucial thing of endurance racing. If somebody comes way too fast on the back of you, you do really want to kind of let them go and just say, you know what, on you go. I'm not confident in these conditions. We'll see each other in 20 hours or so when I am. And this is a kind of prime example here with the Italian job car. Just behind, they've got the 41, the white Porsche, as a bump from the Ren Velten car into the back of the Symphony of Pistons BMW. Very well held there, as we see the orange warning triangle flash up to indicate that. And we now see the Luccia Motorsport team driving very slow out of turn 10. We're going to see a glorious replay here. I'm going to hedge my money on coming around a little bit of a wiggle, and then all of a sudden he's kind of sideways into the wall in the inside. Picks up the curb on the inside, comes out through. Oh, that's going to be into the wall nearly, is it? No. Just about kept it out of the wall. I have seen some cars go nose first into that wall at some high speed, and it does cause a big amount of damage, but very well held there by the number 22 Ferrari team. Very well kept out of the wall as well, because that could have been detrimental to their race. And Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ricci, after his spin on the inside, he did have a drive-through penalty next to his name, so not sure if the ACC kind of track limits caught that, as we now see another bump from the Renvelten car on the Symphony of Pistons, guys, and now they drop 2 positions as Kramer makes his way through, but a little bit of a rub with the Porsche sends them sideways as well. Very well held from Noah Ida there up into P14, although that all stemmed from one bump from the Renvelten car, so I'm imagining stewards are going to start looking into that one, so keep your eyes peeled at the bottom of the screen for when that decision comes about. But Symphony of Pistons now down 12 positions, and a little bit of a wiggle there into the last corner, nearly makes its way back out to the exit where it found itself parked sideways just a few laps ago. But stewards going to be very busy in these conditions, I feel, Tim, and I said at the start of the race, and I'll say it again, I certainly wouldn't like to be one right now.
Yeah, I think the stewards are going to have a big job on their hands for the next hour or so whilst the rain continues to pour. It's just one of those things we talked about. The window of opportunity is a lot smaller. The chance of a car getting into an incident is a lot bigger. So the stewards are going to be paying close attention to all the racing that is happening right now. Just going back to the Symphony of Pistons team as well, though, with Marco Malinga behind the wheel. Yes, they have the fastest lap of the race so far. That's why they've got the little pink stopwatch coming out next to their name, where you can see them. But Marco Malinga down in P15, they started a lot further up in the field. It's just not been an ideal race for them in the last hour or so. They got into a fight earlier which saw them make contact and go for a spin off to the side, and with the BMW as well not performing quite as well on the dry tyres into the second half of the stint, they were one of the teams that was really starting to suffer from that too, and now again getting into more contact, being forced back into P15. It's not how the Symphony of Pistons team would have wanted the race to go so far. And again, we see Julian Fox hitting a standing puddle of water, going for a spin towards the outside of turns 13 and 14. It's something we've seen quite a lot of so far in the last 30 minutes, and I imagine we'll see quite a lot more of it yet to come. But yeah, the good news that I can shine for the Symphony of Pistons team right now is that you still have 22 hours left to race, and anything can happen in those 22 hours. Stranger things has happened, and you can definitely pick up those positions again. The Italian job driven now by Shiro in the 179 Honda. They're currently running P13, coming to the rear of the number 71 car right now, driven by Tim Peachman for the Renwelton esports team there. And I saw a couple of fans in the Twitch chat earlier mentioning that the Italian job was their favourite car. I do know a couple of other people as well that are cheering on the full Italian team. Definitely a popular team this time around in the championship job.
Yeah, I think their performance in qualifying round 1 at Watkins Glen kind of cemented them on a lot of people's maps, shall we say. It's not, you know, when you say esports, you don't really associate a kind of a Honda NSX driven by, I wouldn't say no-name Italians, but, you know, not well-known Italians in the esports scene, especially from my point of view anyway. I'd never heard of any of them until round 1 at Watkins Glen. I think that really kind of opened everybody's eyes to think, oh, hang on a minute, this could be a car that's, you know, in it for the long run, and definitely can put themselves in contention. You know, you say kind of, you know, you mentioned esports and names like, you know, Veloce, Pulse pop up, you know, you've got West Competition Racing, Kramer, you know, Unicorns of Love, Visceral, you know, you've got so many names in esports, and the Italian job is not one that kind of tends to surface a lot. So kudos to them for entering a championship and certainly putting themselves on the map. As now Robin Schaefer in the low fuel motorsports car 255 goes side by side with Hladky down into turn 10. And interesting thing to note, the Team Shizuka has now picked up a drive-through penalty. I can only imagine for track limits as the Pirellis struggle on the Team Shizuka having being put on, of course, we keep saying it, but being put on very early on in the stint, kind of, wore down the best of the tread blocks in the dry conditions, and now they're just in it for the kind of the lapse of pain, shall we say, before unfortunately they do have to make 2 trips down the lane, one of course to serve the drive-through, and one of course to change the tires once again. Noah Eder, a young German driver, aged just 19, finds himself on the back of the car we were just talking about, of course the Italian job car. Certainly a driver you don't want to kind of watch in your mirrors. I've noticed recently Noah has began streaming on Twitch, so it's great to see the POV of a lot of drivers. It's crazy to see how different people's setups are, driving cam position versus cockpit position and equipment in real life. It's great to see, no matter what your kind of skill level, age, mindset, you can really make something work of yourself. And Noah starting sim racing only 1.5 years ago, and started because he had a winter break from IRL karting and needed somewhere to compete, so turned to sim racing, and here he is 1,500 hours later using SimiCube 2 Pro VRS pedals, and favourite track car combination being the Porsche at Barcelona. And the biggest success of Noah Eder's career with the team was the Kyalami Silver Class win for the SRO IGTC Championship, of course, that runs alongside the IRL series. That is soon to begin again, I believe, in the next month or so. Of course, the IRL European Series isn't far away from kicking off either, and some striking liveries already on the field. So super excited for real racing to get back, as well as the virtual racing to kind of hit a peak as well.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that maybe a lot of people haven't heard too much about the Italian job team, despite being fans after a great showing in qualifying in round 1 of the VEM series. Well, now's a good chance to get to know them, I guess. The team was founded 1.5 years ago, the 4th of August 2021, and they've got quite a lot of drivers in the team actually that compete in LFM series across the board. They have 9 who are in the gold class, 16 drivers in the silver class, and they have 6 who do iRacing driving as well. So fairly fleshed out team is that one. I believe that is 31 drivers in total currently in the Italian job team. And particular highlight they'd like to share with everybody is that the esports team was founded just a few months after the foundation of the Italian job sim racing community started as well. So they started their own community in sim racing, and then just a couple of months later were able to make an esports team with the amount of skilled drivers they got as well. And their biggest success they have achieved altogether is in the Lamborghini ST Italian ACI Championship. The driver and team able to finish with a great result in that as well. That's what they're really happy to shout out about. Well, they have 5 drivers. No, sorry, they do have 5 drivers in the car for today and tomorrow's race. Eric Delfant, driver number 1, just 18 years of age, says motorsport fan since childhood thanks to his father, and he began sim racing career 2 years ago, and he drives in the team since the fall of 2021. So one of the ones at the beginning of the Italian job stint as well. And the driver 2 of the car, Carlo D'Elia, just 19 years of age. Carlo is, and they said that they got into sim racing thanks to their father as well, who began go-karting at 3 years of age. And from that, then Carlo's love of sim racing picking up in their father's footsteps, and they're now into sim racing as well. They were the Italian ACI Endurance Championship race winner. That is their personal biggest success as well with the team too. Of course, they noted that as their biggest success as well. Driver number 3, Matteo Vignoli, actually quite a lot older than the other guys, the most experience of the drivers on the track right now. 39 years of age is Matteo Vignoli, and they have been a great sim racing fan for a very long time, a motorsport fan since the 1990s, decided to get into sim racing as well. Their personal big success is being in the top 50, split 1 of all-time LFM wins, and that is where they have found themselves after a good couple of years of sim racing. Got into ACC in 2021. Just having a glorious replay on your screen right now of the number 85 car, I believe, racing alongside the Symphony of Pistons team. And you can see now not a lot on the cameras as rain just being kicked up at all corners, and that just goes to show with the amount of visibility that you have on track right now, it's not great if you're following someone quite closely, and because of that you can see the number 85 car there just going off to the side. I believe that is the Racing Point car, just struggling for grip coming out the corner there. Going back to the Italian job though, driver number 4, Emmanuel Tagine, is also 35 years of age, I believe. Says he was more of a gamer before sim racing, but got into sim racing back in May 2022. Has since done 1,200 hours of racing in ACC and has loved every second of it. They now drive for the Italian job team. And of course, driver number 5, Michele Romano, just 25 years of age. They're driven in the team since January 2022, and their biggest success is the LFM Season 7 Endurance, where they got a great finish for themselves. And they were also part of the Lamborghini ST Italian ACI Championship, where the team finished first place overall. Their favourite track and car being Suzuka, and in the Honda too, which the car is now on track. You can see the Italian job driving that Honda. It's one that we mentioned earlier, John, as not a very much loved car in ACC. You don't tend to see a lot of Hondas in ACC at the moment, but it seems like the favourite amongst the Italian job drivers. They all seem to hand it to the Honda as their favourite car.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. It's, you know, it had its spell where it was very quick. There was a lot of drivers picking it up. It was essentially in the one of the last 1.8 updates where essentially the car became a newer variant of itself. Of course, the earlier Evo is, you know, a far stone's throw away from the current version of the car, and of course the Kunos team bringing it into the more up-to-date specs certainly made it a lot more competitive. Very good in a straight line, got kind of pegged back a little bit in a BOP update as well, and since then it kind of fell off people's radar again. It always seems to be, I know it sounds very corny when you're talking about esports, but these guys will do anything they can to, of course, gain a competitive advantage, and if it means driving the strongest car, excuse me, E.G, the Honda, if you know, you cast your mind back to when the M4 GT3 got added to the game, that was the OP car at the time, and every server you joined, every league you joined, every race, every endurance was just a field of M4s, and that's because it was the fastest car. Now, in the current late stages of the 1.8, obviously BOP, should we say, in finger quotations, every car is fairly equal. I mean, we saw two very different machinery yesterday setting identical qualifying times. It was Williams Esports. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was Veloce in the Porsche with a 152.855, and then the car you briefly saw on your screen there, the Symphony of Pistons BMW, with the exact same time. And of course, round a circuit, setting the exact same time in two very different cars. Of course, the BMW with the horse at the front of the car, the Porsche with the horse at the back of the car. Doesn't really make much sense in that terms, but of course, very different handling machineries, very different characteristics, essentially, but still managing to set the exact same time. So BOP is fairly equal. There's still certain circuits where certain cars shine. The Mercedes at Snetterton is a classic example. That's very strong there. But hopefully with the 1.9 update, you know, rumours flying about of physics updates as we see the Audi behind there hit the standing puddle and off it goes to driver's right. There's definitely some kind of river stroke puddle stroke pool of water, and a lot of drivers are finding it. And look here, Malinowski on a real charge there. The Spinala Porsche team saying, you know, I'm having no part of this, see you later, on you go. Backing out the throttle a little bit, and onwards he goes for the charge on the number 1 West Competition racing car. I think last time we touched on that gap was up in the 4 or 5 second mark. It's now down to just a second between them, I believe. So anytime you should see a number 1 BMW just ahead of him as well. And so a fight is about to begin between those guys. But with the 1.9 update coming, rumours of tyre changes, I believe some electronic changes to ABS and TC, so I'm curious to know what that means. I believe Aris is doing a stream tonight on his YouTube channel. I believe he's doing another stream tomorrow night, and then the update, of course, releases next Wednesday with 3 new cars and a new circuit. As we see a replay here, the 777 coming on to the straight, Armamentario behind, gets over the curb, kind of hampers his run a little bit. Armamentario kind of goes up to the back. And was there contact?
Oh, no.
That looks a bit strange, but the Audi going spinning around on the fastest part of the circuit. Certainly not what you want to see on drivers right there. Williams Esports just avoiding that one from happening just in front of them. I know, Tim, there is a very nasty bump on the right-hand side there, and I'm wondering if the bump combined with the wet conditions just upset the Audi enough to lose a bit of speed, and then the car behind just wasn't really expecting them to lose that much ground as Hladky now comes down the pit lane.
Yeah, I think it's high time that Hladky came into the pits, to be honest with you. That car, of course, was one of the first to put on the wet tyres. They came into the pits very early on. During the initial pit stop phase, put on the wet tyres, deciding that they were going to drive on those for about 10 minutes before the rain finally set in. Of course, it was great at the time, pushed them all the way up into P5, but since then they'd already burnt through quite a lot of rubber in those initial stages in the dry, and because of that just seemed to go on a backward spiral. So Hladky into the pits, I think, is a good call now. Just get on a fresh set of wet tyres and you can now continue with your race at what will be a better pace for them. Hopefully they'll be back up to speed. But yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting when the update comes in to see what that does to all the cars, because of course you've got the 3 new ones coming in. You've got the Porsche, the Ferrari and the Lambo coming in with their updated cars, but you've also got, like you said, the tyre changes coming in as well. There's some electronic changes to the cars too. All of that's going to play a huge part on how the other cars perform across the update as well. And I imagine the next time we're here in a month's time, going into round 3, these teams will all be looking very, very different with how each of their cars is performing. So we'll see which one comes out on top after all of that. Kevin Wren in the GPR Esports team right now going for an overtake down the straight. We'll have it done and dusted before turn 10 comes into play and can just glide along ahead of the number 88 Mercedes there. The Rest Tech Reparto Course team, you can see, just falling down into 27th. But yeah, I've got to agree with you, John. I think the update that comes in about a week's time, that will really shake things up next month. It's going to be interesting to see how it all unfolds.
Certainly so, and interesting to see how it all unfolds. Here we have a glorious replay of the Team Shizuka driver change in that one now, as we look from the diffuser backwards to the F1 memes car, and it looks like a little bit of a wobble, just threw him offline slightly and threw him the wrong side of the bollards, and the F1 memes car losing a lot of ground there as well. That's very strange. It looked like the F1 memes car should have, striked past the Team Shizu, but I'm not sure what happened between those two, but the move has been done and dusted. As we now see the Aston Martin coming onto the back of the Yeet, one of the Yeet cars. Harry Blobber in that car at the moment, the number 47. Looks like he's going a little bit wide in turn 11, opens the door for the 222, and the 222 says, thank you very much, I shall have that position away from you, although he's going to run a little bit wide, and it's going to allow Harry to come back at him, maybe around the outside into 12, although covered off very nicely. Going to have to do the old switcheroo if he wants to make it stick, although no move to be had on the exit. And now Ren Velton coming into the back as well to take a lap off them, as we now go 3 wide nearly into turn 10. Not really what you want to be doing in these conditions, and somehow everybody makes it through. Bergkamp, Gutman and Nietet in the Spaghetti Racing car, 3 of them there, nearly making it a very hairy moment indeed. And the Mercedes looks super confident through turn 11 in comparison to the Aston Martin that we ride on board with at the moment. The light speed by MT Schaumburg, the German lineup on that number 76, and looks like the move has been done and dusted. The green Ferrari in the background is, of course, out of contention. It's nothing to do with this battle at the moment, although they're going to be wanting to try and claw back as much time as they can. And as we look to the weather forecast in the top right-hand side of your screen, rain is decreasing still in 10 and 30 minutes. So, of course, with the track temperature being quite warm, as we see the Spaghetti Racing car coming down pit lane for their probably scheduled stop. Probably chuck on another set of wets, chuck a little bit of fuel in, and onwards they go again. I think at this point, Tim, it's probably wise if you are coming in for a stop. I would say, unlike the Hladky team, the Team Shizuka swapping drivers in these conditions, I'd say it's probably safe to keep whoever has been circulating around in the car still in the car, because they know exactly where all the puddles and all the standing water is. As just look to the left-hand side on my screen, and the Ren Velton 71 with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I think maybe it is best here to just keep the same driver on. They know the track now. They know how it feels to them. A glorious replay coming in of the number 47 car. They're going straight into the barrier on the outside. Very slowly recovering from that as well. Maybe just trying not to spin yet again. Coming onto the long straight along the second sector of the track, and still going very slowly along the long straight, taking a while to recover, is the number 47 Yeet Esports car. So we'll see just what's wrong with them. It looks like they picked up quite a bit of damage there, John. But yes, I have to agree with you. I think coming into the pits now, keep the same driver in the car. Of course, we know a lot of drivers now favour that 2-hour stint time. There was a time when it was like, okay, keep everyone in an hour in the car at the time, because then you can switch them out when they start to get a bit tired. But a lot of drivers over the course of the years have found that actually 2-hour stints is that optimal length to really warm yourself up to the car, and then you'll be performing at your best. And that Yeet Esports car is going very, very slowly around the final section of corners. I'm wondering how much damage they've picked up here, going wide yet again on the corners. They do not look to be in control of that car at all, John. Have they picked up loads of damage here? I imagine they're going to pull into the pits, right?
I'm thinking that front right tyre is burst. It looks very low set on one side, and now he finds himself on the outside of the last turn, and he needs to reach the right-hand side to enter pit lane. So very heads-up driving there, waiting for a gap in the traffic before pulling across. But it looks like the front right tyre is down. I don't think it's turning. It's completely gone.
Yeah, I think you're right there. It looks like that tyre has completely burst in the car, and that is why it's just been crawling around that final sector of the race. We saw them make contact with the right-hand side. I'm wondering if actually, because I was saying, like, it's not a place where you usually lose the car and just go into the wall. They're coming out onto the straight. I mean, there are places where there's standing water, and oh no, what's happened to Unicorns of Love car? They find themselves at the side of the road as well. A glorious replay will show us exactly what has happened here for the Unicorns of Love team. And I believe here it looks like they're just going to pick up some standing water on one of the curbs, and they will lose grip of the car most likely. But yes, going back to the tyre burst, coming out onto the straight like that, John, you don't tend to come out at a funny angle there. There's not really a place where you consider there to be standing water that would throw you out in a particular way that car did. So maybe what happened is the tyre just burst, and that's why they initially made contact with the wall, and then that's why they were taking so long to recover along the straight as well. It's just because they couldn't get the car back up to speed with a burst tyre.
I'm wondering if they put on the same set of wets at the same time that Team Shazoo did, and they've just given up the ghost. They just tried to run them to the end of the stint timer, and that's what's happened. They've just, run out of complete tread. The tyre canvas itself is torn, and it's just gone. And, like you say, Tim, that is a weird place to understeer like that. Of course, even in the wet conditions, a little lift of the throttle is all you really need to make the corner onto the straight. As we see another stewards decision involving the number 44 and the 147, lap 60, turn 3. No further action between the two of those guys. So stewards still very active. I think the race control is a little bit bugged, but I am keeping my eye on the race control channel as well, just to keep you updated with anything we do spot here. But yeah, another penalty with no further action. So it's one of those things. You kind of, stewards will be looking at stuff and saying, you know what, it's tit for tat. This happened, that happened. You did X to Z, and Z did X to you, and so be it. Let's call it there, and nobody gets a penalty, and so be it. But bunching up here, we've got Valentin Barrier in P8 at the moment. Big slide through turn 10 behind the Audi. The Audi sensibly giving up the inside line there as well, but he's got to be careful because he's got the Shazoo car behind that's going to sneak up the inside as well. Not sure if that one was for position. I know the Shazoo guys are very out of contention. I think it was actually, for position 27 there, although we know the Shazoo car is on a fresh set of wets essentially after coming down pit lane and driver changing. And now Chordakis is back in the TF racing car after a few hardware issues earlier. Saw him lick the pit wall, although back in the car now in the slipstream of the Aston Martin. I believe that's the 222 home of racing esports car. Could be actually wrong on that. Not too sure. As they come into turn 10, Up the inside he goes to take a lap back, and big armful of understeer, and the wrong side of the cones he goes, and surrenders the position, because obviously once you're the wrong side of the cones, the last thing you want to do is gain an advantage and pick up a track limits warning, or potentially worse, pick up a drive-through. It all depends how many warnings you are on, as the Ren Velten car comes down the lane now to serve their drive-through penalty. Currently in P11, so watch them tumble down the order as Malinga goes past in the Symphony of Pistons BMW. So that's going to be a kind of sweet victory in a sense, after they got bumped twice by Ren Velten in their battle. Saw Malinga get shoved out of the way, and Kramer made their way through as well on that one. So Malinga back up 2 positions, although still down 9 overall. And as you see in the top right-hand side, rain in 30 is going to be very light indeed. And with the warm temperatures, I'm going to say the track's probably going to dry up fairly quickly here, Tim.
Yeah, I think the track will dry up fairly quickly as well. The track temperature is still 29 degrees, despite it have been raining for the last hour. But again, it's not fully seeding in 30 minutes time. It's still going to be raining, so it won't dry up fully, of course, but it will get a little bit drier across the track as a whole. That'll just make it easier for some of the cars here to not slide too much. They'll also be able to find more overtakes. We see the Ren Welton Sports car getting a little bit skittish there coming out of turn 6, and now you can see them coming onto the straight again, picking up the speed. It looks like they've got a huge pull here of slipstream on car number 77. They're just going to walk right on through along the straight, but 77 now picking up a little bit of speed will be able to get back in the slipstream, and that will just help them to be pulled along by the Ren Welton Esports car. Probably don't have enough oomph in them just yet to come all the way back through, but for that, Ren Welton will gain another position up into P18, and we'll have it done and dusted very early on the straight there. And now we're going to take a look at the Pulse Sim Sport car, your winners in the last round at Watkins Glen. Felix Tacker currently behind the wheel of the number 52. They're just up into P7. They've gained 6 positions in this race so far, and they're looking like they're going to continue to climb, just 1.5 seconds behind the number 4, driven by Durkop ahead.
Barrier nearly into the back of Tats Hacker there. Into turn 1, Barrier caught the curb. I think ABS didn't quite kick in the way he wanted, and got very wiggly indeed, and he does rejoin, although very far behind the Pulse Simsport car. So we kind of got a Pulse Simsport X Unicorns of Love kind of train forming now. You see the sister car ahead there with the fantastic split livery. It's probably my favourite in the field. We've got Unicorns of Love down the right-hand side as you look at it from the front, and Pulse Simsport down the left. So it's great to see kind of organisations combine. You know, when you don't always have enough drivers to field 2 cars, it's, you know, why not turn to a fellow sister team that you get along with? And it's, you know, when prize money's involved, you've got to do things to earn that prize money. So it's great to see organisations combined, and I'd like to see a few more along the way if we can, especially for the livery designs. It's great to see. And we now look at a few drivers coming into the pit lane at the moment. We've got the number 77 Mercedes and the number 76 Aston Martin down the lane, probably for their scheduled stops. And it's that awkward time again, isn't it, where you don't quite know what the weather's going to do. You don't quite know when it's going to dry up, how fast it's going to dry up. You know, it's, again, strategy comes into conversation, and you've got to think, do I keep running these set of wets? Do, you know, have they got enough life in them for another stint? Do I change them and then change again to the dries? You know, we're gonna have to keep an eye on the pit stop timers, Tim, and see who does what, should we say, as the leaders are also in Fiala, Hutchinson, and the West Competition Racing car all down the lane. Hutchinson provisionally your leader, with Fiala, of course, having the earlier pit stall in the lane for Williams, and the West Competition Racing boys a little bit further down as well. As you see Malinowski trundle past there in the Veloce Porsche, and Valentin Barrier as well with a drive-through penalty I've just seen on my screen. So he's going to have to trundle down pit lane, maybe either not service the car or service it, then serve the penalty the next time by. But out of the car goes Fiala, into the car goes Rodriguez. So another roster swap for the Williams team. And we said earlier, we've got you know, we've got to be a little bit careful on what drivers we're putting in. There's a little bit of traffic there on exit from the burst Porsche ahead of the Williams car, means he's going to have to find his way through there. Although Williams out into the lead once again here at Paul Ricard, and Rodriguez will be the driver to do so, as Hutchington comes off pit lane in second for the Jean Alesi car, and the number 1 West Competition racing car also comes off in third position as well. Malinowski looks like he might have jumped a few drivers in the pits, although the Ren Velton car provisionally finds itself in P4 despite sending itself down the pit lane and coming back. I'm not sure if that's got to be a timing glitch. They're down in P13 on my screen at the moment.
Yes, possibly a timing glitch on that one. We'll hopefully have that all sorted out in a second. I imagine the standings will update once they come through the next sector here. But yes, going back to the conversation about swapping drivers in the cars, is that the Italian job car actually there? No, it's not. It's a slightly different one. Similar colour on the back though, just yielding to the Williams eSports driver, Igor Rodriguez. But yes, going back to our conversation about who do you put in the car during a rainy stint, well, again, I have to agree with you here. I think maybe keep the same driver in for the rest of the time. That way, you know, they're already attuned to the track. They know where the standing water is already. They know how the car feels. They're all warmed up to it. I'd say probably best to keep him in for another stint. Of course, it doesn't always work out that way, though. If you've had a schedule for your drivers beforehand where you've put them in specific driving slots, no matter the weather, of course, you're likely just to stick to that schedule anyway, to not upset your strategy too much. The other thing worth noting, cast your eyes to the top right hand side of the screen, everybody, at the weather forecast. In 30 minutes time, the rain will fully yield and stop, and it will go back to dry conditions. The sun won't quite be out yet, but with the track temperature being 30 degrees Celsius, it will most likely dry up very quickly. Robin Schaefer there getting their elbows out with the number 52 car, pushing Hacker off to one side and continuing to battle them through the final set of corners. Hacker, though, coming back down the right-hand side of the field. They want this position back. Schaefer trying to stick it around the outside. Very hard to hold it here, but if you do like Schaefer just has, you'll have the advantage coming through the left-hander. The 255 manages to hold it together. Of course, Hacker has to back out now because there is a horrible puddle of standing water on that side of the road, so now they've got to be very careful where they pick and choose the overtake to happen. You can see lurking on the outside is the number 52, but having to duck back in yet again as we get to that lethal point where we see so many cars struggle already. The Pole Sim Sport just having to get out of the way, now going down the inside though, coming out of the final corner. Robin Schaefer just going a little bit wide, and that opens the door for the Pole Sim Sport driver of Hacker to come right down through the inside there. And going back to the original point yet again, John, that I was saying about, of course, you do sometimes have to bear in mind who's going to next get in the car. That being said, though, stopping rain in 30 minutes, those who are slightly off the pit stop time is everyone else. I'm thinking oh gosh, I can't remember which car it is now, but the one that pitted incredibly early, I think it actually might be one of the Pole Sim Sport cars. No, it's not. It's whoever Hadke's driving for. But yeah,
Team Shazoo.
Team Shazoo, that's the name I'm looking for, thank you. Yeah, Team Shazoo, this could pay off for them. If they've timed it somehow right, they might just have it so that they're coming into the pits anyway in the next 30 minutes and they don't have to take an extra pit stop.
Yeah, that's it indeed, isn't it? You know, it's all about that thing of who can spend the least amount of time on pit lane. It's, you know, one of those things, isn't it? If you can spend more time circulating than you do stopped in your box, it's certainly going to be better for your race. But it's going to be whoever can essentially last these Pirellis out, should we say, from, you know, the condition they're in at the moment. How long can you run them on a dry circuit for before you do have to make that trip down pit lane? And of course, with the clock still being just over 21.5 hours to go, it's still a long way to go yet. And I think a few extra pit stops here and there won't really necessarily matter at the moment if it means you can be on the best tyre for the conditions at the time. And you can certainly, you know, wet tyres on a dry track are not fun at all. And if you're on those dry tyres, you can get enough temperature into them to keep circulating around. Of course, you are going to be overtaking people like they're stood still.
Absolutely, you're just going to have a great time of it out on track. Well, we've got 21 hours and 36 minutes left in this race. The pit stop cycle has just gone out, and with rain looming on the horizon, sun looming on the horizon, going to be clearing up that rain. I believe it is time for another break. We have the highlights ready from the first part of this race. We are going to be showing you those as we go for our break. Please bear in mind that we're also going to be rejoining the server just to fix the team names at the side of the screen as well, so there may be a slight delay after the footage because of that. But for now, we're going to take a break, so take a look at those highlights. If you've not been here for the first part of the race, see what action you've missed. It's certainly been exciting. Just kick back and enjoy for now, and we'll see you in about 5 minutes time.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back once again to the Virtual Endurance Masters, brought to you by Low Fuel Motorsport. And today, it's of course the race day for round 2 here at a very wet Paul Ricard. We started off very sunny indeed. It kind of turned a bit cloudy, a bit more sunny, and then the heavens opened and the order shuffled. People dropped for tyres very early. Some people even lost a tyre or two on the way round as well. We've seen people being caught out by standing puddles of water on the same corner, almost mirror images of each other, although Williams Esports, as you see on the left-hand side at the top of your table at the moment, leads John Alacy Esports, West Competition Racing, Veloce Esports, followed by Unicorns of Love X Pulse Sim Sport, and then of course West Competition Racing, Low Fuel Motorsports, the car you see just ahead here in the fight, Pulse Simsport in P8, Yeet Esports still in P9, and Kramer in P10. They've crept their way up the order, unfortunately. Symphony of Pistons in 11th, one of your bigger, should we say, losers of the day at the moment. And the Italian Job, we've had a few fans in the chat along the way, and of course they are down in P17 at the moment. But it's been a good race. It certainly looks a lot drier than when we went away for our break, and unfortunately there we see an incident between the Italian Job and the Prime E-Racing team. Lap 70, turn 3 now under investigation, and Stewart's decisions have been very quick today, so won't surprise me if that pops back up with a result in a minute.
Absolutely, Stewart's decisions have been incredibly quick today. Of course, they had a big job on their hands earlier on in the race. A lot of chaos unfolded within laps 2 and 3, but all of that's starting to clear up a little bit now. There's been a lot of sliding around on the track recently. Luckily, though, it's only been one car involved most of the time, and we're cutting back now to the Italian Job. They get taken by Xenon Racing on the straight here. Looks like Xenon Racing just coming through with ease along the right-hand side. The Italian Job not going to put up too much of a fight for this one. They'll just try and keep it as close as possible, happening slightly behind Lightspeed by MC, losing out position to Creme de la Course. The number 81 pushes themselves up through the 26, and BF Racing, never mind, that's not BF Racing, lurking just behind. That looks like a car that wants to come through the blue flags, lurking just behind as well. The problem is the blue flags are currently fighting, and neither one is particularly going to want to yield right now. Lightspeed by MC maybe looking for a move down the inside here of the right-hander, not quite able to get alongside though, and are going to have to back off of Creme de la Course for now, and it may be worth just letting that car sneak through whilst they're not quite on the rear of Creme de la Course. The only problem is, John, with so much water at the side of the track, it is hard to navigate cars in this condition.
Yeah, it certainly is, of course, especially once you get the drier line, should we say, forming like we are now. You see the kind of dark grey stretch of tarmac where kind of the water has been pushed aside. Of course, there's still a lot of standing water offline, so if you do need to get around a car, it is, of course, as you, the faster car, your safe responsibility to do so. As we see Ren Velton there getting quite close to the back of TF Racing, who they do need to lap, of course. TF Racing, unfortunately, way down the order after an early issue, hardware issue with one of their drivers. They're still not sure what truly happened, although it looked like a kind of wheel disconnect. He licked into the pit wall and then kind of continued on, so they pulled him in, swapped the drivers out, and they're now very far out of sequence down in P34 at the moment. And just look at the Ren Velton car, Tim. It's got such good straight line speed.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is exactly what you need at France. With a very long straight like that from sectors 2 up till 3, you just need a really high top speed right now, and able to take advantage of that in this particular instance is the Porsche Pinala car, of course, driving a Ferrari. Very confusing there, and here is the Stewart decision for the incident involving the 179, the Italian Job car, and car number 77 being Prime E-Racing. This is lap 70, turn 3. It's a penalty for 77 Prime E-Racing. They'll get a 10-second penalty there for causing a collision. And again, a very quick decision from the stewards. We're going to watch now on board as this car goes for a move along the right-hand side. And it looks like with the rain clearing up, John, that straight becoming a hot spot for overtaking.
Yeah, it's probably one of the wider spots of the track where there's more dry kind of area of the road, should we say. And I think the Aston Martin driver ahead there, and especially the BMW driver, there's no wiper active on that car. So I wonder if they're driving in hood cam, because you really can't see anything out the windscreen of those cars. But it could just be a little ACC desync. It does sometimes happen. I know Ben Langford in the Wild Things team, this is going to shock some of you, drives in third-person mode. So, you know, everybody's different, and some people can make it work, and I, for one, certainly can't make it work at all. But Team Racing Point now in the battle with the Prime E-Racing guys. They know there is a penalty probably coming. One of their teammates may be watching the stream. Of course, we do have a multinational stream. We are running a German stream, as well as the English stream, and I believe there is also a Spanish stream. So hopefully something you guys at home can watch and get your teeth stuck into, and follow along as the race progresses. We do have just under 21 hours and 26 minutes to go, as we see the HUD come back on there. That was really confusing for me. Had to look at my own game to figure that one out. So production quality is great as always here. But West Competition Racing now find themselves in P3, just behind Campanella in the 38 Jean Lacey car ahead there. These guys have been kind of locked together in their own little fight. Certainly driver change for the Lamborghini might have just thrown that car slightly out of contention, as of course the driver that started the car remained in the car, so probably knew the conditions, knew where all the water was, and now it's a completely different driver trying to learn a whole new circuit that's constantly evolving alongside him, whereas Tadas here in the number 1 car of course has been in there, and that's a Yeet Esports car off to drivers left there on the inside of the apex. Very sensible rejoin there, and that BMW certainly looks very strong all over the back of the Lamborghini and manages to shoehorn the door open going on to the straight to get a move done. And I'm wondering if the Lamborghini could possibly come back in the slipstream, but it looks like a nice gap is already building up, and West Competition Racing already over the driver's left to try and break the toe early on of that Lamborghini.
Absolutely, and you can see the Lamborghini still lurking a bit too far back, even coming halfway down the straight now, although you can see the slipstream really starting to kick in this second half of the straight. I don't think it's going to be enough this time around, but the Jean Lessie Esports team, they definitely have a kick in it in that Lamborghini. It's not a very common car that you see in ACC at the moment. That may change though with the new one being released in an update next week, but for now West Competition Racing returned to second place in the race so far, and I think this is the first time in this race, John, where the BMW has looked particularly strong. Of course, we saw earlier the beginning of the race, the BMW was like the car to pick for the first 20 minutes, but then after that, the tyres just dropping off way too quickly, and the 3 BMWs that we initially saw locking out the front 3 fell further down the field quite quickly. Of course, not too far. It wasn't horrific to the point where they were losing loads of positions, but each lost about 2 or 3 positions towards the top there, with the tyre wear getting quite bad. We're going to go into a glorious replay here. Have a look at what happened with these 2 cars on your screen right now. We're going to watch from the rear of the pink one at the front. You can see that basically getting clouded in the kick up of the rain from the track is just clouding the car behind, and out of nowhere the number 44 suddenly appears next to the 777, goes down the inside and gets an overtake done and dusted. A brilliant move there from the number 44 car. The Viscero Esports team putting themselves up in place, taking over the TSR car. Armamentari been a bit of a talking point for today as well, seen several spins on the track, but caught up in the instant at the end of lap 1 on the final corner, then spun a little bit later on with the wet weather picking up a lot of the water, and now they find themselves in 26th place. The good news for them, John, is with 21 hours left in this race, there's still plenty of time to gain some positions, and that's exactly what they're looking to do right now, going down the inside of GPR Esports. Will have it done, it looks like, by the end of this straight, and that will promote them up into 25th.
Yeah, you've now got a bit of a decision on your hands as well as a driver. Do you use that right-hand side of the main straight that, you know, is a little bit wetter, but the puddle's obviously putting some resistance on the car, or do you stay on the dry line and maybe, you know, don't lose as much core temperature out of those Pirellis and, you know, try and propel yourself forwards up the positions? But yeah, the BMWs did struggle on their tyres, unfortunately, at the beginning. Not sure if it was just the hotter temperatures, whether or not it was, you know, the drivers just going a little bit too hard for the conditions at hand. But they did certainly pull out a very early lead and then went certainly very far backwards after the best of the tyres, should we say, had eroded away. A low fuel motorsports car now, the number 35, position 35, the number 256. Driven by Boris Scholk, a man that's been very helpful indeed in organising the whole event and the whole broadcast, so kudos to him. And it's great to see, you know, these guys, you kind of forget that while they're running communities such as LFM, you know, they don't get a lot of time for actually driving. So, you know, they do like a break every now and again. So it's great to see them out on the track turning some laps in their team cars. And Stewart's decision involving the 222 and the 41 TF Racing, lap 66, turn 9. No further action for those guys either. So later in the race, it seems, with the wet conditions, Stewart's being maybe a little bit more lenient given the tricky driving, you know, tricky road conditions we have here at the moment at Paul Ricard. And just want to touch back on Armamentario, we said earlier, obviously we gave you a rundown of the Italian job team, a team that not many people had heard of, Armamentario. Maybe a few people at home haven't heard too much about them, but they have a whopping 40 drivers in their team, consisting of several divisions, including esports with 7 drivers, a racing team with 12 drivers, and an academy team with 21 drivers. And their team supports the Armamentario software, of course, the custom overlays, very similar to SimHub's Race Lab apps and all that good stuff for ACC. It's quite good software. I have used it briefly for myself, although I'm more of a SimHub man, but I'm happy to dip my toe in anything else. The greatest achievement was placing P15 overall in the VCO X LFM Flexstream Series, P3 in quali, and P5 in a 9-hour Spa endurance race during that championship as well. And they normally tend to do about 10 to 14 days training before an endurance race, so more than plenty of time to try every condition. We were saying earlier, of course, sim racing is that wonderful thing where you have kind of an infinite amount of time in an infinite amount of mileage and money. Of course, the real life scenario, running a GT3 car is not cheap, and you would no way near have enough money to test in every single condition available to you in the real world. But the glorious thing about ACC, of course, you can fire up right now a similar condition to what the drivers are in now and start practicing if you are next up in the car. And down the lane once again, the Team Shizuka, Tim. Not sure what that one's for.
Well, of course, they had to pit quite early, didn't they? Because they were on some very old tyres, and then they pitted, and then they put on the wet tyres quite early, which then burnt through them, so they had to pit early yet again. I'm wondering now if this is just the flip side of that coming through, where they're going to have to take yet another fairly early pit stop. It's quite a shame that for them, though, because you can see in just 10 minutes time that's when the track starts to dry up, and although it will take a bit of time for the track to get back into those dry conditions, which is when we see the dry tyres come back out again, I don't think it'll take too long, because you'll notice the track temperature already back up to 31 degrees Celsius. That's incredibly hot for the track right now. Earlier when we started the rain, it was at 35, about 36 degrees Celsius as well, so again already creeping back up there in heat. I imagine it will dry up the track very quickly when the rain finally does cease. Of course, it is still falling for now though, so they don't have to worry about that just yet. And we're watching now a couple of cars racing along the rest of the track. GPR Esports driver Kevin Wren pushes themselves past the TMMS Performance team, coming up through the right-hander at the end of the straight, and then they're just going to continue to lead through the rest of the curves as well. A nice clean overtake for the GPR Esports team there. And I think with the rain starting to cede a bit, John, it looks like we've got the worst of the conditions out the way. It's now getting a lot lighter, and with that, people are starting to go for those more daring overtakes again. They're using up more of the track. They're not looking so skittish as a lot of the cars were earlier, and it just looks like some of these drivers back on form after an hour of struggling through difficult conditions.
Yeah, on the flip side, of course, we said earlier, there's still a lot of standing water offline, and about 10-15 minutes ago we mentioned that, and now look at it, it's even drier offline, so certainly a lot more room for those overtakes. As you said, Benjamin Lang there for the Team 1 FF car, making light work of the low fuel motorsports Ferrari as we run on board with a Motor Racing cockpit camera. Again, can only assume that this driver is driving in an alternate view other than cockpit cam, because I cannot see a thing. Just see a haze there of the Porsche straight ahead of him as it gets ever closer in the slipstream. Of course, the Porsche, we know, isn't too good in a straight line. The Ferrari has been looking very good in a straight line here, and Benjamin Lang there just leaving Boris Schultz, I believe, there to just pass him very cleanly on driver's right. You see in the mirror there the Porsche going backwards, and once again Boris is back up into P35, Benjamin Lang down into P36, and I'm sure this battle will keep going on. We'll see the Porsche gain, we'll see the Porsche lose, and it'll always be on the straight that the Porsche does indeed lose, but looks very good through turn 11. Looks much more confident than the Ferrari does, and very careful on the inside curbs and the exit curbs, because they still retain a lot of moisture. The track is still deemed as wet, overall on that one. And like I said, Tim, the rain is subsiding in the next 10 minutes, and the track temperature being 32 degrees. It is getting very warm indeed, so a lot of the water should fairly quickly evaporate. A little bit of a hip and shoulder check there from Boris on the Team 1 FF Porsche, sends him out wide, and Boris just about manages to hold on to that position, although the driver of the Porsche off the last corner, of course, with the flat six mounted across the rear axle, is going to get stupendous drive down into turn one. Very long drag indeed. If Benjamin Lang can make this work, he will have the inside line for turn two, and still side by side. Looks like Boris has given it up, pulls back in behind Benjamin Lang for the Team 1 FF, and back up into 35th he goes, although we know the Mistral Straight is coming up, and I'm sure we're going to see a textbook manoeuvre of what we saw last time out from Boris.
Absolutely. The Porsche, notoriously known for not being great in a straight line, doesn't have the best acceleration, doesn't have the best top speed either, so that is going to leave them very vulnerable coming out onto the long straight. Now you can see low fuel motorsport driver Boris just already getting as close as they can without compromising their exit too much onto the straight now, and like you said, this is really the biggest window of opportunity for them to take that position back of Team 1 FF. Now you can see the Ferrari closing in already on the back of the Porsche. Watching from the rear view of the Porsche, you'll see just how quickly that Ferrari decides it's going to come through, and already they have closed that gap, swinging to the right hand side, and I imagine by the time we get to the right hander they would have cleared the Porsche as well. It's one of the things that a lot of people struggle with that Porsche car. It's so good navigating the corners. It's just really good at low speed and even high speed corners as well as the Porsche. It's got great handling. Unfortunately though, it just lacks so much in a straight line. Here you can see that coming into play, coming down the inside of the corner here. Loads of grip on the Porsche, looks very settled, unlike some of the other cars which are getting a bit skittish around the outside there. And it looks like the 144 Team 1 FF Racing back up into P35. I imagine, John, these two are going to be fighting for a little bit of a while, as the track, you will notice that the top right has gone back to damp condition with a track temperature of 32 degrees. It's drying up already, and the rain is still coming down slightly.
Yeah, it's of course still raining very lightly, although the track is drying out faster than it's obviously getting wet, as we see Ren Velton on the back of the Kramer car. And we see BF Racing down the pit lane. Whether they choose to elect dry tyres or not, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Of course, for those of you at home that are not familiar with ACC, the dry tyres can be denoted by yellow writing around the outside, and the wet tyres have black Pirelli logos. So, of course, it looks like no markings on the tyre at all. So easiest way to tell. So we might have to watch the BF Racing car as it comes off the jacks to see how that looks. They could be the early adopters of the wet tyres. Whether or not you'll get enough core temperature in them at the moment. Of course, the track's still damp, still a lot of standing water offline on curbs, AstroTurf, that kind of stuff. Although it could be a kind of gamble essentially at this point, as Sean Arnold comes under fire from the Vassen car, the 962 on the inside. Of course, now will become the outside for turn 12, and Sean Arnold definitely in the more favoured position, although Vassen could do the kind of old switcheroo on him and try and get a better drive down into turn 13, this long right-hander, before switching back to the left of 14. Doesn't look like Vassen's close enough, although there's still a lot of standing water on the entry to that corner, and I might be seeing things, but they look possibly like yellow markings on those tyres, Tim.
I can't 100% tell. I didn't catch it. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, actually, no, you're right. It looks like there may be some yellow markings on those tyres for BF Racing. So we'll see if they have picked up the dries. I was going to say, in terms of what I'd do in this position, I'd probably risk it all, to be honest. Stick on those dry tyres. Of course, we've seen the flip side of that earlier on in the race with the... again, the team name has gone from me. Yeah, again, was it Bursty Sports maybe, who put on the wet tyres slightly too early, but now getting to see the flip side of that, putting on the dry tyres early. Well, the track's only damp, it's drying up fairly quickly, the rain is getting lighter and lighter by the second. With a track temperature of 32 degrees, it will be quite easy to keep those tyres up to temperature, which is the risky run, of course, is if you put on dry tyres now, they'll get very, very cold, and you'll scrub through them quite quickly in that sense. It will also make them very hard to drive on as well. But for now, BF Racing, if they are on those dry tyre compounds, That's going to be a good call, I think. They may lose a couple of positions on track just from the other cars having the slightly more optimal thing. You see there, GSE Racing going nicely down the inside, and now Petrol Brothers, swallowing them up as well. Never mind, that's not Petrol Brothers, this is a completely different car. But either way, you can see them struggling a little bit. Kevin Wren in the GPR Esports there having a little bit of a spin. Going to get a glorious replay and see exactly what happened to the GPR Esports car here, and you can see now coming round the outside of the corner. Did they make contact, I wonder, with the car behind, or maybe it was just a case of they spun on their own accord like we saw earlier and almost hit the car there. The BMW getting very close to the rear. Actually, I think they may get slightly tapped here if I had to guess, and they do. The BMW catching the rear of the 177. That makes the GPR racing car, sorry, go for a slight turn. But yes, John, I think now I personally would go for dry tyres and just risk it for a little bit in the damp track because it's bound to clear up quickly. What about you? What are your thoughts? Would you go for the dry tyres, or would you just put on the wets to be safe?
Yeah, it's one of those calls you can't really make until you've kind of made it, really. I would probably see how long the wets last. You know, you can get surprising tyre life out of a set of wets in ACC. We see already the lap times are tumbling down. The last time I looked at a lap time in the bottom right hand side was a 2:10. We're already down to a 2:01, so shave a few more seconds off that, and you're probably going to want to be starting to come in for the dries. Keep your eye on the track condition, because normally as soon as it goes greasy, that's when you want to kind of think about coming in. And of course, if you can kind of tie that in with the pit stop that you're due to make, of course, for your mandatory stop when your driver time comes up, or you know, such like your fuel runs out, then so be it. It's going to work out quite well indeed, as we see the Symphony of Pistons Porsche coming under Symphony of Pistons BMW coming under fire from the Yasheat Ferrari and the Vassen Motorsports car on the inside, and Vassen tries to take two away with Yasheat, shoves his nose in the inside, and I don't think Sean Arnold was expecting the Aston Martin to have that kind of you know, that gaining to even be able to make the corner before the Ferrari, and very heads-up driving from both of them there, because that could have turned very nasty very quickly if Sean Arnold wasn't more aware.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant from both drivers to keep that from causing an incident. Now Sean Arnold, though, for the Yasheat Esports team, able to just give himself a little bit of distance to the Vassen Motorsports driver, and they've got a little bit of time as well. They're on the opposite side of the track to the long straight, where they will be most vulnerable to another car for overtaking. So they've got all of this time now to just try and make that gap big enough so that when they get onto that big straight, the Vassen can't take advantage out of the slipstream and pull through. You can see the Symphony Pistons car behind the Vassen just ducking out to the left for a minute, looking to see what's happening ahead and coming off line slightly, probably to keep their tyres at a reasonable temperature. And oh no, it looks like we've had two cars come into contact with each other here. We'll get a glorious replay and see exactly what has happened between them. It looks like I couldn't quite catch what car that was, but again, quite far away from each other for now. Mercedes a little bit more ahead at this point in time, but losing time very quickly to the car behind, went very slowly through the right-hander compared to the 144 there, and then making contact just on the outside of the corner, and always bump as well, as it looks like the 144 did not hold their brakes there. That will cause further contact between the two drivers. But again, with the rain clearing up, you do still have to be careful, because yes, okay, the track is now in an easier place to drive on, the conditions are a lot better, but you've just been driving in the wet for the last hour and a half. You've got to readjust to a dry track now, and with that will come some adjustments. I mean, you saw there one car going very, very slowly through the right-hander. You've got to start picking up the speed again now, because otherwise you leave yourself very vulnerable to the car behind, and they may not be expecting you to brake so early if you do happen to brake just a tad too early coming into the dry.
Yeah, that's it. It's one of those things where, you know, certain drivers adapt to the conditions better than others. You always get those drivers that are a little bit nervous on the brakes, maybe if they've had an incident in the wet before on that corner, or, you know, a particular spin. It can really unnerve you to see somebody else in the mirrors, and, you know, the following car has to be very alert that you're not going to be braking on the same point that he might be. They, you know, if you run up the back of someone in a classic, should we say, in real life scenario on a public highway, that is on your head. You shouldn't have hit that car. So, you know, even in the terms of motorsport, it's still the same principle. You, as a following car, should be very heads up aware of what the car ahead of you is doing. And if they do brake early, then you need to match that, or you need to go for that move to be able to dispatch of them. As Marco Wong is in the 33 West competition car, still up in P6. That car, I've not seen or heard too much about it, but they're doing quite well. Their sister car, the number 1, of course, is up in P2 at the moment. And the great thing about having 2 cars, of course, Tim, we see it in Formula 1 a lot of the time, and you know, IRL series, you can test strategies on another car that might not be in the same kind of position as you to see if it's going to work out or not. So, you know, in terms of West competition racing, they're maybe thinking maybe we should go on the dries now. Of course, it has stopped raining technically by weather standards, but the track is still damp. We'll be drying out all the time, lap after lap. So these Pirellis are probably going to be burning up at the moment. Obviously, 33 degrees on track is very, very hot, even for wet conditions. And you know, do West competition racing pull in the 33 and say, look, you're going to trial dry tyres, you tell us how it is, and then we'll pull in the number 1 if it works for you guys as well. And you know, you'll see that instantly in lap time, as Marco Wong is, you know, everybody is down to a flat 2 minute, nearly 2 minute 0.6 for Vassen. I think it was a 2 minute 0.6 for the West competition car as well. So times are tumbling, they've come down another second. So I think we're probably in that crossover area where the track has just gone greasy. Top right hand side of your screen, have a look at that, and greasy it is. Look at the big slide from Oscar Huel in the Vassen car as it follows the Kramer car around the circuit. Of course, Yas Heat behind, wants to get a move on, doesn't want the Yas Heat car, but that is a big puddle stood there, Tim. Turn 14 on the entry, still a lot of water there on dry tyres hitting that. That is not going to be fun.
Absolutely, it's not going to be fun. And what I imagine we're going to see here is when the Williams Esports team decides that they want to pit right at the front, of course, and you'll just see everyone else pour into the pits right after, as they'll want to sort of follow suit. And for now, that's the benefit of these positions that they're in. There's about a 7-second gap between P1 and P2, same with P2 and P3. They can just wait for the car ahead to pit and then almost copy them. They don't have to try a strategy that's slightly unexpected. They don't have to try and beat the other car in strategy per se. They just have to match them in this situation. And I think that might be worth considering for a lot of the cars that are racing towards the front right now, is maybe just copy what Williams Esports do, because otherwise you may find yourself in a situation similar to earlier where you do a strategy completely different to everyone else, and then you find yourself way back in the field when you could have been still fighting at the front. So yes, you could do what you suggested, put in your other team's car and see how they perform across the stint as well, but it may just be worth following suit of your direct competitor ahead as well and just see how it pans for them, and then going into the pit straight away, and that way you're all on equal ground.
Yeah, that's it. A double toe there for the Vassen car. Got the toe off the Kramer car, and then the Petrol Brothers car gave them some more toe. And look at the gap it's pulled out, so much so that the Kramer car has LOD'd out of contention in the mirror, and all you can see is a pair of headlights behind. As we flick back to the TV cam, you see the gap that Huel has built up there for the Vassen car, miles ahead of the Kramer car. Complete different to what we saw this time, last time by on the checker, and greasy it certainly is. You see the Aston there, a little bit of a slide through turn 12. Have a look at the standing water I keep mentioning here. There it is. It hits it very hard indeed. Still on the wet tyres, so kind of makes sense to be running that at the moment as they come around the last turn. Still yet to see anybody majorly in the top kind of 20 leap for the pit lane. We see a few cars just out of contention there, Petrol Brothers being one of them, coming in to try and force their hand on dry tyres more than likely. Wiper still going on the Yas Heat Ferrari. Symphony of Pistons now closing the gap to them. We ride on board the splitter cam. SOP to the inside. Sean Arnold, will he defend it? Leaves the door wide open. Of course, the outside then becomes the inside. So Simon Bauer, nothing to be had into turn 1, although gets a much better drive down into turn 3. And we keep saying it, of course, the drive out of turn 2 is crucial because it's such a long run to 3 that you can really get alongside and kind of shoehorn open the door. BMW over the curb, forces the Ferrari over the opposite inside curb, but finds himself on the outside line. Still a bit of standing water out there as well. Nothing to be had, and a small train of cars coming through behind, slightly down and out of contention as well. But still, battles up and down the field. Everybody's been kind of gapped out now. We've got 7.5 seconds seconds nearly between 1 and 2. Got about a second between 2 and 3, about a second between 3 and 4, and then a big gap back to the Unicorns of Love number 4, 21 and a half seconds to the good. West Competition Racing, Marco Wong here, hot on the heels of the Unicorns of Love X-Pulse Sim Sport car, and of course we are going to be coming up to the pit stops any minute, I'd like to say, for these guys, and I think it's going to be whoever blinks first at the front will force the hand of everybody else. So I think if, you know, say Williams come in, I'm predicting we're going to see at least 10 to 15 cars down the lane after them. And the Unicorns of Love team have decided now is the time. We're coming in and just about avoids hitting the pit board. Jonathan Seville there gets on the pit limiter very nicely indeed. Currently comes down the pit lane, came in P5. So see where he comes out, and the other sister car, the Pulse Sim Sport, of course, the 52 goes through into P6. So maybe Jonathan Seville going to be the tester for the Pulse Sim Sport car and say, look, it's looking good on dries. You've just got to be careful of some standing water here, and you should be golden for some very fast lap times indeed.
Absolutely, and I think, like you said, there's going to be a case of who blinks first. Everyone else will then follow suit. It's Home of Sim Racing Esports. They're going down the inside of the Porsche Spinala Ferrari. I know, a confusing team name to be precise, but you can see now Home of Sim Racing Esports just not quite got the acceleration they need. Come back alongside the Porsche Spinala team, and there leaving the pits comes TF Racing. Their Mercedes, they've also bitten the bullet now as well. The track's still greasy, but the track temperature is 33 degrees, so it is warming up very, very fast. And with that, the track will continue to dry as well. And it looks like a lot more cars are suddenly starting to enter the pit lane. You can see on the track map a lot of grayed out circles. That's because they've all stopped their cars in the pit lane as well. And looking at it, is that the Williams Esports car staying out on track? Yes, it is. The number 5 Williams Esports car, Igor Rodriguez, continuing to stay out on track. West Competition Racing has now pulled into the pits themselves. Jean Alessi Esports opting to stay out for now. They will go up into second place, but looks like a mix of strategies here, John. And funnily enough, I was with you. I thought it would be one person blinks and then they all start diving into the pits, but actually, it's like Williams Esports and Jean Alessi, they're sticking to their guns. They're saying, no, we're not ready for those dry tyres yet.
Yeah, I don't think some drivers probably reckon they can make the wets last right up until the kind of end of the stint timer, although the track looking ever drier every single lap. I'm noticing puddles that were there 1 minute, standing water from the previous lap are suddenly disappearing. So it is certainly drying out, of course, for Loche down the lane, the number 1 West Competition car, the number 48 Yeet Esports car. Also finding their way in as well. But yeah, it's really weird. Williams and Jean Alessi choosing to stay out on that one, and there is still a chunk of water there in the turn 14 approach. Florian Durkop just noticed the number 4 Pulse Sim Sport car has picked up the drive-through penalty, the dreaded drive-through penalty. Not sure if track limits or possibly speeding in the pit lane. Like he did get on the limiter nice and early, so he might have just picked up the final track limit infringement, should we say, and now finds himself with an extra trip down pit lane. Home of Sim Racing Esports still choosing to stay out on their current set of tyres. The green banding of that rim gives it a very optical illusion that there could be dry tyres, but I think they are still on the wet on that one. Looking at the lap time anyway, 2:01, relatively slow for a set of dries, I would say. Still a little bit of standing water down in the complex section. Benjamin Lang and Boris still going toe-to-toe, even coming into the pit lane. I thought Lang was going to make a move coming over the pit limiter line, but decided to tuck in behind. So these two guys still going at each other. And now we see Rodriguez down the pit lane for Williams. That, of course, brings in turn Campanella in the Jean Alessi Esports car as well. And the number 33 West Competition car is next down the line. So I imagine if he sees the 2 leaders in, he will soon follow suit on that one as well. And driver change, heads up, number 1 Sebastian Apostle is back into the car, of course, the pole sitter, and Marco Wong goes for another lap on those wets, thinks, you know what, I'm going again, see you later, boys.
Marco Wong clearly very confident that they can continue to stretch these wets to the absolute maximum limit. West Competition Racing, though, back in the lead of this race goes the number 33 car. Williams Esports leaving the pits now. Igor Rodriguez in the car for the number 5. They're exiting the pits ahead of the Jean Alesi Esports team. Hull Sim Sport also coming into the pits as well. Marco Bischoff currently in the car for Kramer Racing Esports. Fancies gaining a position on Vason Motorsports right now. Gets it done and dusted on the long straight between sectors 2 and 3, and they are already up a position. Kramer Racing, though, will now have to defend coming into the next section of the track. Going around the right-hander, though, looks like they've gained themselves a nice load of breathing room there. 0.5 seconds, now up to 0.7 seconds, and up to 1 second as well after the first corner. So a good overtake from Kramer Racing Esports promotes them up into P11, almost inside the top 10. There you go. Luke Whitehead back in the car for Veloce Esports. Stopped raining, which means it's time for Malinowski to return back to their hovel, where it is wet and dingy, I imagine, because those are the conditions that he loves. So he's now out of the car again, allowing Luke Whitehead to re-enter the car for the Veloce Esports Porsche number 75. And with that, they're right on the back of the Jean Alesi car. I think this is answering our question, John, on was it worth staying out that long on the wet tyres? Well, it's left Jean Alesi very vulnerable to the number 75 from behind, and this may be the car's way of saying, actually, we probably wanted to be on those dry tyres a lot sooner, because the track is now fast.
Yeah, track is now fast, and certainly with that, of course, all the water is essentially dried up as soon as it goes to fast. Greasy still remains with a few puddles here and there, a few bits of moisture everywhere, and we now see a steward's decision for the 111 GPR and the 50 TWMS Performance 81, lap 81, turn 1. Of course, we saw that on our live pictures. It looked like the GPR car kind of drifted over too late. No further action on that one. And the incident also that we saw a glorious replay of the number 77 Prime E Racing and the car number 144 Team 1 FF. Lap 83, turn 6 is now also under investigation. So keep your eyes peeled on that one, because that sounded like it rumbled on for a few corners between them. And Luke Whitehead still in the wake of the Jean Alesi Lamborghini. Still no position to be had from him. And we know that Whitehead is very fired up. He's a very quick driver, very young as well. And I believe, if I stand corrected, he was a champion for the SRO America Series when they ran that just last year as well. So a very capable driver, no stranger to pressure. We see the lap times already tumbled all the way down to a 1:57 for Luke Whitehead last time by. We looked earlier and they were in just over the 2-minute mark, and now we've shaved another 3 seconds off that. So once the track becomes a bit more rubbered in again, the track in the top right hand side will go from fast to optimum, and when it goes from optimum, that's when we expect to see the fastest laps being set once again. Currently still the Symphony of Pistons number 100 clawing onto the into the fastest lap time from the opening stage of the race, and that was nearly about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we had that first stint in the dry where the tyres are great and the fuel was high, but the tyres were in good condition, so you got that initial fastest lap off straight away. And then, of course, we've been having rain for the last couple of hours, which has basically ruined any chance of a fastest lap for anyone, because you're not going to be going faster in the rain than you are in the dry unless you are some sort of god in the wet weather. That being said, though, Veloce Esports driver Luke Whitehead currently in P4 as West Competition Racing number 33 drops down to P5 after holding it a little bit too long maybe there on the pit timer. They're now trying to overtake Campanella in the number 38 ahead, the Jean Alesi Esports car, to gain a position. Home of Sim Racing Esports currently racing neck and neck with Prime E Racing. We've seen these two come together a couple of times already in this race. It looks like now Home of Sim Racing Esports, the 222, up a position. They promote themselves into P24, but it's not over yet. Prime E Racing looking to come back maybe along the outside here of turn 1, lurking on the outside of the track, neck and neck with the Home of Sim Racing Esports car. Will duck behind for now, but of course that means they could get a much better exit here, and you can see already the Prime E Racing car just flying out of the corner there will clear them before they get down to turn 3. A brilliant read from Tugul there to get ahead of the Home of Sim Sports driver. Prime E Racing back up into P24.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's such a crucial corner. We keep saying it. Turn 2, got to get a good exit. Turn 3, ideal passing space down the inside if you can really make it stick. And now Marcel Stanger in the Pulse Sim Sport car takes over from where Tatsvina Hacker left it off. Currently in P6, served a drive-through penalty just a couple of laps ago. And just looking down my board on my screen at the moment, Jean Alesi with a drive-through, as well as Symphony of Pistons, number 38 and number 100. Both have to make an extra trip down pit lane. I can only imagine, once again, Tim, it's for track limits. And these guys have lasted just over 3 hours, and they're now starting to pick up a few track limits. So, you know, if you can keep your nose clean for the next 24 hours and not pick up a track limits, I imagine you'll gain quite a few positions on those that do push the absolute limit of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can keep it clean for 24 hours around Paul Ricard, I think a lot of people will regard you as a god, to be honest, because Paul Ricard, it's one of those tracks. I know Luke mentioned earlier that it's very easy to pick up track limit warnings. We have a steward decision for the incident involving car number 50, TMS Performance, and car 111, the GPR eSports car. This is lap 83, turn 1. No further action, so it's deemed moving into the braking zone. There's Jean Alesi now coming into the pits. Of course, this will be for the drive-through that they now have to serve. But yes, John, I think a lot of us are expecting to see drive-through penalties today. There's going to be quite a lot of them. The first one, though, to come 3 hours and 10 minutes into the race, definitely not going to be ideal, because if you do the math, that means if they continue to get drive-throughs at this similar pace, they will be serving 5 more drive-throughs before the end. So maybe it's now time for some of these drivers to ease off the throttle a little bit, maybe not push the car too hard going around those corners, and just keep it safe, because of course the track, the pit lane distance at France is very, very short. It's not a long pit lane, but still, every second you spend in it, you're not going top speed, you're not racing out on track. It's going to hurt your overall position there. So Jean Alesi, unfortunately, we drop in that position. That promotes the Veloce team. Luke Whitehead behind the wheel of that right now into that final podium spot. They're up into P3.
Yeah, still very early days yet. Provisionally into P3 as Team 1FF there exit drivers left-hand side into turn 10. Probably got a massive wiggle on through the middle of that corner. Very easy to do in the Porsche before saving it somehow and yeah, finding their way back onto the track. We're going to see a glorious instant replay of what actually happened here to Benjamin Lang in the Team 1FF car. As we watch TV cam here, we see Luke Whitehead in the background. We ride on board on this one. Of course, the Porsche hitting top speed, hitting the blue lights, triggering them as he comes into the corner. A little dab of the brakes, flicks it in, and looks like someone dug into the curb and just didn't turn the car in at all, and then had to, of course, slow down. Make sure you don't get another track limit warning, or you know, that final one that gives you that drive through. And Luke Whitehead probably a little bit sweaty now following the Team 1FF. Doesn't want to, you know, it's the worst thing when somebody makes a mistake in front of you and you're just the innocent party in the whole thing, and you just can't quite avoid it in time. And the Vassen Motorsports and the Yas Heat guys still locked together. Milton still Vassen now in the Aston Martin. I believe Sean Arnold still in the Yas Heat 296 car ahead. These guys have been battling for a good 20 to 30 minutes now, and it looks like the Ferrari, now the track has dried up, definitely has the upper hand slightly on the Aston Martin, although never say never. Obviously still just under 21 hours to go. We're mere but a smidge into the race at the moment, and literally anything can happen. Track is still, of course, fast. We're still waiting for it to go optimum. It's taken a while to rubber in, even with all these drivers kind of circulating around. 42 cars on track today, still 42 circulating of those that started. So nobody retired just yet. Of course, in the nature of the scoring system here for VEM, of course, double points on the board for a 24-hour race. So every single point you can pick up at the moment is absolutely crucial to your championship charge. Every single driver in the field will score some kind of point. Right down from P1 will earn 100 points, right down to, of course, 42 cars this time. So the minimum amount of points you can earn this time around is 16. And then you do get a bonus 100 points for finishing as well. So still plenty on the table. And Yeet Esports with a great run at the moment, getting a toe off the fellow West Competition racing car ahead to try and drag himself himself past the Pulse Simsport car, and side by side into the top of the Mistral Straight they go. I think the Ferrari, yeah, just about managed to hold on to that, slots itself between the two BMWs, but Yeet Esports with a great run there at the moment. They had a bit of a rotten round in round 1 at Watkins Glen, but they've certainly flipped it on its head this time by.
Absolutely, Yeet Esports doing a bit better this time round. If you've ever wondered the question, how many seconds will the pit lane in France lose me if I have to serve a drive-through penalty? The answer to that is about 29 seconds. John Leslie Esports, of course, had to go for a drive-through in the pits just ahead of the Veloce car. They now find themselves 28.7 seconds behind the number 75, so you can be sure they lost about 29 to 30 seconds there, having to serve that drive-through in the pit. That information, John, may become crucial to some teams later on in this race. It'll be interesting to know if anyone else actually paid attention to that, because knowing that you're going to lose 30 seconds for every drive-through, that can be the difference between a couple of positions for these teams, and it will pay advantage for those that were paying attention there.
I mean, if you take kind of four drive-throughs over the course of 24 hours, that's a lap you've lost instantly. So it soon definitely adds up, and that's providing you, of course, you pick up your drive-through and it's a very fast in-lap and a very fast out-lap as well. Of course, that's not accounting for any traffic you might hit due to being thrown off sequence. You know, we've got some guys right now in some wonderful clear air on the circuit. We've got some others in some absolutely rotten air where they're kind of locked in with, you know, cars laps down. They're fighting for positions around them. You know, it's not just, you got to think about the bigger picture. It's not just the time you lose coming in and down the lane. It's all the time around it, as we now see the slipstream battle begin once again. This time Stanger to the middle, tries to run the Yeet Esports car off to driver's left. Yeet having none of it, keeping their foot in it. Over the blue line they go, 3 wide into the top of this turn nearly. Not going to be good. We got West Competition Racing on the inside, Pulse Simsport around the outside, just about managed to make it stick. And can West Competition Racing shoehorn open the door? They do, but not in a manner that's very friendly at all. And Stanger exits to driver's left and manages to come back on. Flash of the lights there from the Ferrari saying, I'm not happy with what just happened there. Yeet Esports up into P6. West Competition Racing hang on to P5, and Pulse Simsport bullied out of the order into P7 as we see the glorious replay, 3 wide nearly into the top of the turn. Somebody backed out as the Yeet Esports car riding on board with them. Look at the side-by-side into 11. West Competition Racing kind of skates up the bank in a little bit, nudges the wheel of the Pulse Simsport car of Stanger, and Stanger exits to driver's left, and we see the flash of the fog lights there in kind of, you know, disgruntlement, should we say, at the Yeet car, although the Yeet car was kind of nothing to do with it. It was the West Competition Racing that, of course, he was flashing at. So Stewart's going to have to be looking into that one as well. And yeah, it's you know, just as you think it dies down, it all kind of rears its head again, Tim.
Absolutely, it all rears its head indeed. For those of you that saw at the bottom of the screen, Team 1 FF, the 144, there picked up a 10-second penalty for causing a collision with another car there, so they're going to have to serve that within their next pit stop. Speaking of pit stops, Vason Motorsports coming into the pit lane. Is this to serve a drive-through penalty? It looks like it is. They're going past all the pit stops, so yes, they are coming out now onto the track. Exiting around P16, I believe, as I don't think oh no, the P17, the BF Racing was close enough there, but 20 minutes left in this race, sorry, 20 hours left in this race, definitely not 20 minutes, 20 hours 43 minutes left in this race. We've still got plenty of time to go for a lot of these teams, and again, it's going to be the echoing theme of today, I feel, John. It's not over yet for anyone so far. Whether you're first in the field or last in the field, all of that can change in the next 20 hours.
Yeah, certainly. We keep saying, you know, long time to go, anything can happen. Track has now reached optimum status, so grip level should be at an all-time high right now, and Pulse Simsport now back on the rear of Marco Wong in the West Competition Racing car. Of course, after being given a hip and shoulder check, he's going to be very fired up in the number 52 car just behind there, as the Yeet Esports car has found its way through as well now up into P5. So that's great to see. They are having a much better run than last time out at Watkins Glen. Certainly a BMW suited track. We see a lot of BMWs in the dry conditions certainly making their way up to the top of the field. Team Racing Point being muscled out onto the marbles there, allowing the low fuel motorsports car and the Xenon Racing car of Leon August stat there in the number 54, and Racing Point still not giving up, getting very close to the back of the Mercedes. Be very careful you don't kind of run too deep. And now the Xenon Racing Car opens the door on the low fuel motorsports Ferrari. We get a wonderful view here from the Racing Point number 85 BMW splitter cam. It's always interesting to see underneath the rear wing of a lot of cars. A lot of teams put hidden messages under the back, so it's definitely one to keep your eye on. I think Team Yeet have, if you can't beat them, yeet them. Under their rear wing, so keep your eye out for that one. But teams tend to put a little hidden message under them, so yeah, the more splitter cams we see, the better. As we look back now, the Racing Point car, of course, managed to get ahead during all of that. The low fuel motorsports Ferrari now down into P14, and the Xenon Racing car into P13. And of course, with the straight coming up, the Ferrari is very good in a straight line, as we see here with Marcel Stanger in the Pulse Simsport car around the outside of the West competition car. Big wiggle on the exit curb. Transitioning over the curb can be very bumpy sometimes, especially in the Ferrari that was nicknamed the Bouncing Donkey from Samir Foch the other week, when I held an interview with him and asked him about the rear upset that the car suffers terribly with. And this move was kind of done in the straight, of course, with the slipstream. Wong tried to pin him to the right hand side. Stanger definitely had the slingshot effect from pulling out of the slipstream of the BMW. Around the outside he went, just about managed to claw onto it, then had to pull it back along the right hand side of the bollards to avoid any track limit penalties, and just about made it stick through the bank turn of 11. So no hip and shoulder check this time, but just looked at my board and Stanger has picked up a drive through for track limits. So he's going to be down the lane, and that time, Tim, that you mentioned earlier is going to be lost.
30 seconds Marcel Stanger will lose now in that Pulse Simsport car. Xenon Racing in Augustat, we saw them earlier losing out a position to the Team Racing Point. They now need to sort of copy what Team Racing Point did here. The low fuel motorsport car has come off the back of them slightly, a second between them and Xenon Racing. But what I think was great about the overtake for Team Racing Point, John, is that they were lurking behind the Xenon Racing and the low fuel motorsport car. Those two started to fight, and then Team Racing Point went, okay, thank you, I'll take both the positions then, as the door was opened. And it's something we were talking about a lot earlier, when all the cars are bunched up, you know, just wait for that right opportunity. But it does also come into play when you're only racing just a couple of cars, that sometimes it is just best to hang back a little bit, not too far obviously, maybe like 5/10 off the car in front though, and wait for a mistake out of them and for that door to open rather than to force something, and that way you could get through. The only problem is if you feel like you're a lot faster than the car ahead, you're going to want to get through them quite quickly. As Xenon Racing here right up the rear of Team Racing Point. Team Racing Point driving that BMW right now. The Xenon Racing car in the Mercedes looks towards the right hand side of the straight though, but coming out of the slipstream, they just don't have enough oomph to pull the car through towards the end. And again, they're going to look for it. To the right they go, and you can see straight away the second they pull out of that slipstream, John, it just loses all momentum. And yet again, that Mercedes doesn't quite have enough in the straight line to take on the BMW.
Yeah, I think we saw it earlier with the Xenon Racing team. They were struggling in straight lines even earlier on in the race. So I'm wondering if they've set their car up, of course, for, we were speaking earlier about, you know, do you go fully dry, do you go fully wet, like what do you do with it? I'm wondering if they've just set their car up to be a lot more stable in the wet. And then when the dry conditions come, of course, the drag of the wing, the aero balance of the car, it just isn't enough to, you know, overtake anything. You know, the risk you run is, you know, dialing out all the wing, as we see just at the front of the shot there, the Pulse Simsport car of Stanger coming down for his drive-through penalty. And I think the number 40 here is coming down possibly for its scheduled pit stop. Nope, I'm seeing standing corrected. That is, of course, another drive-through as well. So I'm sure if we added up, whoa, very close rejoin there into the traffic. It's a very awkward pit lane of Paul Ricard on the exit. You come out, of course, like top speed into the lane. Look how close the Racing Point car, and then the Xenon Racing car as well, and Low Fuel Motorsport even finding their way through on that car as well. Very, very close indeed. It's a bit of a horrible pit lane coming from, you know, 48 kph essentially out into the stream of traffic that is, you know, hitting nearly their top gear in the car. It's not an easy join, let's put it that way. So very heads-up driving maybe from everyone there, and TV cams maybe making it a little bit closer than it could have been. But yeah, definitely one to watch out for, as the Xenon racing car now attempts the same move again, tucks right up to the rear. Just every time it pulls out, she said to him, it just can't get it out, so, you know, can't get the move done. Has to pull back in. You just see the BMW just inching ever so further ahead, to the point where Leon says, you know what, I'm just going to pull back in. I can't get this move done. So it's I don't think it's a BOP thing. I think it's just a car setup thing. You know, the M4, if you've ever driven it, is typically a very stable platform in ACC. It's very hard to lose it, spin out, which of course means you can trim a lot of the wing and the aero off of it. So it still has the same kind of stability and grip, but it's just a lot faster in a straight line. It could be something as silly as brake ducts. Maybe they're running a lot more open brake ducts to try and bring the tyre temperature down. Of course, with the hot conditions we've got here today, of course, you can bring your brake temps down. That, in case, you know, minuses some of the heat out of the wheel rim, which then takes some of the heat out of the tyre, which then, of course, would bring your core temperature down, and then in turn would, of course, bring the pressure slightly down into a more comfortable window. There's many factors at hand, but yeah, the Mercedes is definitely struggling in a straight line today.
Yeah, I think you might have hit the nail on the head there, to be honest. With you described the setups and how that can affect the straight line speed, but it's just a bit painful to watch. Every time that Mercedes pulled out, it couldn't quite get through, and we've got an incident between car number 44, the Viscero Esports team, and car 49, Burst Esports, in lap 93, turn 1. It's now under investigation, so we'll see how that turns out in a minute. GPI Esports overtaking Homer Sim Racing, which is then back up into 24th place. These guys have been fighting out for a while now. We've seen GPI Esports and Homer Sim Racing on our screens doing overtakes a couple of times. Another team that we've not seen too much of just yet, TMMS Performance Car, who are now coming up to the rear of the Armamentario car, a team that has had a bit of misfortune early on in this race, and now finding themselves further up the field, and now they're going to have to defend against the TMMS Racing team.
Yeah, Armamentario, we touched on them earlier. A bit of a rotten start to this one. They did do quite well at round 1 of Watkins Glen, but just lady luck not on their side today, having a couple of spins, a couple of collisions, and they've just got to kind of claw back everything they can, although, you know, still plenty of time left to do it. So, you know, if they are going to choose a bad time to do it, it would be at the beginning of the race, where you've got more than enough time to make it up. The worst case is when you run 23.5 hours, and then the last half an hour or so you get struck by a stream of bad luck, and you just have no time to come back from it. Just want to touch briefly, not really mentioned them too much, on our sponsors for this event. Of course, they have had their logos displayed across the top of the screen throughout the whole broadcast, but of course none of it would be possible without Low Fuel Motorsports, who need no introduction to the services they provide. Leandley Industrial Co Limited, still family run, family owned, designer and manufacturer of high quality PC cases. CaseKing.de, of course, an online shop for many of you in Europe, needs no introduction. British partner company, which I didn't know was overclockers.co.uk as well, if you're more in the UK market, such as myself and Tim. Noble Chairs, of course, born out of a passion project from industry veterans that were unhappy with the gaming chair market at the time, along with, of course, Moser Racing, with their sudden up and coming into sim racing with their direct drive units at very affordable prices, and they are branching out into more and more stores around the globe, really, and touches on our next partner, of course, Next Level Racing, accessible in over 40 countries globally, so makes them one of the most widely accepted European brands for any sim rig related solutions. Glorious Gaming, another brand built on passion, who of course sponsor our replay segment here as well. Shaking up the peripheral mouse and keyboard market, which of course moves on to Ducky, the next partner, of course, with us. Needs no introduction. If you're into your mechanical keyboards, you know exactly who Ducky are, and high quality keyboards is what they do. And lastly, one of the drivers in the race, HC Dizzy, who you may know as Sigi Lenzes, of course, a passionate German Twitch streamer who has also recently turned to YouTube as well. So be sure to check him out and show him some love over on his channel. But yeah, the battles still continue here as we are. We've got Armamentario and TWMS. We've got the Veloce Porsche now up into P3 after Jean Alesi had a little bit of a drive-through penalty last time out. Looking down the straight, you can't even see the Lamborghini on the same stretch of tarmac. We've got the Visceral Azatec esports car just behind, outshot under the bridge. There it comes in the Ferrari. They've had a bit of a rotten spell so far, so they're looking to try and flip the latter half of the races on that one as well. As we see a move here from the Vassen Motorsports car, we thought came in for a drive-through, but was actually a scheduled pit stop. So not sure what happened with those guys, but they are far out of contention from where they were. Just made a move stick there on the GPR esports car coming into turn 11. Got to be careful not to get that aero wash and send yourself up the banking if you're following somebody. Wild Things Racing Team, the next car to dispatch for him. Ben Langford still in the car of the number 26. So we're seeing a lot of drivers, like you said earlier, Tim, 2 hours-ish kind of seems to be the magic number. I mean, after 2 hours, I know I get quite fatigued. If I try and go for 3, it's doable, but it's a very big push. Rodriguez in the Williams car has been in for probably about 2 hours, so next time that car comes down for a scheduled stop, probably expect another driver in that one as well. We're yet to see George Boothby in the Veloce Porsche. He hasn't made an appearance yet, although streaming on Twitch. We've got a good 4 to 5 to 6 drivers in some of these cars. So, you know, the names you've seen so far on stream, you're going to be seeing a lot more names later, and especially in the, the night hours, essentially, where we enter the, the 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning stage, where nobody wants to do, but unfortunately, John Watts has been elected from our broadcast team to carry the show through the early hours of Saturday to Sunday morning. And we should hopefully, providing no technical issues, we should be live for the whole 24 here on the Virtual Endurance Motorsports channel. The Virtual Endurance channel on Twitch. And of course, if you've missed anything, you can of course catch our race highlights, which we'll be showing fairly regularly. The Low Fuel Motorsports team have been very kind as to chop up segments of the race and piece together a little highlight montage. So every time we will be touching on that if you are missing any action at all. And as we see, speaking of action, Wild Things Racing comes under fire from Vassen Motorsports, and Milton Steele Vassen there goes straight through, no issues at all towards the end of the Minstrel Straight. Ben Langford not really popping up much of a fight there. Of course, we saw Langford turned earlier on in the race as well, out of contention, so they should be a lot higher up. And Patrick Sodicat really struggled at the beginning of the race, although qualifying quite high, soon went backwards. So a lot of drivers out of contention. We all picked a kind of favourite car to win earlier on, Tim, and my pick of Kramer is currently up into P8, so they're looking pretty good, I would say, for a potential podium if all goes their way. But still, 20 and a half hours just under to go, and it's all to play for, should we say.
Yeah, absolutely. My pick was the number 1 West Competition Racing. Got a very fast driver lineup they have, and Sebastian Apostel back in the car now for them, finds himself in 2nd place overall, just 4 seconds behind the leader, which is Igor Rodriguez for the Williams eSports team. Currently on your screens, we've got Xenon Racing, as they try and close in on Team Racing Point, and now you can see Igor Rodriguez just navigating the traffic around them as they try and climb through the field. That's the Symphony of Pistons car. It's just moving out of their way in the fastest way possible for them. Of course, they have to let through the traffic behind them as they are on a higher lap. They do have to yield the position to them. However, they can do it in a way that allows them to not lose too much time, as long as they do it in a reasonable time frame. They do just leave it like 5 laps or so. As long as it's within the lap that they let it through, it tends to be okay in Stewart's eyes. Kramer Racing Esports, Marco Bischoff, your pick of the day. John Dalton to do well. They find themselves in PA at the moment, just behind the Unicorns of Love team, as we have a steward decision for the incident involving Viscero Esports and Burst Esports, lap 93, turn 1. No further action deemed for causing a collision there between them. But back to the racing, Kramer Racing Esports now just 5 tenths off the back of Unicorns of Love. I believe that's the Unicorns of Love and ex-Pulse Sim Sports car from the pink and yellow livery we touched on it being your favourite livery in the game. And I agree. I love seeing the liveries that these teams have come out with this year. I think they've been absolutely beautiful, to be perfectly honest. And some of them really do stand out. The pink and the yellow crossing over in the middle with the Unicorns of Love logo slapped on top. It looks phenomenal. And it really does showcase the friendship between those two teams, pulling together to put out a team in this competition. West Competition Racing, the number 33 car, still looming in that 6th place, just a second off these two that are fighting. So if Kramer Racing Esports can clear this Unicorns of Love car, the person in P6 only just looming on the horizon. Speaking of an incident between the Pulse Sim Sport number 52 and the number 33 West Competition Racing that happened on lap 95 turn 6 is now under investigation as well from the steward. So we'll find out in a little bit what happened between those two cars.
Yeah, that was the hip and shoulder check we saw, wasn't it, towards the latter half of the race. Opened up the door, and Pulse Simsport unfortunately went backwards during the whole incident, so not sure what they will do there. Stewards, of course, look at a lot more than we do here on the broadcast. We just kind of see it once, maybe twice in a replay, and make our decision. Of course, stewards will be looking at inputs, turning inputs, you know, all the kind of telemetry and data that they can get their hands on, multiple angles of the incident as well, before making their informed decision. And of course we should see that on the bottom of our screens, although if we don't, I will keep an eye out for that one. But just want to touch on your livery point earlier. I cannot wait to see that Unicorns of Love X Pulse Simsport livery on a 296 Ferrari in a month's time.
It could potentially be the most beautiful livery we've seen in the game. I'll be interested to know if they change it up a little bit. Of course, the car's very similarly modelled. They are both going to be Ferraris, but there will be differences between the bodywork slightly. It will be interesting to see if they do anything with it. Speaking of the Unicorns of Love team, they're now going for an overtake on West Competition Racing. Kramer Esports comes through as well on the straight. Both of them get ahead of West Competition Racing there. Unicorns of Love X Pulse Simsport up into P6. Kramer Racing Esports up into P7, still looking to try and gain a position on the Unicorns of Love team as well. But yeah, John, I think that could potentially be a really good looking livery, and it will be interesting to see if there's some slight changes to it as well. Xenon Racing here looking towards the inside of Team Racing Point. Can't quite make anything stick for now as Team Racing Point gets a slingshot around the outside. Still be ahead before the right-hander. Xenon Racing looking towards the inside yet again now, but it will become the outside for the next corners. So they are going to have to try and get a little bit more ground than this, although trying to do a switch back here. Looks towards the inside almost instantly on the Team Racing Point car. You're now going to watch from the rear of Zam Pedri in the number 85. The BMW here at the Mercedes just behind, and you can just see very close racing between these two, taking all of Xenon Racing's attention here. Leon Augustat behind the wheel right now, making sure that those two do not collide in this close quarters racing right now. But Xenon Racing, they have been going at Team Racing Point for a while now, John, and they just can't seem to find a way through. You've got to give credit to Sam Predi's defence here.
Yeah, it's got to be a good 15 to 20 minutes at least. We've seen this fight raging on now, and the Mercedes just has it in all of the corners, but just doesn't have that extra bit it needs down the straight just to make that move stick in the slipstream. And we saw it last time out that, you know, the Mercedes trying to make it very awkward going into the turn at the end of the Mistral straight to almost offset the Racing Point car from its line to maybe scrub enough speed to allow it to get through. And here we see Marco Bischoff coming through on the Ferrari Unicorns of Love X Pulse Simsport. Not a thing I thought I would be saying. Of course, a Porsche making a pass in a straight line, although Bischoff is the man to do it, and he's made it stick. Through the inside he goes, covers off the inside to 11 very well indeed. Unicorns of Love down to P7, and Kramer now back up into P6. So, you know, they're making haywire. They're already P8 last time we started talking about these guys. So, great to see, of course, the Marco Bischoff, very elderly in terms of age in the field, should we say, in his early 30s. So has a lot of wisdom, a lot of sim racing experience behind him, and he is the man you want at the head of the team as an almost a lead driver stroke kind of father figure, shall we say, to guide the younger ones through a 24-hour race. He's going to have done it all before, more than likely. There's a flash of the lights there at the Mercedes to say, get out of the way. The Unicorns and Love Boys are hot on my tail, and I don't want them coming back up the inside of me. And Mercedes staying way out of the way there. Marshall waving blue flag, and I think even West Competition Racing might even get through as well. So very heads-up driving from the Mercedes team there to stay way out of that fight, and it allows Bischoff a fast run through turn 1 and turn 2 down into turn 3. So I think he's just about built up enough of a gap to the Unicorns of Love car to be able to fend him off on the straight. Of course, the Porsche isn't always the favourable one, and speaking of straights, this battle still rages on. I think it's just going to be one of those moves where Leon is just going to have to send it without sounding horrible. It's almost a stalemate fight. He's tried everything he can. He's tried pressuring the Team Racing Point car into making a mistake. It's just not happened yet. And I think he's going to just have to send it and just make it very awkward for both of them.
It depends how badly they want to get through, but yes, I do fear that in the event that they want to get through quickly, which it seems like they do, they may have to go for a rather risque move here. But that being said, sometimes these things pay off. If Leon or Gustad does decide that they want to go for a bit of a send on Team Racing Point ahead, then they can do so in a way that is safe, and then hopefully both cars can continue with the race here. We'll see whether Leon decides they want to do that now, coming down the long straight, heading towards the right-hander. Does the Mercedes have anything in it here? We've seen already that the Mercedes is struggling in the straight line, and again, not able to do too much here as we come down towards the corner, even with the slipstream from the BMW ahead. And Xenon Racing continues on behind the Team Racing Point. I think that's the other problem here, John, is that, sorry, 2 seconds, an instant between car 111 and the number 50 in lap 82 turn 1 is now under investigation. So that's just been picked up by the stewards from a little while ago. However, yes, John, going back to this though, is that Xenon Racing, I mean, yes, it may have to be a send to get them ahead, but one, is it going to be worth it? Because by the time they get ahead, they're still not going to have that straight line speed, and it will just leave it really vulnerable for the other team to come back through almost instantly there. But then the other thing is where do they go for the overtake as well, as we get a glorious replay here with the number 256 car, who are currently leading the 144 Benjamin Lang behind, and you can see Benjamin Lang now closing in on the 256 ahead, swings out to the left hand side here on the straight, and unlike Xenon Racing, they're able to get that move done and dusted very, very quickly. But yeah, John, I'm wondering here, if they do decide to send it with the Xenon Racing car, where do they send it in a way that they will be able to hold on to that lead for a significant period of time?
Yeah, it's very true. Once they get through, you've kind of then got to hold it. So, I mean, as soon as they get to a straight, of course, the BMW is going to be back behind, essentially. You know, they're not going to be any better off, should we say. So it's kind of, you know, it's the absolute distance between the two of them. You could not separate them on the straight. But as soon as the Mercedes of the Xenon Racing team pull out, they just go backwards. They just don't have enough of an aero trim on them to be able to make it stick. And here he comes again, pulls out, and it just doesn't sling. The Mercedes just doesn't slingshot alongside the BMW. It just stays kind of stays kind of like the same distance. As we see Lightspeed by MC Schaumburg and the LFM car now battling together. The 255 ahead. The 76 we ride on board with, and a very quick stewards decision here for the GPR and the TWMS Performance. We have no further action for the causing of a collision in lap 82 turn 1, so stewards once again have deemed it probably both drivers at fault in some way, so they just want to kind of, you know, get on with it and put that one to the bottom of the pile and wait for the next one to come through as the Lightspeed car looks to the inside in turn 14. The Low Fuel Motorsports car gives them enough room, but they're probably thinking of the corner ahead. Of course, the Low Fuel Motorsports car gets to the inside and manages to fend off the Aston Martin and provide a good drive out of the corner, but the Aston Martin, no slouch in a straight line, as you see it there, coming, closing all the time to the back of the Low Fuel Motorsports car, driven by Lucas Tipash now in the 255. To the inside goes the Aston Martin, although we know turn 2, Lucas is going to have the inside line, and he does, although he's got to get a good drive to be able to defend himself down into turn 3, and I think the Aston Martin just about has enough legs, but these drivers very, very close indeed on their fighting, and it's fair fighting at this stage, Tim. You know, they're squeezing each other, but they're giving each other just enough room. As we see, the Xenon racing car is through. Not sure what happened there. We're going to see a glorious replay cut away too to see what happened with the Team Racing Point BMW as here we go through turn 2, gets a good run out of 2, certainly closes to the back of the Racing Point car, the number 85, jigs out to the right hand side and just about makes it awkward enough for the Racing Point car to throw him off his line, hugs him to the inside of the turn and then just shoehorns the Mercedes into the inside, although we know with the straight coming up, I think the BMW is going to be back past by the time we come out of this replay. I could be proved wrong here, but I'm curious to see, has the Mercedes managed to fend it off? And it hasn't. The BMW is back through as predicted, Tim. Like you said, you know, it's all very well and good them finding a way through, but they've got to stay ahead at that point.
Yeah, I did fear that would happen. Like I said, Xenon Racing is exactly what you said they needed to do there. They got their elbows out, they shoehorned that Mercedes into as many places as possible and just went for it down the inside. It was kind of funny that you literally had just mentioned hard but fair racing, because it's exactly what we saw there between the Xenon Racing and the Racing Point cars. The only problem is it happened right before the straight, and like I said, the Mercedes, it just doesn't have that straight line power for the Xenon Racing team. You talked about it earlier, maybe it's a setup thing, but the BMW swallowing it up in literal seconds. By the time we'd come out of the glorious replay, had already made the move happen. And again now, we're coming through turns 2 and 3, and it could be a similar situation here. I doubt Xenon Racing is going to go for that one yet again, but Homer Sim Racing Esports now looking for a move on GPR Esports. You can see the Aston Martin, we've seen its potential across the race so far. It's performed much better today than it did last month round at Watkins Glen, and now the Aston Martin showcasing what it can do. Homer Sim Racing Esports driver closing in on the GPR driver Lucas Savask, who's in a BMW right now, and let's see if the Aston Martin can do what the Mercedes can't against BMW. They've swung to the inside right now for the final corner. However, GPR Esports gets a really good exit around the outside there, and that's going to give them a bit of distance on the run down to turn 1. Homer Sim Racing Esports falling behind a little bit here. Xenon Racing up ahead of Team Racing Point once again. This time they've managed to get it done on the long straight. This opens the door for them. If Xenon Racing now can keep this gap big enough, they may just be able to finally be through the Racing car for the BMW. We're going to see it yet again here. It's exactly what happens. Xenon Racing now tucking towards the right hand side. Do they just have enough power this late on in the stint? It seems so. The BMW's tyres falling off maybe a little bit here. The Mercedes finally has that extra bit of kick just to get ahead of them on the straight, and there they go. They've got it done and dusted before the straight's even done. The BMW almost straight away fighting back though. You can see them tapping the rear of the Mercedes there, just wanting to get back through, but Xenon Racing finally getting that position, and for now it's still stuck.
Yeah, that's it. And if you're wondering about the Xenon Racing team, just had a look at our info sheet, and they've kindly provided us with some answers to our questions. The team was founded in February of this year, so still a relatively new team when you put it into perspective against, you know, some of the boys that are on the field now that have been around for years. It's formed under the head of an organization of the Prime e-racing car, which is again in this race the number 77, currently down in P22. So the sister car is leading the head car, should we say, on that one, and the Firefly e-racing brand as well. The team was founded back in February 2023 in order to build a strong lineup and structures for esports events to chase after success. So they are certainly fired up and ready to go on this one. Ren Velton, dispatches of the West Competition Racing number 33, now down into P9. Ren Velton up into P8 as GPR Esports and House of Sim Racing still trying to find a way through each other as we ride on board once again with the M4. Looking back, the Aston Martin no way close enough to send it into turn 1. So tucks back in just enough maybe to try and put the BMW driver off, miss a braking point, make a mistake, and then sail on through. They usually prepare about 2 weeks in advance for their endurance racing on their team sheet, and they say how much training do you do, and they say it's hard to say. It depends how available everybody is, and of course time is one of those things that's forever ending, should we say, and you never seem to have enough time for anything in life. Lucas Schubert, aged 20. Leon Agostat, who's in the car at the moment, aged 25. And Felix Brudren, aged 30. So in their mid-20s to 30s, should we say, in the whole lineup. So good to see. A few stats about Leon. Started racing 2 years ago after he bought steering wheel and pedals from a friend. Drove a few endurance races and decided to put more effort into it. He's been enthusiastic about motorsport since he was a kid. Been in the team since they founded, and his personal biggest success is the SEC Season 2 Endurance Champion, and has over 2,500 hours in ACC already. And the favourite car track combo for him is Bathurst in the AMG. So we have a whopping 24 hours of that later on in the season for the final round. So I think the Xenon Racing boys are going to be in their kind of home territory, should we say, when we get that far.
It absolutely sounds that way. It's funny, I think Luke Etheridge was mentioning it earlier with the difference between the two 24-hour tracks that we have in the season. Of course, we've got 24 hours a day at Paul Ricard in France. The track got a lot of nice long straights, but more importantly, if you do happen to go off track, you've got these lovely, almost fields of just tarmac to drive through before you even come close to a wall. Very hard to pick up damage from the walls around Paul Ricard. And then you've got the contrary to it in a few months' time when we go to Bathurst for the finale of the season. Another 24-hour race, but this time it's very much, if you make the slightest mistake, you are picking up a lot of damage, because a very unforgiving track Mount Panorama can be. If you are not on the track, then you are in the wall, as that is the only two options that the mountain presents with you there. So it's a very interesting difference between the two 24-hour tracks that have been picked. Paul Ricard, of course, coming early on, a lot more forgiving. I think it's almost preparation in a way, because as you drive through the night, maybe your drivers are getting a little bit tired, especially when they come to the end of the 24 hours and they've each driven a really long time. Then Paul Ricard, if they start to make little mistakes, it's not going to matter too much. By the end of the season, though, you need to get those drivers in such good conditions, such good attention spans, that they can keep up the same sort of pace with little to no mistakes. Because let's put it this way, I've seen loads of races at Bathurst, John, and they can either be really nice and clean and really good, or they can be absolute chaos. And sometimes it's not even determined by the skill level of the drivers. One unfortunate incident can cause a huge pile-up on the mountain. So it will be interesting to see that. And personally, I'm really excited to see how it differs from today when that finally does come around towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I'm super excited for Bathurst. I really, as harsh as it sounds, I don't want this championship to be over, but I want to get to Bathurst to see the action, because, like you say, it can provide some excellent racing, of course, with the walls being so close up through the mountain section, and then, of course, the long drag down the Conrod Straight into the chase, of course, and all the good moves that come from that section of the circuit as well. And especially with new physics, new tyres, new suspension, new cars even, it's going to be very interesting to see how some of these machines perform at the mountain as well. So I, for one, cannot wait for that. But this man here, Marcel Tamo, we've not really touched much on him, but finds himself in P5, just behind the Jean Alesi car, just ahead 0.7 seconds to the good. He's got the Team 1 FF Porsche behind him, wanting to take a lap away from him, but he doesn't want to, of course, let him through, because that then hampers him onto the back of the Jean Alesi Lamborghini ahead, and Kramer behind 7.5 seconds to the good. So he's really only got to focus ahead, and we know the BMW can be super strong down the straight. So all eyes forward at the moment, as the Jean Alesi car is going to have to mount a defensive move, I think. Campanella in the car at the moment. The number 38 car went in, came into the driver's seat, shall we say, when the rain subsided, or the rain started. I believe he jumped in the car, actually. Sorry, my mistake. As Vassen Motorsports make up another place on the Prime E Racing team. We're just touching on them and their sister car, as we see the battle still rages on between GPR and the home of sim racing as well in the 222. We've got Team Shazoo just behind them as well, looking to make up some moves, making up some places, sorry, after their kind of rotten start where they made the wrong tyre call just a bit too soon. We thought it was on time, but then come the end of the stint, the tyres were ruined and they went backwards once again. So they're looking to make up some position. positions. Served a drive-through or two as well, I believe, in the race so far. So again, a car worth keeping your eye on. As we see the BF Racing boys down the pit lane once again, Tim. I feel they came down less than an hour ago already.
I'm not 100% sure about that one. I don't think they've been that recent, the BF Racing boys. I think they were actually one of the ones that were pitting earlier than everyone else was, because I think we talked about before that it seemed a bit out of place for a pit stop for them. But either way, they're into the pits now, and I can't exactly. Oh, it was in about 10 minutes' time that they will be, most likely every other car will be peeling into the pits. It was just past the hour mark that a lot of cars were peeling into the pits the last time around. Of course, that was influenced by the fact that the track was drying up and that the rain was seeding, so people were trying to get off the wet tyres, and in that itself it sort of corrected the earlier discrepancy in the race where the rain started just after a pit stop. So usually in an endurance race you tend to pit towards the hour mark. Of course, in a 24-hour endurance race, the actual strategy is with an hour and 5 minutes stint time on the drivers, you push it to the limit so that by the time you get to the end of the race, you've technically missed a pit stop, if that makes sense, John. But yeah, I think the BF Racing team, I'm pretty sure, pitted slightly out of sync just before, so we'll see how that unfolds for them. Yeet Esports still on the back of the Jean Alesi Esports team, now getting ever so closer by the minute. BMW against the Lamborghini ahead. We've talked a little bit about the Lamborghini and how it's not a usual car that you see driving around ACC, especially in competitions like this, but Jean Alesi opting in to pick it this time around. Of course, it gets an upgrade next week. The new Lamborghini gets entered into the game, and that leaves the opportunity for Jean Alesi to upgrade into that car for the remainder of this championship as well. I think we spoke to them actually a month ago, John. I think their consensus was they'd absolutely be taking the new Lamborghini no matter what there, where I think probably a smart decision. Of course, we talked about some of the other cars like the Ferrari. It may be more of a juggling decision there. You know, is it actually going to be better than the current Ferrari? Is it going to be as consistent? When it comes to Lamborghini, which is a car that it's not regarded as terrible, but I'd say there are a lot of drivers that would say it's not great compared to the other cars. So I'd say it would probably be safe for the Jean Alesi team just to take the Lamborghini upgrade, because it's got to be better, right? It will. I'm hoping it will bring the Lamborghini a bit more back into the game, and the car might receive some love again.
Yeah, the Lamborghini at some circuits is a bit kind of fat, it's a bit heavy, it's a bit slow, it doesn't quite do what you want it to do, and a few other cars do have a certain advantage over it. Although, like you say, Tim, with the Evo variant, should we say in quotation marks, of course that's evolving the already existing Lamborghini, so in theory an Evo version should always be better than its predecessor, where when you change the current platform such as the 488, it's not a 488 Evo 2, it's a whole new car, it's a 296, it's a whole different chassis, whole different wheelbase, different aero, different suspension, different everything on it pretty much. So drivers are going to have to essentially learn a new car, and are they going to be able to do it within the short period of time? Of course, we keep saying, of course, sim racing is one of those things where, oh, we see a big moment there from the Team 1. Porsche finally spins, gives the Yeet Esports car a little bit of breathing room, doesn't have to watch his mirrors so much, so can probably look a little bit ahead now to the Lamborghini a bit more. But it's a glorious thing with sim racing. We have an infinite amount of time, we have an infinite amount of testing. You can test setups to your heart's content. You're not limited by money, tires, circuit availability, mechanic availability. It's literally fire it up, pick a track, get on with it, drive it, see what happens. You have an infinite amount of time for damper testing. You know, in real life, not so much. So with the spare time a lot of these drivers might have, of course, some of these guys do this for a full-time job. Some people stream on Twitch for their income. Some people are paid by these organizations to do these races. So yeah, it's one of those things where, you know, it's you know, anything can happen. I reckon the 296 will be a little bit OP at the start, I reckon we'll have a mid-season patch that will bring it back in line with the other cars. I probably predict the same for the Porsche. So I think, the Kramer boys, if they pick that, the 992 isn't too much different. Okay, it's fatter, got a different aero design, etc. But it should still be a Porsche. The horse is behind you instead of in front of you. It should still handle relatively similarly, if anything better than its current design. So I think the Porsche will be better. I think the Ferrari will be probably better and, to a degree, a lot faster. And then I think both cars will get BOP'd. And I think the Lambo will kind of slot itself in nicely in between the two, still be very competitive, look great, and probably sound great as well. And just want to turn your attention, Tim, top right-hand side of your screen. Look what's coming in 30 minutes' time again.
Uh-oh, rain is yet again looming on the horizon. Been a very variable race so far. Of course, the wind speed is 5 kilometers an hour. For those of you that maybe aren't so caught up with ACC and what that means, well, we tend to predict that the faster the wind is going, the more likely there is to be a change in the weather. Of course, if the wind speed is 0, then you can be sure that the weather's probably not going to change much in the time to come. But with 5 kilometers an hour of wind speed, it's pushing the rain ever closer to the track right now, and that means that you've got rain looming on the horizon here. 30 minutes away. Yet again, it's going to cause a shake-up in some of the pit stops for a lot of these drivers. Of course, we've had 2 shake-ups already, with it going from dry to rain, and then from rain back to dry again. And now this is going to throw another spanner in the works for a lot of these teams, and we'll see how that unfolds this time around. I don't think, John, Team Shazoo will be making the same mistake of keeping on the of putting on the wet tyres early, shall we say. I imagine this time round they're probably just going to play it safe and keep the dry tyres on for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you've pitted at the right time for the dries, you've eased the dries in, you've not scrubbed them, spun them, slipped them as much, they're still in a relatively good condition. We know tyres can go for 2 stints in ACC. You might be better coming in, dropping some fuel in to take you up to the point of the rain, if not a little bit more, and then coming in for a second time for the wet tyres and a top up of fuel, and then going again. So I think, there's a lot of variables. How fast is the track going to get wet? Where am I going to be on track when the track hits wet? The last thing you want to do is start another lap. Halfway through the lap, it's suddenly flooded, and you can't keep the car in a straight line because you're aquaplaning all over the surface. You don't want to certainly do a Team Shazoo and come in a lot earlier, because we saw that although, yes, they made the right call roughly within 2 laps of the rain, by the time the rain came, all the tread blocks were just worn down on the tyres, and they were no good to anyone come the latter half of the rain stint. There's so many factors at hand, and we said earlier, if you've got more than one car in the field, such as West Competition Racing, they've got one currently in P2. Their sister car is now slipped all the way down to P19 on the scoreboard. Of course, the P19 car, you could pull them in. You could say, look, you're going to be the test bed for the wets. Let us know how they go. On the flip side, Sebastian Apostle drives 2 to 3 more laps, then comes in when they are optimum and gets the maximum amount of life out of the Pirelli. So a lot of factors at hand here. And it's, of course, coming up to the 1 hour mark, just 20 seconds to go before we have just under 20 hours to go. I myself will be signing off. I'll be leaving Tim Peck along with another commentator who has just entered the booth, of Jack Canane. So we'll give him a warm welcome, hopefully, when he comes into the stream. But for now, I'll sign myself off. I am busy with another esports event tomorrow, so this will be the last you hear of me on this broadcast, unfortunately. But the best of luck to everybody and the teams here. It's been a wonderful experience. We'll leave you with the latest highlight reel from the LFM boys, and by the time we come back, I will be out of the booth and Jack will be in the booth. So I hope you have a good rest of the weekend, and all the best of luck to you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the 24 hours of Paul Ricard here at VEM. We've had an exciting race so far, a lot of change in the weather conditions. We started in the dry, we then swiftly went over to wets for a little bit, about an hour into the race, and then we came back to dry, and now as you can see at the top right hand corner of your screen, rain is once again looming on the horizon. William Esports currently leads this race. Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel of the number 5 right now. Sebastian Apostel started on pole position for the West Competition Racing Team, the number 1 car that is for them. They found themselves now in P2, just pulling into the pits goes West Competition Racing and the Veloce Esports car, who have also found themselves on the podium after a good start from them as well. And now you can see most cars pulling into the pits. We're about an hour and 5 minutes away from the last set of pit stops, which is why you're now seeing them all pull into the pits now. And of course, going to play a little bit of trouble in 30 minutes time when that rain does come down, as they will yet again have to pull into the pits to go onto the wet tyres. Well, for those of you that have been here for a while, you'll know that my name's Tim Peck, but now joining me in the booth is Jack Cunane. Welcome to the race, Jack. It's a pleasure to have you here, and well, let's just say it's been a very exciting race so far.
Yeah, and it seems like it's going to get even crazier with the rain back on the way again, as if we didn't have enough rain to deal with earlier. But yeah, great to be here. Of course, Kevin Galvin will also be joining us. He's currently on his way, so we will have the two of us, and of course Tim sticking with us for the next 2 hours. You have me to deal with for about 4 hours, so apologies, sorry, for the next while. But yeah, it's obviously looking great. We've just had again pit stops happening now. But those, well, it's all going to be screwed up now, because we know more rain is on the way down later on. So according to the top right, in about 30 minutes time, we are expecting the rain to hit. So let's wait and see if that does come to fruition, as there is a battle on track at the moment for P17. This is the Vason Motorsports car, Milton Steele Vason at the wheel of that number 962 Aston Martin. Going to have a quick look to the inside of turn 1. Doesn't quite get there though. He's got the Team Racing Point BMW in front of number 85, which is just in front of him at the moment. So trying to make up some positions, but as you would expect, tricky to pass over there in turn 1. As again, you could see getting pretty close there between the West Competition Racing Beamer as the John O'Lacey Esports car comes into the pit lane, just coming through the final corner there. So having a bit of action on track there, as we just have a quick look at what happened there. You can see the Lamborghini coming through the final 2 corners. Now, has he made a mistake, or has the West Competition Racing car just managed to slip through there? I'd imagine so. It comes into the final 2 corners here, and that BMW carrying a lot of speed in the initial part has a look to the inside actually, and the John O'Lacey car doesn't quite see him, and they swap positions and end up kind of being a useless move anyway, because the Lamborghini was coming into the pit lane anyway. But I would say, Tim, it's a bit audacious to try it in the final corner, because it really tightens up there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a move that we've seen quite a lot of today already. A lot of people have attempted to move into the final corner, especially with the rain, making that one of the only overtaking opportunities on the track. But it is an interesting place to try and overtake, of course. What the West Competition Racing Team was probably thinking was, I want to clear them quickly, because technically we know we're ahead of them already. But what should have maybe been playing on their minds is that the Jean O'Lacey car still had yet to pit, so was likely to pull in soon anyway. So maybe if they just hold off a little bit longer there, West Competition Racing could have got out of that without there being a risk of spinning out there. Of course, they didn't spin out in the end. It was just a light tap between the two. Speaking of the rain that was coming in though in 30 minutes time, of course, the last time we had rain coming in, track temperature was 36 degrees, so it took a while for the rain to actually make the track wet. This time around, the track has dropped just 31 degrees Celsius due to it being 5:18 p.m. in the in-game time. So a bit cooler of a track temperature. Rain's going to set in a lot more quickly, which means the track will fall from optimum to fast to greasy to damp very quickly this time round, and that might be playing on the minds of some of those teams that stuck it out for as long as they could on the dry tyres before, maybe looking to pit just a little bit earlier this time around.
Yeah, and you can see we're going back to this battle here. The Team Racing Point BMW has just been swallowed up by the Vason Motorsports Aston Martin, and has now got the Lightspeed Aston Martin coming up behind it now as they carry on down the straight. Again, big slipstreaming opportunity. The big V12 in the front of that Aston Martin going to help it along the back straight here as they come up to the fast right-hander at the top of the hill. Now, he's going to try it on the inside there. He certainly is going to have a look to the inside. Very, very brave move to do that. But again, he is very much alongside, has the inside line, and the Lightspeed Aston Martin goes through just about by absolute inches on the inside. And Matthias Zampedri is demoted down yet another position down to P15. So the Astons trying to stay in front here. You can see carrying a lot of speed through those double right-handers, but the Aston gets himself through, and that was only a battle for 14th place. But you never know, there's still about 19 hours, well over 19 hours still to go with this race. That could be a crucial move as we say so. But of course, Tim Peck is with me. Kevin Galvin is now with me in the commentary box now as we go through the rest of this race. Kevin, welcome. We've got rain on the way, so it seems like it's going to get interesting now.
You caught me on the hop there, Jack. I wasn't expecting to jump in for the next couple of minutes, but yeah, no, certainly. I love this track. I know it's the one that doesn't get a lot of love from various fans around the world, but I love this area of the world. I lived here for a year. I think it's a great track and an absolutely stunning circumstance. And what a race we have set up here as we are on board with the P15 85 Team Racing Point car. Yeah, no, it's just set up for what is an absolute mega race. And of course, remember, we don't have too many 24-hour races in this series. This is, this is the big one that teams will be looking at, this and the final race of the series. So these 24-hour races, you really, really have to make them count because the points are worth so much, and because it's a great opportunity for you to, I suppose, like it's a prestige thing as much as is anything else winning the 24-hour events. So, as you say, though, Jack, only just over 4 hours on the clock so far, and still plenty of time. I mean, don't expect to see the timing table on your left remain the same when we get to around about 3 o'clock race time or 2 o'clock race time tomorrow. But some fantastic battling already going on, and plenty of very, very close gaps. Like, we're looking at the battle between P26 and P25, P27. Then P28 is just 0.7 of a second. That's the SG Astern car. That's the 199. That's just following in. So 4 hours in, but lads, still, it seems like it's been relatively clean, and it seems like it's still very, very close.
Certainly is. I will come back to you, Kevin, when you finished eating. Apologies for jumping in. But yeah, we've got still got plenty of time left on the clock, of course, and the field's still very much still quite stacked up, and it is going to probably turn into a bit of a cluster later in, well, not even that long, because of course we have got that rain forecast on the top right of the screen as we have yet more battles going on here. The SG Stern Mercedes coming up behind the 222 Aston Martin. You can see now the slipstream in full effect here as he comes down the back straight, and he may even get in front before they even get to the fast right-hander there. The Mercedes going to get well clear, it seems, of Felix Herbs and the Home Sim Racing Esports Aston, and through he goes into 27th place then for those. You can also see the John Lacey Esports Lamborghini also trying to just getting through the lapped traffic there as they've just come out of the pit lane from their pit stop after their tiny bit of contact with the West Competition Racing car. Now we go back again, more battles on track. The SOP Esports Racing car, Thomas Mourant at the wheel, just up behind the low fuel motorsport Ferrari as they battle their way through the field as well. Currently P18 for them, P17 into the for that Ferrari car there. It's now the Beamer, of course, was very strong in a straight line. We're right on board with the Beamer as he gets up behind the Ferrari here, and we know that the BMW incredibly strong in a straight line, and we'll see how that is going to affect as they come up into the slipstream of the Ferrari in front. Will pull alongside. Now, is he going to be enough alongside to go for a move into this fast right-hander, or will he back out of this one as they come into the fast right? Doesn't quite do that. You can see it's between car number 85 and the car number 962 Vason in Lap 122, turn 2, under investigation from Race Control there. Number 85, that's one of the BMWs. And the Facing Motorsports Aston Martin. Now, that wasn't too long ago, actually, that Race Control incident, by the looks of it. I think it was just as we were coming over the top of the hour when we had those two swapping positions. So obviously there was an incident between them in turn number 2. Race Control are looking at it, but there is still plenty to keep your eyes on. And I'll tell you what, Tim, this Mercedes, the SG Stern, is on a bit of a charge right now. He's got by one of the Aston Martins and is continuing to push on here.
Absolutely, Max Florence in the SG Stern right now on a bit of a charge, looking towards the outside of GPR Esports yet again. Once again going down the long straight, and may have this move done before the right-hander as well. You can see the Jean Alesi car in the front there, just lapping the traffic as they go around the right-hander. And SG Stern once more, 2 cars in 2 laps, has taken someone on the straight there. So a great job from the SG Stern, like you said, on a forward charge here. So we can get a glorious instant replay and see what has happened a bit further up the field right now. It looks like one of the Symphony of Pistons cars has gone for a move on one of the LFM cars as well here. So you can see Symphony of Pistons looking towards the outside of turn 1 here. We've seen a couple of overtakes here already today. It looks like they've already got it done dusted before the turn has even begun. Symphony of Pistons will promote their car up into 17th place there. Great overtake from them as well. And yeah, Jack, we've had a couple of fights up and down the field in this race so far, a couple of reoccurring characters as well. And it's worth noting that there's actually a cash prize for those that gain the most positions in the race. You gain a cash prize of €100 per race for the team that makes up the most positions last week, of course. Not last week, last month, of course. That went over to the team that gained 20 positions from starting towards the bottom and now heading towards the top as well. So there's always something to be doing in these races. And hey, if you come to a car that you think you can overtake, you might as well go for it, even if tactically it may not benefit you. A slight tap there between the home of Sim Racing esports car and the GPR sports car as home of Sim Racing comes back through on the GPR sports car. They just catch the rear of the Aston Martin there. But yes, always a goal to go for here, and where sometimes you may just benefit of sitting behind, it may just be tempting to go for that little overtake for the chance of getting that €100 cash prize.
Yeah, he isn't. The BMW does not fancy giving that position away too easily. He's got the outside line for the fast right-hander as well, using the straight line speed of that BMW to just get himself back in front again. So that'll be frustrating for the 222 as the GPR esports car gets straight back through on the Aston and there. So they're still they're gonna have to do it all again, and they have some more. They've got some cars trying to get up to the back of them as well. You've got the GSE Racing Ferrari just behind, I think, as well, is trying to get them in the. Or I think it's one car trying to unlap. So I think it's the Pulse car there just behind them there as they try to unlap themselves here. But again, it's tricky when you've got the cars that are battling on track at the moment. But currently, I think we've got some ties for who's gained the most place. You've got the TMMS Performance, they're up 6. Armamentaria, they're up 6 as well. Lightspeed are up 6. Kramer Racing Esports are also up 6 places from where they started, as are Xenon Racing. And again, this battle continues. The 222 in the Aston Martin and the GPR Esports car are still trading places, but frustratingly for the Aston, can't get alongside in the straights, but has the legs through the corners. They're side by side through turn 2 now, and Florian Durkop is getting a full view of this in the unicorns of a love Ferrari as they're trying to unlap themselves. That was the car that was following them. He gets the door opened for him on the Aston at the very least. Will he chuck it up the inside of the GPR car as well? Yes, he does, and through goes Florian Durkop and manages to get through safely as they scrap hard. Very hard behind. You got one of the Audis trying to get through as well. And this is the danger of endurance when you've got so many things stacked up in front of you that you've got plenty to deal with. The UOL get themselves through safely there. We go again to another on-track battle. Low Fuel Motorsport Ferrari and the BF Racing Aston Martin trying to chuck it up the inside. It's very, very tight on the entry to that corner there at the final corner. And he has to back out of that as well. So this battle continuing. They're surely not going to go 3 wide up towards the fast right-hander. They sure are going to go 3 abreast down the straight for a moment. That's Vuksan Vidnovic in the GSE Racing Audi capitalising, getting himself through past the Aston. And again, even more scrapping going on behind. But the Audi of GSA Racing by ACI Pro, getting himself through, now up 5 places. But I mean, we're only about 4 hours in to this race, and already we're having cars going 3 abreast into the fast right-hander. The rain is getting closer and closer and closer, and there is even more on the line here. But I mean, Tim, 3 wide, 4 hours in. I mean, you'd swear it was close to the end of the race at this stage.
You think so, wouldn't you? But it just seems that, I mean, we're still in that sweet spot where 4 hours in, you do kind of want to still be gaining positions at that time. Of course, you've got that big long period in the middle, the sort of once you hit that 19-hour mark, which we're getting very close to now. But that is when you more or less calm the cars down a little bit, because you're so far split up that you're just not near anyone on track. But with the cars, they're still quite close together, and part of that is because we've had some rain and dry periods throughout the race, which has forced cars to pit. And you can see up and down the board, there are still a couple of cars that are really close together. So now we've got a fight between GSE Racing as they push themselves up a position, getting past GPR Esports, that are coming now onto the long straight. Aston Martin, home of Sim Racing Esports, getting very close to the rear of GPR Esports, now maybe looking for a way through. But of course, GPR Esports has a good amount of tow right now from the GSE Racing Pro team that is just ahead of them too. So if GPR wants to hold off against Homer Sim Racing, they're just going to have to stay in this slipstream for now, and then they'll have to duck out at the right time as well. Looks like, though, the GSE Racing team has gone to the inside to defend here. Homer Sim Racing looking for a way through, but there's no way to get through the 2 cars right now. Won't be able to get past as well before the right-hander. GPR Esports gets up into 27th. GSE Racing holds on to that 28th position. Homer Sim Racing will have to wait before they can go for another opportunity. GSE Racing, they're still on the right-hand side towards the inside of the corner there. Maybe they're going to try and go 3 wide yet again as GPR Esports, they're losing out a couple of positions after offsetting the car slightly. But it's GSE Racing by ACI, the pro team, back up into that 27th position. GPR Esports falling back behind Homer Sim Racing, finds themselves down in 29th place. Yet again, well, I am a little bit sad to report that we do have someone that has had to retire from the race. The 595 car, which is Spaghetti Racing, has had a disconnect during one of their driver swaps, and then couldn't sort out the driver swap again when rejoining the server. It wouldn't let them, and therefore they've had to retire the car from the race. A shame for the Spaghetti Racing team, the 595 Mercedes they were running. Team founded, of course, in October 2022. There's 4 drivers in the team. Driver 1 was Matt Shiro, aged 26. Driver 2, Lucas Schneckenberger, aged just 17. Driver 3, Noah Zink, aged 24. And of course, the 4th driver, Carl Nittert, aged 16. So some very young drivers on that team. And Spaghetti Racing was doing quite well in this race as well, finding themselves in the midfield. Unfortunately, having to end their race a little bit earlier due to a disconnect there. But for now, back into the racing at hand. Wild Things Racing, Bane Langford trying to defend against Team Shazoo, who are back on the upward trend after falling loads of positions earlier on. As I say this, the rain has yet again started to pour, Jack. It looks like we're going to be in for a wet race for the next couple of hours, as the track's already gone down to fast, just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, this is where it's going to get fun now, when you've got guys out on the dry tyres in these wet conditions already. So track is descending very quickly. Went from fast, and then about 5 seconds later it's gone to greasy. So the rain is coming down hard here at Paul Ricard. So now we're going to have plenty of drivers peeling into pit lane, getting themselves onto the wet tyres to carry on through the rest of this race. But they've got to keep the car on the track. As we know, you can see the Porsche Spinala team into the pit lane in their Ferrari, and we'll see now probably an exodus into the pit lane now in just a few minutes time as the track descends to greasy in this phase of the race. But again, the beauty of ACC, you can never be too sure. You can always have these changeable conditions that will continue to plague you for a good chunk of it. You've got the 962 Aston Martin has come in to the pit lane, so drivers staying out and waiting to get the best opportunity to come into the pits and see how quickly this descends as the Team 1FF Porsche goes down the inside of the Yeetie sports car, and that'll be them up a position into what would be P35 as the This is the Beamer coming back on the outside. You can see the straight line speed advantage of the Beamer as he comes through, and through back he goes again, coming into the next part of the track. So the Beamer definitely with the legs on the straight and just managing to stay in front. But you can see the Italian job. This is the Honda. We'll get a quick replay to see what the issue for them was. Well, they've actually been scrapping with one of the Ferraris there as they come up into the fast right hand. That's number 21. That's the Armamentario Ferrari, I believe. They're coming up into the fast right. Now, have they come together, or has it just been a move for the Ferrari? I think it's a move for the Ferrari, slotting into position there as they head through the fast right. But you'll see now as they head into it, has there been an issue for them? Nope, they've just lost the position to the Ferrari. So the Honda, the Italian job, just dropping down into 20th, and they're going to come into the pit lane now for their pit stop. So plenty of work for them still to do, of course. They had a bit of an issue earlier on, dropping down to P20. They're the only Honda on the grid. And we'll see that car now switch onto a set of wets. There is your race leader. We haven't seen too much of him. That's Igor Rodriguez in the Williams Esports Audi. And they've been out front for a good chunk. The Kramer Racing Esports Porsche is into the pit lane now, as is the Yeet Esports number 48. They're into the pits as well. West Competition Racing 23 seconds or so behind race leader Igor Rodriguez, but they've been in great form since this for this race. Velocia Esports P3, John Lacey Esports in P4 at the moment, and then go the pit stops. ET Sports, Kramer Racing, and the second of the West Competition Racing cars. Pulse Sim Sport in P9 and Yas Heat Esports in P10. We'll see now Williams into the pits for their scheduled stop, but you can see now Tim getting busy on pit lane.
Absolutely, the track has just hit damp a lot quicker than it did last time round as well. Not many cars wanting to stick it out for as long as they can this time, and this is the rush you were talking about earlier, Jack. Everyone just trying to pour into the pit lane to get those wet tyres on as soon as possible, and they can continue with the rest of their race from there. Of course, in 10 minutes time the rain's going to get slightly heavier, and in 30 minutes time it's going to really start to pour yet again. The track temperature's dropped to 29 degrees Celsius, which is I think the lowest we've had so far today, and that just means that they're going to have to be a little bit more careful going around the track. Of course, there's some drivers I imagine will be getting back into the cars now who are slightly tuned to where the puddles are picking up. We saw a lot of instances between turns 13 and 14. There was I want to say a lake of standing water between those two turns that many cars are just hitting. And look at this, Jack. There's so many cars trying to exit the pit lane right now, all trying to find just a little bit of space, because of course they can be inside each other when they're in the pit lane. Once they exit, those cars become whole again. You do not want to be inside another car, because that is a collision you do not want to have to deal with. And now you can see just sorting themselves out. Williams Esports driver comes out in the lead. Now Sebastian Apostel taking over the car from Igor Rodriguez there as well. So that will put them... Oh no, actually never mind. It's Igor Rodriguez still in the car for the Williams Esports team there. After, I think they've already done 2-hour stints, they're now going in for their third hour now. So Williams Esports continues to hold on to that lead. West Competition Racing will still be in second place. They've now picked up fastest lap of the race as well. Velocia Esports will round out the podium for now.
Yeah, so there's still, again, clean stop for Williams. They're just behind the Pulse Sim Sport number 52. That's Felix Tasvinsvahacker at the wheel of that one, and they're just behind, well, that'd be right behind Yas Heat at the moment. And this is for P10, this battle right here, and Williams are following these two very close behind, so they've got to be careful as well. He's probably going to hang back and just keep an eye on this battle which is going on right here as Yassi going defensive up into the fast right hand, and this would be brave stuff from the Pulse car to go around the outside of the fast right. Has he managed to do it? Still side by side coming into the next right hander, has a car length in front. The Yassi car will have the inside line for the next part of the corner as well as Jaroslav Honzik there, side by side contact through the corner and loses the place as a result. Hard fighting there, Williams getting themselves through in the end of that one, but that was an incredibly brave move from the Pulse Sim Sport car there. That is not something I would have personally tried around the outside in the wet, but a little bit of contact through the corner between himself and Jaroslav Honzik in the Yas Heat Esports car, but They come through, thankfully still in one piece, and the Pulse Simsport car carries on and is now up into P10. Williams now have to try to get their way through here. There's still this battle going on further down. Team Racing Point, number 85. And we're looking back from the number 962 Aston Martin, which is just in front of them. You got Creme de la Course and Team Racing Point battling through, and that'll be Racing Point in front going into the final corner here, both going deep. And just behind those would be that'll be the West Competition Racing car that's trying to get his way through past these guys as well. So there's still time for them to get them through, but they have to make their way through past this battle as well. Believe as well, just having a quick look here, there's still more going on here as Tony Richter and the Prime E Racing Mercedes trying to get in front of the Wild Things Racing BMW. Coming into the fast right now, the outside line for them as well, and he slots through. And just in the background of that is the Unicorns of Love Ferrari battling with the Jean Alesi Esports Lamborghini. So that's still a battle that is going on as well. There they are. That's P6. I believe the Unicorns of Love car is chasing them down hard. But we can now bring in Kevin Galvin, who's just obviously a very, very busy man, getting his lunch and all that, and getting ready for this big, long stint. But you joined at the right time, Kevin, because it's all happening out on the track.
Yeah, right time or wrong time. I was going to say it only rains as Jaroslav Hamzik tries to go back on the Pulse Simsport. But Pulse Simsport very assertive there. First with the mover on the outside, which was absolutely delicious. I was watching on, as delicious as the shakshuka I just wolfed down. In homage to this part of France, of course, plenty of North African influence on this part of France. And it's going to be spicy as well. It seems like it's getting very spicy on one of the only 80 days on average where it actually rains in this part of the world. We seem to be lucky to get it, and we got a lot of rain as well in round one, of course. So love a bit of rain, me. I have to say, anybody who listens to me knows full well that I'm all for the rain. As we look on Jaroslav Hamzik, who's back in 11th place. I think for Yaz Heat, they will hope to be a little bit further up the order come the end of the race. But no, there's still, I mean, there's just such ferocious battling all the way through this race. And with the wet coming in now, it looks like it's going to keep getting wetter. It's a great opportunity for those guys who have a bit more experience on wet tyres and do a lot of wet weather running to try and get ahead. And I think this might shake things up a little bit, Jack.
Certainly will, yeah. There's still got the big stack up here. The Team Racing Points, BMW, you got the Vason Motorsports Aston Martin, you got the Creme de la Course BMW in a line, and they're all following the West Competition Racing BMW in front, who's managed to make their way through past those guys there. So that's a key point for them, getting past the traffic as well. But the rain certainly in full effect here, and looks like it's going to be here to stay for a while. We're moving back to this battle again. Jonathan Seville in the Unicorns of Love Ferrari. That's right on board with that. There's you can see the John Alesi Lamborghini getting very loose coming through the right-hander, but this will give you a good idea of what it's like to drive in the wet right here, following a car in front of you as well. You can see, again, the Lamborghini using a lot of the road there, the Ferrari keeping it nice and tight on the exit there, coming through this left-hander. This corner must be absolutely horrendous in the wet, but you can see, you can even see the Ferrari not using as much of the track, but the Lamborghini looks like it's pushing on a lot more, using a lot of the track, and you can see, I think the Ferrari just looks a lot more settled at this point, Kevin.
Yeah, the Ferrari does struggle on the curbs a little bit, though. We've seen that in the last race as well. There's a little bit of rebounding if you hit a curb particularly hard, and a lot of the curbs here are quite punishing because of the fact that there's no real gravel trap. They have to try and kind of what would I say, you know, try and provide an incentive for drivers to stay within the confines of the white lines. And obviously there's track limits as well, but I think they're just kind of emphasised there by those big sausage curbs you see on the inside. And if you clip one of those in a Ferrari, it is good night, Irene. As we're looking at the number 4 Unicorns of Love car, that's Jonathan Seville in for that one. That is yet another Ferrari. Plenty of Ferraris in the running order here, but none of them in the top 5, or indeed the top 6, with Audi leading Beamer and then 2 Porsches up behind them. So yeah, we're about just over 4.5 hours in. Do remember to keep your questions and comments in on the chat. Matteo is in saying, am I going to do the night leg? No, I need my beauty sleep, unfortunately, so I won't be able to do it, but I might just sneak in a night leg in the Le Mans race of our own race later on. A teammate of mine and yours, Jack. But yeah, just keep those comments, keep those texts coming in, keeping us going over the course of the race. Just put them in the chat below and we'll try and answer whatever we can.
Certainly will. And West Competition Racing now, P2 back in the pit lane for those guys. So that is they pitted just to go onto wet tyres, and they've now come back into the pits. So we'll see what's happening there in the second place car. But you can see the Ferraris all over the back of that Lamborghini, but it just doesn't seem to have the legs on the straight. For those guys there. As you can see now, the West Competition Racing car, they seem to have swapped drivers, and Veloce now trying to get P2 out of this one as well. There's Juknavicius who's hopped into the car now, but you can see up the inside goes the Veloce Porsche, and they've now moved into P2. That's Maciej Malinowski who's in that Veloce Esports Porsche, but they won't want to have lost that position there, but it seems they have done a driver swap, or seem to have at the very least, but they've come through the pit lane. Now P2 goes to Veloce, and Malinowski has been gifted that place right there. But of course, differing pit strategies now. West Competition Racing were only in just a while ago, put on a new set of boots, and have now come back through the pit lane once again. But Veloce in the Porsche, now in P2, but you'll see now the BMW straight line speed will come into effect on the back straight. Slipstream in effect as well. Juknavicius will want to get back in front here as they come up to the fast right hand. You can see, look at the difference as he comes out of the slipstream. BMW with the extra power coming up to the fast right, may be able to stay in front here, and the Veloce car, Malinowski trying to stay in front but just can't do it. And that was the story of qualifying really yesterday. The Porsche is really good in the twisty stuff, Kevin, but the BMW is just so fast down the straights. Yeah,
Porsche BOP, it seems to be the two key words that seem to be with each other in 2023, whether in real or in virtual racing. It seems that the Porsche is just that little bit too slow in down the long straights, and of course, like this configuration of Paul Ricard, you have the Mistral straight, and like that is just absolutely enormous without the chicane in the middle, so it really does favour those who have a bit more grunt on the loud pedal, and it's just a frustrating one for Maciej Malinowski. But he is a long time at this, Maciej, and he knows that these races are not decided in the fifth hour, nor are they decided between a single battle. I mean, he's just trying to keep Tadej Juknavicius honest, really, here. That's the best he can do. He's just trying to keep him honest, making sure that he knows that he's there, making sure that he knows that he's faster in the corners, and hoping that he can try and push the Lithuanian into a mistake, as opposed to really being able to overtake him on bare pace. Here's Frank Bergkamp, a superb name. Dennis is my favourite of the Bergkamps, but I'm open to looking at Frank now as he's in the 81 car in the Creme de la Course BMW. He's going for a move now on the Vassin Motorsports car, goes up the inside. He does have the inside here now for the right-hander at Signe, or Signes, depending on whatever part of France you are from. Takes that move up the inside, and really, Jack, once you have the inside of that right-hander, because the way the corner comes around, it's very hard as the car on the outside to try and defend that, because it's always kind of coming away from you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's a tricky corner. Once you have that inside, I mean, you really do have that corner. Now we go back to this battle once again. Paul Simsport has been unable to shake the Yassi car, but again, these guys are getting dragged along as Malinowski is going to go for that move on the inside, but that BMW just roaring around the outside still manages to stay just about in front there. The outside line, of course, it is wet out there, so the lines will have slightly changed for these guys. We see Malinowski trying to stay there, that gets the rear end stepping out in the Porsche, and he has to sit behind once again. But this will be frustrating for him, because it seems like that it does have pace, but it just doesn't have the speed to stay in front, if that makes sense, compared to the BMW at the moment. But plenty of stuff happening through the race. West Competition Racing with the thorn of the side of Veloce right behind them, and we still have that battle between Yasheet and Pulse in P10 and P11, of course, as well, as we see P2 now. Tadej Juknavicius in the West Competition Racing BMW. They're now just behind. I think that's the Porsche Spinala Racing Ferrari. That's just that they're just behind at the moment, trying to lap their way through in this one. But they'll want to get that Ferrari cleared as quickly as possible to try and continue their run up through. But they are now 52.5 seconds behind the Williams Esports car. Flash of the lights from the Veloce car to make sure that the Ferrari knows that they're coming, and they move their way through. But Williams in the Audi clear out front by 52.5 seconds. Now I'm sure they will be doing a driver swap at some point, so the gap may close up once again, but we did mention this in qualifying, of course. With the BMWs were so strong yesterday, but the Audi was the underdog. We were looking at it, we were thinking it was gonna be the one to look at, and Williams are certainly making a good run of it.
Yeah, I mean, Williams are an extremely professional organisation, and they will know how to extract every last bit out of that car, how strategy works. They'll be able to adapt to the conditions. I mean, obviously, all of these teams are at an elite level, but I suppose, Williams have that little bit more, maybe manpower, that little bit more brain capacity, because they'll have a few more people kind of throwing in their oar and helping towards strategizing. So, it's a huge gap at the moment. As you say, Jack, the driver swap will probably bring that down, but Williams are just a very, very, very strong team in this competition, and you would expect them to see them up in around that area. But I mean, look, this is a great place to be. I mean, you're almost 5 hours into the race. The weather is a little bit, iffy. You're looking at second and third place battling behind you. You're just extending that lead little by little, and you're just kind of cruising, really. I mean, you're obviously pushing, but you're just kind of in a comfortable position at the moment, Williams, and they will want to keep that position as comfortable as they can before that driver swap. So if they can do that driver swap at a point where they know they can, either make up that time, or perhaps if the weather changes and everybody has to dive into the pits, then they can do it at a point where they're not really losing that much time on any of the cars behind them.
Absolutely, yeah. And I have just had a check of our live timing, and it was actually a drive-through penalty for the number 1 car, which is the West Competition Racing car. So that is why they came into the pit lane, and that would have been, I'd imagine, for track limits. That would have been the drive-through penalty. So that is also something to keep in the back of your mind as well. I mean, we still have 19 hours to go. It's very difficult to try and keep it between the lines for a certain amount of time. You get a certain amount of warnings before a drive-through penalty is issued by the game. But yeah, that's not what you want to be doing either. But they were lucky in that regard to get away and come out in front of Veloce. But that is now a big thorn in their side, because they did have a massive gap there to Veloce, and now they've dropped right back into their clutches. We're riding on board with one of the BMWs chasing down one of these Mercedes, the number 77 Mercedes that we're chasing after right now. And you can see from on board, it doesn't look that bad, but I can tell you right now, it is very, very slippy out there. And when you're actually driving, you can barely see where you're going on the straights with the spray that comes off of these cars. But there was confirmed a drive-through penalty for those cars, and they will continue on their way now. But the only thing is, I suppose, that will have reset their warnings now. They have more to do with that. But again, there's still a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, so much time. And you were just saying about it being slippery. This part of the world, and the asphalt here at Le Castellet is even slippier still, because there's so little rain that what ends up happening is when you do have rain, it washes everything. That's a move by Soldecat. He's going to try and get up the inside now of Richter in the 77 Mercedes AMG, and he gets that move done well before the complex there in the second portion of the track. Soldecat in the Wild Things Racing started P25 currently, but as car number 26, they're quite comfortable with those numbers. But yeah, I mean, it's just, it's like anything, if you people would know. Irish people wouldn't know this, of course, because it rains all the time here. So dirt and stuff gets washed away quite regularly on our roads. But if you're living in a place where there isn't a huge amount of sun, all that dirt, all that kind of dust builds up over time, and when fresh rain falls, it almost kind of creates a film on the top of the track, which makes it even slippier than it would be at another track, let's say at like Silverstone or the likes of Oulton Park, where it rains more regularly. So that kind of film can make it quite difficult, because it's hard to know where the edges of the track goes. It depends on the lie of the track as well, in terms of where that begins to build up. And if you catch a running trail of that on the wrong corner, you might, you can very easily spin yourself out. So it's just another thing to bear in mind for these drivers. They have an awful lot going on. There's an awful lot of computing having to happen at once, but it's just another thing to keep in mind for these drivers.
Certainly is, yeah. Just having a quick look at the live timing, the quickest car on the circuit, or one of the quickest cars, is the car in P2, the number 1 car. But the problem is now, because of that drive-through, they've lost a good 20-30 seconds to the leaders of Williams Esports, which is still Igor Rodriguez, who is driving that car at the moment out front. But they'll, of course, still have plenty of time left in this race. We're almost at the end of hour 4, heading into hour 5. So there's still a lot of time left on the clock here at Paul Ricard. And, well, the rain still showing, and it's going to be here with us for another while longer. And we'll see how that transpires heading into the next part of this part. But as well, we will have 15 minutes to go. We'll, of course, still have more pit stops to go through in the end, and we will see how that goes through. But you see Soldacat getting a little bit loose coming through the next parts of the corner, and he'll now have to still deal with that Mercedes at the moment. But have got a yellow flag out. That is for the Shizou Ferrari, I believe, that's just had an off there in the double right-hander. And well, Tim, we're going to bring it back in again. I mean, it's no surprise that we're starting to see mistakes creep in now.
No, absolutely not. It's one of those things is when the rain starts to fall and the track gets a lot less optimum, shall we say. A lot of mistakes start to open up. I was talking earlier about the area between turn 13 and 14. It's got a bit of standing water, and you can see there in the glorious replay that the 211 car ended up finding a bit of water at the side of the track as well. You do have to be careful when the rain is coming down, not to take too much of the curbs and not to take anything that isn't track really, because it becomes very, very slippery in this weather. It's very easy to throw out the back of the car, and when you're still racing close like this, I mean, Team Shizou, who just watched go for a little bit of a spin, they're still in close racing with the people around them. It's very, very easy to drop a couple of positions, which can hurt your race overall, especially in this wet weather where harder to overtake. So if you lose positions from a fault like a spin or something, you're unlikely to be able to claim them back quite so quickly. Of course, the track temperature now 27 degrees. It's getting colder and colder as we get towards the evening time in game right now, and that also means as well, with the wet weather coming down, that track condition is just not going to be ideal for any of the cars right now. It's been a while since we've mentioned the sponsors who help to make these races possible. So, of course, a big thank you to all of them. We have Low Fuel Motorsport, which sponsor that really needs no introduction. I'm sure a lot of you at home know all about them. They're a sim racing team founded community, formed in September of 2020 and have run up to the current day LFM. They bring high quality events regularly to the ACC community, and you can go over to lowfuelmotorsport.com, take part in any events, even if it's just one of their daily regular races. Definitely go and check that out. It's been a huge growing community among ACC and iRacing. Lian Li Industrial Co Ltd is founded in 1983. They are the largest and most respected family-owned and ran designer in manufacturing of high-quality PC cases and accessories. CaseKing.de, formed in January 2003 as an online shop and has since become one of Europe's most successful online providers of computing hardware, employing more than 500 people worldwide. You head over to CaseKing.de, or alternatively their British partner company, overclockers.co.uk. You can check out their full range there and maybe get yourself some of that computing hardware. Noble Chairs, born out of a passion project in 2016. Seasoned industry veterans. They're unsatisfied with the current gaming chair market at the time, and they've since become the leading brand in the gaming industry. So go and check Noble Chairs out if you fancy getting yourself a brand new gaming chair as well. Moser Racing, founded in 2012, is a leading manufacturer of camera stabilizers, gimbal cameras, and now sim racing gear as well, revolutionizing the sim racing market with their innovative industry-leading products. Be sure to go and check them out if you're in the market for any of their new gear. Next Level Racing were established in 2009. They're now available in over 40 countries globally, and it makes them one of the most accessible sim racing brands for any rig-related situations. Glorious Gaming began in 2014. They're another brand built on passion, enthusiasts on a mission to shake up the peripheral market of mouse and keyboard, which moves on to our next partner, which is Ducky. Founded in 2008 and has since become a manufacturing company striving to provide the highest standards in mechanical keyboards. Innovative products, performance-oriented and solidly built makes them a leader in already heavily saturated keyboard market. And of course, our final sponsor is HC Dizzy, a passionate German Twitch streamer who's recently turned to YouTube as well. Be sure to go and check them out. All of them help sponsor these races, and that's how we bring them to you as well. Well, we've got 19 hours, 10 minutes left in this race. Currently watching the Prime E Racing team as they try and gain another position, trying to take back what Team Shizou GT took off them. They're down 10 places from where they qualified, of course, qualifying in P16. Tony Richer looking to try and claw some of them back. Jack, it's been an exciting race so far. Rain continues to pour. I mean, from here, it can only get more and more exciting, but we are now heading into that point where things do start to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I think so, and we'll see how that goes. Of course, we'll be approaching more pit stop phases in the not too distant future either. We just had these guys in, of course, to pit for wet tyres not too long ago, but the rain will be staying with us for a little bit longer. We can see now the Prime E Racing Mercedes with the Visual Racing, I think that is the Visual Racing Ferrari that's just behind them, and the Shizou racing car that's just in front of them that had the spin just about a lap or two ago. They're now having issues, of course, with keeping the Mercedes behind, and the Visual Racing car, of course, is trying, I believe, to just unlap themselves or get themselves a bit closer to this battle in front. But we're getting close now to the end of this hour, approaching 19 hours to go in this race. So still a long way to go in this race, and but still very much Williams Esports out in front at this moment in time. But still, the cars very much bunched up together. You can see on the track map on the right hand side of your screens, it's still very busy out on the track at the moment. There's still lots of cars still running around. Currently, still according to us, just the one retirement at the moment, according to our screens. And there's still lots of time left for these guys to get through the rest of this race. But still very busy. Visual Racing getting their way through on the inside there as they continue to try and make some time back. But still nice to see everybody so bunched up, Kevin, at the moment. It's still pretty busy out on the track. And still, we've only had really one retirement from this race so far. Okay, I'll come back to Kevin in just a moment, but Williams Esports still out in front at the moment in the next part of this race, and we'll see how this goes for them. But still very much control. 50 seconds. They've only lost about 2 seconds, really, since that pit stop, really, Tim. So they're still very much in control. Fastest lap for West Competition Racing, but that drive-through for them may prove costly later.
Yeah, absolutely. We worked out earlier, drive-through penalty in the dry costs the team about 30 seconds, and looks like West Competition Racing has found that out now. They're 51 seconds behind the Williams Esports team, who seem to have this nice big gap right now that they're just sort of running away with, and that's just going to help the drivers like Igor Rodriguez here take things a bit calmly. They don't have to worry too much about this wet weather and having to race anyone there. They just need to make sure they navigate traffic as safely as possible. Of course, Veloce Esports currently has Maciej Malinowski behind the wheel, a driver that we were talking about earlier, notorious to the sim racing community and well known amongst both teammates and fellow competitors as someone who can drive exceedingly well in the wet weather. Of course, Malinowski for now has fallen a little bit off the back of West Competition Racing, but as you mentioned earlier, Jack, for them now it's more just a case of show West Competition Racing that they're still lurking around, they're still here to maybe cause some trouble later on the race, and for now just keep that car going forward, make sure you keep that pace up a little bit, and then hopefully when the pit stops all sort themselves back out again, they'll be much closer and racing competitively again with West Competition Racing.
Absolutely, yeah. You can see they're just following the Pulse SimSport Ferrari, and they've managed to gap Yas Heat. They were right behind them, but you can see the Yassi car is 2.7 seconds back now, and they've just been following the P10 car, which is now trying to continue their way through. But Igor Rodriguez in the Audi now full control, and all they've got to do now really They just need to control it out the front, avoid the drive-throughs, really is the big thing. Because, well, Kevin, as we would well know, penalties can really be the downfall in an endurance race.
Oh my god, yeah, no, absolutely. And sometimes the penalty is just your own stupidity, but in this case, it's more the track limits for Igor Rodriguez. Absolutely. I mean, look, and I suppose the thing is, like, with a 50-second gap, and I know you have driver swaps and everything, so we'll have to see how things come out after that. But you know, you just like you have that gap now. So, and I know he's in traffic. He's going to try and get past the Pulse Sim Sports side. I think is that the Ferrari that's ahead of him at the moment.
Yep.
And you know, you just don't need to be pushing 100%. This is where, you know, I have an issue with people that say, well, a 24-hour endurance race is just 24 one-hour sprint races. That's nonsense. Nobody drives, like, you know, 5 hours into a race as if they would with 10 minutes left on the clock of the sprint race. This is the time you need to consolidate. You need to keep an eye on your tyres. You need to keep an eye on your fuel. If you can fuel safe where you can, then do so. Try and buy yourself a little bit of extra time, just to give yourself a little bit of extra flexibility later on in the race. There's no need to drive the cover off the tyres. You just need to be clever, you need to be consistent, you need to be easy on your Audi R8 LMS GT3, and, you know, just tip away. Just tip away, use the cars in front of you. If they try and get up behind, try and take the traffic if you can, but there's absolutely no need to be driving the rubber off these tyres, because there's so long left, Jack, and they've quite a handsome gap now, and it really, as you say, it's only themselves can kind of make, you know, bring this gap down. So it's just a case of boxing clever, really.
It is, yeah, and well, I think we can channel a bit of Adele, really, when we're talking about the tyres. Go easy on me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You should be. You should be.
Anyway,
I mean, I wouldn't have minded if you'd properly committed to that, but just kind of half committed. You know, you need to go for the full.
Come on, go for the full effect, Jack.
Go for
Give
the
us
full.
all in here.
I thought it would be comedic effect if I just went for kind of half, and then you know.
I thought, yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, I appreciate it. A little bit of a musical interlude.
Yeah,
is always great. Might have woken a few people up there that might be thinking the race is getting a bit stale.
Come back
Jack,
at 2 o'clock in the morning. I mean, that was
Try to get in a couple of hours. It'll be fine.
Yeah, brilliant. Anyways, we're now coming down to towards the end of the hour. We're seeing now cars still bunching each other up in the mid-pack here, and I think it's a good thing now Williams Esports, they have Pulse Sim Sport in front of them, who are also going through lapped traffic, which is almost carving a path for them. That's being strategic in that regard as well. It's nice to always have a car in front of you that can sort of act as a bulldozer for you to get your way through, not in the literal sense, but at the same time, nice to have a car that's sort of making space for you and getting your way through that traffic later as you go through the rest of this race. But as we've been saying, it's all up now. It's in the hands of Williams Esports now. They've just got to avoid the mistakes, avoid the track limits, which again is very difficult around here to do so, and they will continue to still have a healthy lead of just under just about 50 seconds at the moment for those guys out front. But again, it's great to have all these drivers with us racing, taking time out of their days to come and race with us here at VEM. And we were just having a look there. I think at the moment the car that currently has made the most positions, I think, is the Lightspeed Aston Martin. Of course, there's a cash prize, as we've been mentioning, for the car that has made the most positions in this race. They're currently the car that has made about 7 places, which is the most amount gained so far. We'll see if that continues, but it's €100 for the person that makes the most positions for the moment. Currently, at the moment, it is the Lightspeed Aston Martin as well as. But as we come now towards the end of the hour, heading into the end of the 4th hour, and we will head into hour number 5. We'll have a look back at some highlights that have been prepared for us that show us what has happened, of course, over the course of this race. It's been plenty has happened. We've had rain, dry, rain, and now we're into rain again to round it out. But we have got highlights coming your way to show us what has been happening throughout this race as well. But you can see that's not what the track looks like right now, but you can see big accidents all the way through. One of the Porsches getting sent off into Narnia at the fast right-hander, and you can see that you can see how it just visually, even Kevin, how much quicker the track is when you look at the dry. It looks like they're going light speed compared to what they're
Yeah,
going
it
at
does. Oh, that's a bonk between BMW and an Aston Martin there. It's just been recapping on a very strange weather-wise day. That was a little bit too deep into the corner there. It's great to have these highlights as well, as that's a Ferrari being sent around. Here's an AMG getting a bit squirrely on the outside, and off he goes. Thank God those like kind of they're almost rough edges on the edge of the track to help slow down the cars, but that is not where you want to be. A little bit of attempted buff drafting there potentially by the AMG going up the inside of one of the BMW cars. That is the 85 car, which is of course the Team Racing Point car, and here we are with the 26 Wild Things Racing BMW getting the job done on the inside. It seems to me, Jack, the time that I've seen here, it seems like Senior is that turn 8, I suppose, on this configuration, that right-hander. That seems to be where a lot of the overtaking is happening, where you're getting that zip down the Mistral straight, getting into tow, and then just cutting on the inside. There's a little bit of bumping and jiggery and pokery going on there, but they both get through unscathed. But yeah, it's just it's been a very mixed weather-wise day, very unusual for this part of the world to have so much mixed weather, but I suppose it is the time of year. We are in the middle of April, springtime, April showers, all that, so it'll be a tricky one for the drivers to deal with, as that is a 3-wide battle there earlier on. And Jack, even up until very recently, I know in the last maybe 10 minutes or so, it's kind of calmed down a little bit, but we've seen 2 or 3 wide even 4 or 5 hours into this race, so that's certainly, we're certainly not backing out here as we return back to the absolutely flooded Circuit Paul Ricard just outside Le Castellet, South France.
Yeah, you could see that immediately the difference in speed. You could see cars were carrying crazy speed into the final corner even, and now that just seems totally wrong. But it is very, very wet out there. Torrential rain here at Paul Ricard, and it's here to stay for the foreseeable as we now enter the next hour. 18 hours and 59 minutes on the clock here to go as we jump straight back into an on-track battle here. This is Michael Resslinger in the home of Sim Racing Esports. Aston Martin chasing after the Prime E-Racing Mercedes. Going to pull to the inside, this 222 that is going to pull to the inside, try to get themselves in front of that Mercedes, and they do so before they even get to the corner, it looks like, and they'll have that line heading through, and they move up a place into P26, and that is another move made. But you can see it is very, very flooded. There's standing water all over the track as well, and well, we can see it's here for at least another 30 minutes. We don't know beyond that, but it does look like it is definitely here to stay for the foreseeable. 7km/h wind as well, and that is sort of variable, sort of northwest, northeast at the moment. So there's still plenty of rain still yet to fall in this race, and we'll see how the drivers hang on to that. But as we enter into this hour course, Williams Esports still with a comfortable lead out front at the moment with a gap of 49 seconds. It has come down, in fairness, it has come down to the number 1 West Competition Racing car, which is in P2 at the moment, the 49 seconds or so adrift there. It is Tadeusz Kvycius at the wheel. Then we have in P3 Veloce Esports running in P3 with Maciej Malinowski, who's at the wheel of that number 75. Of course, the drive-through for West Competition Racing, dropping them closer. Then in P4 at the moment is the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche with Noah Ader at the wheel of that one. And then in P5 is the John O'Lacey Esports Lamborghini with Darren King at the wheel in P5. So those guys are still quite bunched up, but Williams Esports comfortable lead, 49-second gap out front, with almost a drive-through in hand, a pit stop in hand. Comfortable at the moment, Tim Peck, but there could still be some changes yet with the weather still to come.
Yeah, absolutely. 50 seconds, it's a really comfortable lead, like you said. You also mentioned, both you and Kevin said, even 5 hours into this race, teams still seem to be fighting very close, even going 3 wide through corners. But of course, what you have to remember is that these drivers right now, they are the best of the best. All of these guys here are professionals, and they're going to want to be competing for those top spots at all times, because at the end of the day, if you come first, you get the most points. Not to sound like Will Buxton there, but that is how the racing community works. So at the end of the day, all these drivers constantly going to be pushing, no matter what part of the race it is. Of course, in that you do have to be a little bit careful. A 24-hour race, you definitely do not want it to be over within the first couple of hours. But as we go on, I imagine that we'll just continue to see more and more fights across the field, because at the end of the day, these guys at the top of their game, they're likely to be able to do most of these overtakes safely. And hey, if you have that sort of faith in yourself that you can get through quickly and safely, why not go for the overtake? But you're right, we've also seen a lot of standing water on the track. It makes these overtakes more difficult, and I think my biggest concern now is the same as it was earlier, which is a lot of people looking for overtakes in the section you mentioned, Kevin, that actually turn 8 is looking like the place the most overtakes are happening. To a certain extent, that is true. However, it's the couple of turns after that where you get into that wiggly sector 3 of the track, where we were seeing a lot of overtake attempts earlier. The problem is when you try that in the rain, there's so much standing water at the side of the track, it makes it lethal. And actually, one of the teams that we saw earlier having to duck out behind, there were several teams trying to do so, but yeah, it became fairly lethal along the side. And I believe it was actually the Kazoo team that had to duck out of a couple of attempts as they looked towards the right hand side of the track and instantly just kept getting hit by standing puddles of water. So you do have to be quite careful in the late stages of the race. When the rain's coming down, you have to be careful where you choose to pull off overtakes. A big favourite of today though, turns 1 and 2 in that chicane. If you can get the line through that right, you can get a huge boost on the exit, which will send you flying past any cars near you. And I've got to say, that has been the overtaking point of today where I think I've seen the best overtakes happening so far.
Yeah, very the first left and right hander. But yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you, Tim. I mean, in terms of that standing water and having to be so careful where you put your car, as you said, the Team Shazoo 211 car falling foul of it earlier on, and this is prime slow spin territory. This is prime territory where the back steps out and you're just going no, brake, accelerate, and the thing is just slowly, kind of like a big boat, kind of like sticking its way out, and you end up spinning around. So it's one of those really frustrating slow spins that you have in the last sector there with all that standing water. So as I said, it's just about really, and I think this is the thing about driving in the wet, consistency is absolutely key. Obviously you need to be able to adapt to the conditions, but the ability to be kind of consistent lap by lap by lap will ultimately earn you places, because although the standard of driving here has been exceptional since the rain has fallen, I have to say there's been very few mistakes. Just as I say that,
wow, unbelievable.
It took me 2 hours to however long a spin. It took right at the time where I said that. This is the 44 car, I think. This is Lucas Seidor in it, and again going wide, hitting the curb, coming back through that wiggly section, and as we come back around, a Bose back steps around, and it's just just the frustration gets the thing back going as he heads towards Bendoch, the turn 10. But yeah, it's absolutely perfect. Literally just described exactly what I was talking about. So thank you very much, Lucas. Although I do apologise for the fact that you had to spin out. Maybe I had a little part to play in that. As we go looking now, this battle between TMMS Performance and SG Stern, Jack. This is another one that's developing. And as you look down your timing tables, you can look 13th and 14th, all of the red and orange. That is where you want to be looking at. So the home of sim racing and Prime E racing getting very close. This battle developing, and then also battle for 14th place developing as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I still can't get over the fact that you said the word mistake and we cut immediately into a car that's facing the wrong way.
Anybody want the lotto numbers for tonight?
I mean, it's just that's outrageous. And we've still got 18 hours to go, Tim.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And for now, we're going to have an interview with one of the drivers behind the wheel of West Competition. Not West Competition, sorry, the Wild Things racing team. I do apologise there, but welcome into the booth.
Speaking of mistakes.
Yeah, speaking of mistakes, Jesus. But welcome into the booth. How are things going for you guys right now?
I can't lie, things have gone better in the past. But having just done 3.5 stints back to back, it's nice to finally just sit back and watch for a bit.
So you've done 3.5 stints back to back, so that means you've driven through both the dry and the wet weather so far. Were you expecting it to be this variable so quickly across the 24 hours, or were you more expecting the weather to just stay dry for about 4 or 5 hours and then switch into the wet? Basically, were you expecting it to be just constantly changing?
Actually, yeah. I think it was yesterday or the day before, I kind of just lurked throughout the practice server for the whole day and watched what the weather was doing. This is the thing I tend to do with variable weather races. And I noticed that every hour or so, it would go dry, and then it would have like a 30 to 45 minute shower. It's longer this time around, of course, but I've noticed that, and I kind of prepared that. So in the strategy for the setup, I had a wet setup strategy and a dry setup strategy, just for an easy switch in between. But I think the timing of the conditions changing versus the stint timer really was not easy at all for a lot of us. It actually caught us out the first time around. We put the wets on too early and probably lost about 40 seconds in tyre wear problems throughout that whole stint. But that's just the nature of racing, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we did see earlier a couple of other teams also put on the wet tyres quite early, ended up burning through them in the dry before the rain had fully had a chance to settle. I know my colleague that was in the booth with me before, John Dalton, would be eager to ask you this, which is, how have you got your car set up right now? Is it a hybrid setup, or is it specifically made for the dry or the wet?
So it was a dry setup. However, I did a couple little changes, like ride height. Obviously, that's the main kind of thing you want in the wet, because it's quite a flat circuit. There's not really a lot of drainage. You want to kind of have that little extra bit of a couple millimeters on the ride height. Not too much to like mean that it's kind of difficult to drive in the dry conditions, but it's good in the dry. I think the tire wear is, obviously we're driving the BMW, everyone knows that it eats its tyres for breakfast and lunch and dinner for us as well, apparently, but it's not that bad of a setup. It's quite good. It's a combination of two previous setups that I've used, and it felt good, but not been easy for sure. These tricky conditions definitely catching us out.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to pass you over to one of my colleagues right now. Kevin Galvin, do you have any questions here for Ben Langford?
Yeah, Ben, I suppose, look, it's obviously, as you say, it's just been a difficult one for you. I mean, you have a few Brits in the car. Is that helping anyway, trying to navigate these tricky conditions? It's obviously something you're well used to driving in real life.
Yeah, actually, I think in practice, at least, for myself, I can't speak for my teammates because I don't know how they were feeling, but at least for myself, the strength was really in race pace in the wet. Obviously, I couldn't really show that and maximize that given the problems with tyres and the unlucky strategy. But I think that definitely having those Brits in the team, it's always known that we're good in the rain. Like, you ask anyone, that's just how we grow up, how we sort of accustomed to it, and yeah. But it wasn't like too big of a difference between the dry and wet conditions. I personally felt a bit more comfortable in, I call them the Jensen Button conditions, like just wet enough for wets or just dry enough for dries, if that makes sense. Like right in the middle between the switchover. I think at one point I was fastest on track, and it was the same at Watkins as well. So it's really bizarre set of conditions to be quick in. I would have personally liked if the whole race was in those conditions, but you can't have everything, you know. So
don't even know if that's actually geographically or meteorologically possible, but anyway. But look, I suppose the thing is, like, you know, we still have very high track temp. The rain is still falling, and you know, we obviously don't know how it's going to behave later on this evening. But do you reckon, like, are you hoping that the rain will stay? Are you hoping that you'll kind of keep those wet conditions, or would you like to see it kind of dry up as it gets tonight? Because I imagine if it stays wet like this right through the evening, it'll be very, very tricky conditions to drive in, because there just will be absolutely no drying on this track whatsoever.
Yeah, 100%. I think I'm torn between wanting it to stay this unpredictable or wanting it to stay wet, because with unpredictability comes change in results, comes people dropping, people gaining, and obviously for us being down in P24, we did start higher up. Admittedly, that was thanks to our driver, who it seems to be a god in qualifying. No idea how he managed to put us up there, but he did that job. So we're trying to get us high up. I think our personal target is P20, so in order for a little bit of chaos to happen, I think we would need that, and we would also need it to be unpredictable, but it's also to be better to be safe than sorry, so it's difficult. Can't quite decide what I prefer.
Well, I suppose it's not your choice in either case, so you just kind of deal with what you're dealing with. Speaking of chaos, just looking on track here, Williams Esports piecing its way through a really tight battle. Yeet Esports are in there, Pulse Sim Sports are in there. I think I saw the one of the GT Omega Shizu team, I think they were in there as well. They're all kind of battling around here, coming through the final section. That is Lacking Corner, of course. Max Kramer looking at his gearbox, looking back towards the Pulse Sim Sport 52 car, all over the back, aggressively over the back of that number 48 BMW, as he goes for a move, potentially down the inside. Yes, I think he's going to get it done in the final corner. He does, through Lack and through Pont, and that is Pulse Sim Sport up into P9. As we look down, but there's still plenty of cars, blue flags out there at the moment. Ben, just one last one from me. I know, as you say, you're a big BMW fan. You're like myself. Nothing like a bit of German Munich nostril flaring engineering to get the pulses going. How does the M4 perform in this series compared to others? Because we do have, obviously, not a custom BOP here. We're just using the standard BOP. How does the BMW perform in the wet? And are you, two and a bit round, or one of the bit rounds in? Are you happy? I mean, obviously, I know you're biased because you do love running in the BMW, but
yes,
if you were to stand back and look at it, I suppose, subjectively, would you be, or objectively, would you be happy? Are you happy with the choice you made?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, there is something to be said about my ability to drive cars such as the Porsche and Honda. It's very well known, at least among my friends, that you put me in that car and that car will put me in the wall. So we kind of were a little bit restricted while I'm still learning for that, between the Aston or the M4. And as soon as we found out that there was an update coming out, all sorts of BOP changes will be in that. And being honest, I don't think the Aston will do too favorably in the update, because it's not being used as much in the real series as the BMW. And of course, with WRT in real life, getting the M4, it might actually get boosted a bit. So the logic behind that was, I think, perfect at the time. In terms of how it's performing, I wouldn't say it's the quickest car at the moment, but obviously there's one of the BMWs in P2 and the fastest lap, so I can't really talk. But in terms of my own performance within the car, I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, the tyre wear on this setup specifically was not great, so I can't really. There's always a case of what if the setup was better, the tyre wear wasn't there. Always gonna ask yourself that, but I think if all the issues we had so far in this race hadn't happened, we would probably be up in the likes of that battle for P16, I reckon, which I would be happy with, like really happy with, considering this is my first 24 hours and first endurance championship, really. So it's all new to me, so I'm actually really satisfied with how we're doing so far.
Good stuff. Well, Ben, thanks for hopping in with us, and we'll let you head back to your team because, well, as soon as you came in, it all started kicking off, basically. So, Ben, hopefully we'll chat to you later. Thanks for hopping in with us.
No problem. Have a good one.
That was Ben Langford there of Wild Things Racing. While he was chatting with us, we had multiple 3-wide moments, and we've just had a move for, I believe that it was a move further down anyways, but Renvelten Esports capitalised and have now moved up into P8. Pulse Sim Sport are right behind them in P9. Yas Heat have just made a move for P10 in the back as well, but Renvelten Esports, a brilliant a bit of movement there on the inside to get themselves up into P8, but they have now got the problem of having the Pulse Sim Sport number 52 right behind them in this race as well. So, of course, it's typical. It all kicks off right when we are trying to have an interview with Ben Langford, but as well, at the same time, Velocev closed into P2 at the same time as well. So it's all kicking off, Kevin.
Oh yeah, how rude. I mean, in fairness, how inconsiderate
How
they
dare
all
you.
are. We were just having a nice old chat with Ben, and then they all decided to kick off. No, it's absolutely fantastic, and I know Tim said earlier to you about it, being a little bit of a quieter moment, but it kind of fluctuates, doesn't it, between being very quiet and of course then you have moments where you're 5 or 6 wide, and now we're looking at the BF Racing looking for a move on the SOP Racing. BMW is getting that done. The 27 Aston Martin is going out wide here now, which will invite SOP back inside, and that is good work there from the SOP number 27 BMW, because that's just a case of not panicking. Okay, the move was made down the inside, but move was trying to made down the outside, but still, you can still switch back to the inside and get it done. And I thought that was very, very clever stuff by Simon Bauer in the 100 BMW. Felix Tazvinska Hacker now making a move down the inside of the Rennfelten, and this was a continuation of the battle we saw when we were speaking to Ben. They're cutting through. We'll have the inside now for the final corner, which is bridge, and he is certainly making his bridge into 8th. Oh no, not I'm in completely wrong part of the course. He's not actually making going through a bridge, but he is making a bridge into 8th position nonetheless. Tazvinska Hacker making that look very, very easy, Jack. It was just very smooth down the insides there.
Yeah, it was good car placement. I thought it's unusual to try it on the inside there, but of course wet conditions, it's better to be on the outside for that corner, which then turns into the inside for the run on the exit of the hairpin. So great stuff, but he still has not got rid of this Rennfelten Ferrari as it comes up to the fast right-hander now, but they are going to stick behind for the moment, but they've worked their way into that position now. Pulse Sim Sport back into P8, 6.7 seconds behind the number 33 car. Meanwhile, this battle continuing on between the T1 FF car, which is the number 144, and they've got the Lucia Motorsport car in front of them, which is the number 22 Ferrari, just in front of them there, the lime green, and that was an off for Sven Pauv there in the TMMS Performance car, and I reckon that was probably an incredibly slow speed, annoying spin for the BMW there, as we'll have a quick look as to what happened there coming into the final 2 corners. Here he comes there. That's the Kramer Racing Porsche just in front of them here. Coming into the left-hander, he'll come in just a moment's time. And we'll see what happened to the number 50 car. She tucks it in, and that was gone before. Tim, that was gone before he even got to the corner.
Oh, I have seen that so many times today that as I was watching that replay there, I was thinking, I wonder if that is between turns 13 and 14. They're just going to lose the car, and it's going to then face the wrong way on the right-hand side of the track, because that just seems to be the place today, which is catching the most teams out. It's the right-hand side of the track there. There's an annoying puddle of standing water that is very easy to hit. It spins the car out just like you saw there as well. Currently on the screen, you've got the Lutch Motorsport eSport team driver Moritz Kummer, number 22 car. Right now, they're trying to hold off Team 1 FF from behind. You can see very close to them is the number 144. Right now, looking for a way through the next set of corners as they come down towards the main straight, almost actually making contact there. The 2 cars as the Team 1 FF Racing very close to the rear of the Lutch Motorsport eSport team there. But yeah, going back to your original question, Jack, it's that same puddle. It has been such a pivotal point of today, and I doubt that is the last time we will see another car spin out there, because I think so far it's caught out 10 different teams, and like I said, it didn't surprise me in the slightest to see another team just getting caught out by that standing bit of water there.
Yeah, it seems like, of course, as soon as he turned in, traction control would have kicked in. There's nothing he could have done about it as soon as he hit the standing water. So, again, frustrating for him. But again, thankfully, because it's Paul Ricard, there's plenty of runoff around here. So he managed to do that, I think. And there's another spin. It's all happening now. That's the GSE Racing Audi that has been off in Sector 1. So let's see if we can predict this one this time with as he comes into Sector. This will be this is sector number 1, of course. This will be into turns 5, I think this is going to be. Turns into the left-hander, tries to flick it back to the right-hand side. We'll get back on the power, just on the exit here. And it looks like the car's already sliding coming through that corner. Runs out wide, and there she goes. And the West Competition Racing car just avoiding that. That's the car in P2 that just about avoided that. And Veloce were right behind them there. So Patrick Dorr very nearly, unfortunately, taking out that car there. But you can see Malinovsky almost got a position given to him there. But West Competition Racing very much thanking their lucky stars. They're using up their luck early on, Kevin.
Yeah, I would be spraying the number 1 West Competition BMW with a little bit of, what would I say, perfume, maybe, when Yukonevicius gets out, because I'd say there's a little bit of poo came out there when you saw that number 9. No, there's a car faced the wrong way. That is Kevin Wren in the GPR Esports, and that's good work from him there. And it looks like lads, these conditions are getting very tricky, and I don't know whether it's the tyres that are starting to go off or whether it's a case of just so much water building up in the track. He was already offline trying to overtake the GT Omega Shizou team, and as he goes round the outside, is there contact? Not yet. Shizou go up the inside, GPR take the inside line there, they're ahead, and yes, a little bit of a touch. And that sends him facing in the wrong direction, and you can't park there, mate.
No, you can't park. You can't park there. But good work by him to rejoin safely. That is a perfect example of how you rejoin safely by Kevin Wren, GPR Esports car. But again, it was the Shizou car looking for the switchback, didn't quite pay off. Here's Unicorns of Love on a big charge. Have to say, we again had them a bit earlier on, and they've now caught up to the Kramer. That'll be the Porsche in P5 at the moment. So Jonathan Seville's put in a hell of a stint there for the Unicorns of Love, who are chasing after them. And we'll see if they're going to be able to make a move past those as well. At the same time, you have Renvelten, who are not too far off the back of Pulse, of course. You have Yas Heat, who are only about a second and a half off of those guys as well. So there's still plenty happening, but probably theory is right, of course. The tyres will be going off a little bit now. We're heading into towards pit stop phase now as well. So there's still, got to keep that in mind. Mistakes starting to creep in. Yeet Esports are into the pit lane. Number 48 are into pit lane here at Paul Ricard. But no such issues for the moment for the Williams Esports Audi, who still leads this race by 51.4 seconds at the moment. But still plenty of cars making waves up through the rest of the order. We're on board now with the Ferrari, and you can see that's the spray that's coming down into the screen. I can assure you, when you're in the cockpit, it's far worse when you're on board. You can actually see, you can't actually see a hell of a lot. The wipers working overtime, but when you're actually sitting in the driver's seat, of course, it's quite difficult to see where you're going down the straight there. But you have to say, Tim, Jonathan Seville's put in a hell of a stint here. He's been making up positions, and that car looks like it's one of the quickest on the circuit at the moment.
Absolutely, Jonathan Seville has been doing a brilliant job so far. Like you said, they've just been making up a lot of time, making up a lot of places as well across the stint as a whole. All of that will be helping the Unicorns of Love ex-Pulse SimSport team to get back up into the higher positions where they were at the beginning. Currently running P6 though, definitely not something you want to turn your nose up, and they're stuck right now behind Noah Ida, driving the 977, which is of course the Kramer Racing Esports team. You can see from the cockpit cam, they're just trying to look for a way through right now, coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight though. A little bit far back to do anything as of yet. Right, well, coming now into the last, well, I say the last, we've got ages left now. It feels like the last though for me. We've got 18 hours and a half left in the race, and this gentleman is where I'm going to bid you guys farewell. Of course, the rest of you at home, don't go anywhere. You'll have both Jack Kinane and Kevin Galvin take you through the next part of the stream. I, for now though, will be tucking out and watching from the sidelines for a little bit, leaving you with this wet weather. And I'm going to leave you guys with one question, and that is, do you think the rain's going to end anytime soon, or do you think this might be the weather for the foreseeable future?
I hope not. We're hoping that it will dry up at some point, but I reckon we could be with the rain for a good little while longer, I think. But you heard from Ben Langford, of course. They're hoping for changeable conditions as well, but that also means changeable conditions means change of position, so they're trying to balance that thought as well. But Tim, Been a pleasure. Thank you for hopping in with us, and for a mammoth long stint. You can go have your rest, and we will, of course, speak again once again. But thank you for taking over and guiding us through this part of the race. You have us now for a good 3 more hours. For all of you at home, I could hear the cheers already coming through for the next 3 hours. But we'll say farewell to Tim Peck as he heads off after putting in a mammoth long stint. And you've got me and Kevin for the next half an hour. We'll have Christian Romero hopping in with us as well, and not to forget as well John Watts, who's doing all the production in the background as well again, he's been doing this since the very start of the race, and he's absolutely mental for doing that, but he's still here with us for the next little while or so. But back to the on-track battles now. Jaroslav Honzik on the back of Ren Velten. They did just capitalise on getting past that would have been the Pulse Sim Sport car, but the Pulse Sim Sport car has checked out and is now 3 seconds in front. So that early pace, tyre wear starting to be a factor here. So now it's really, I suppose now Kevin, it's showing who's looked after their tyres the best.
Oh, 100%. It's just like a case of yep, bye for the Hazzies. They are all over the back of the Ren Velten Esports 71 Ferrari versus Ferrari. Oh, it's a McLaren, is it? The Ren Velten. Oh,
that's very much a Ferrari.
It is a Ferrari. Sorry, I was looking at the two back headlights, and I was wondering. Ferrari and Ferrari battle as Jaroslav Honzik, the Czech flying master, goes down the inside, and I can already see the chat going wild on his Twitch chat. They're going absolutely crazy for probably the world's most notorious ACC gamer, and a man who has done a huge amount to promote the sport. Going back to speaking of promoting the sport and the discipline and ACC and all that, just a bit on LFM. I mean, like, obviously this series is organised by LFM, so you wouldn't expect me to be going on about how terrible the service is, but at the same time I still think it's important to mention how much life they've given, not just ACC but also R-Factor 2, the fact that they've come in with their servers. And really, ACC is a superb platform. We've talked about this in our own podcast, Jack, and quick mention for the podcast. It just goes to show you, like, ACC is a fantastic platform, but when a website like LFM come in and all the work that they do, and it's unpaid, it's not, they do massive work in terms of trying to organize races and really kind of keeping the community alive. And I really think for a website that's totally free, you look at other similar platforms where you're paid on subscription or whatever else, but to have it totally free, I just think it really does, like, because I mean Kunos have done a fantastic job with ACC, but obviously the online aspect wasn't as much of a thing. For LFM to fill in that void, it's just a kind of perfect marriage, and I just think it's fantastic. So I just wanted to, before I forget, kind of put a mark in the sand about LFM, because I really do think they do fantastic work to try and keep the community going. But Jack, it's nice to be back with you, I have to say. We don't speak to each other enough.
I know, I mean, it's been, I'm trying to think off the top of my head now. I think it's actually been 2 years since we have shared a commentary box together. We've obviously spoken quite a lot, but it's 2 years since we last shared a commentary box. It's great to be back, of course. And we will, of course, be here for the next 3 or so hours. By the end of it, we're going to hate each other again. And it's going to be another 2 years before we get back into the commentary box after that. But, of course, we worked together for quite a long time, of course, for maybe those are unfamiliar. But it's been a tricky, but it's been a bit of a sad couple of days in the Irish motorsports community. Of course, we lost the wonderful Craig Breen, and there was a commentary that popped up. I believe, Kevin, you were in it as well, which was Craig Breen in another iRacing championship and a last lap dash to the finish that popped up with being shared by a driver. But it is something that we wanted to mention, of course, that we're thinking of Craig, we're thinking of his family, we're thinking of all of them, because he was such a lovely guy, a great icon for Irish motorsport, for WRC as well. But he was a massive sim racer as well. We wanted to mention that as well as we head into this, of course. And but of course, it was great to just watch him going side by side with a couple of established sim racers at the final corner at Brands Hatch, and basically driving them off the road, as you would expect in a touring car. But we did want to give that a mention in this stream as well. Not because we're Irish, but of course, but he was just a massive inspiration to so many, and he was a massive sim racer as well, just like us.
Oh yeah, and it is like, I mean, as we're just looking at some of the leaders are in the pits now, so we'll see how that plays out. And if I need to go back to it, I will. But I mean, look, I had the pleasure of interviewing Craig a few times. He was from originally close enough to where I'm from, and I suppose I worked right in the middle of where he was from for another radio station, and had the pleasure of interviewing him a few times. And the thing about Craig was that, he was one of the very few people that, like, obviously was able to perform on an international stage. It's not very often for Irish motorsport we get to talk about drivers who are really on the international stage. Of course, ACC viewers will know Darragh McCormack, which is very much flying the flag. We have the likes of Charlie Eastwood maybe, and Matt Griffin, and of course on the drifting side, James Dean and that. But like, there's very few really drivers from Ireland that represent us in the main stage when you compare us to other sports. We've never had an Irish F1 driver, or at least a modern day Irish F1 driver, since Jordan left. But Craig was that. He was extremely rapid, but like, you'd never tell. Like, Craig could just rock up in an afternoon and come into the shop, and you'd never know that he was one of the fastest rally drivers. And like, it was because he had such a wicked sense of humour. As we just see there now, there's a decision from the stewards, 777 car and the 22, no further action for ignoring blue flags. That is the Sebastian Vettel penalty. But Craig he just had a wicked sense of humour, and there's a superb video of him and Paddy Croak, which I really would implore you, once this race is finished, to have a look at. And he's taking Paddy around one of the local rallies in Ireland, and Paddy is just a friend of his, really, and obviously a fantastic character himself. And Craig is taking him around, and like, Paddy isn't giving him any notes. He's not a co-driver per se. He's just kind of almost half there as a passenger, really, more than anything else. And they're just chatting away about, like, should we go into the Donegal rally next year, Paddy? Sure, they were talking about Frank Kelly, another rally in Grade at Donegal, and it was like they were going for a spin on a Sunday, but he was absolutely tearing this escort down Irish country roads at a frightening speed. At one stage, he takes his hand off the steering wheel to wave at the crowd that he goes past. It was just the thing about Craig, was he was so incredibly talented, and yet so kind of understated in everything that he did. And I mean, it's so tragic now. Obviously, he was involved in an accident a few years ago where his co-driver tragically passed away, and Craig was left unscathed. And in this accident, Craig passed away, and his co-driver, at least miraculously, was left unscathed. And it's such a pity. I mean, he was getting part-time drives with Hyundai here and there, and he moved to M Sport Ford to get a full-time drive. He was podium at the Monte Carlo Rally, and I interviewed him that week, and he was just on a high. Like, he was sharing a podium with some of the best rally drivers of all time, Seb Loeb amongst them, and he was just really looking forward to a full-time drive. He was looking forward to driving the likes of Kenya, which he'd never driven before. He was obviously very, very quick in Sweden. That was the next rally that was coming up, as we see the SOP esports racing all over the back of the BF Racing Aston Martin. But he's just so quick-witted. I mean, I remember interviewing Craig during the pandemic, and he needed to go to a test for a Hyundai down in Italy, and he obviously, there was no flights, or there was, all the airports were closed. It's pretty much impossible to get out of the country. So Craig rang a pal of his who owned a haulage company down in Waterford, where he's from. Craig's originally from Steve Rue, just outside Waterford, and he rang a pal of his who owned a haulage company and said, Are you going down to Italy this week? And your man said, yeah, I am actually. It's just so it happens, I can drop you down to San Remo. So he literally gets in a truck with the guy, brings all his rally gear, the clothes and that, and he literally spends 3 or 4 days with this guy going down to San Remo, and the truck gets out of the truck, gets into the Hyundai, and blasts around in the test session. There was no airs or graces with him whatsoever. And as Jack said, like, there's clips of him playing V-Rally back in the day and some of the old rallying games. I think he was kind of our generation in that he grew up with a PlayStation 1. That's very much my generation's console, and he would have kind of played that quite a lot, as we see Williams Esports getting an off track, and we were talking about that earlier on, Jack. But Craig is just, he was just so funny, and he had such a wicked sense of humour, and he never took himself too seriously. He was rapid, quick, and I really think you can just see by the reaction around the paddock. He was so, you know, and I know people say often when people pass away, oh, he was so well liked, and you know, it's kind of the thing you say about people, but really, well and truly, Craig really was such a likeable person. He was just so down to earth, and like very, very sharp, really cutting sometimes, but not in a nasty way, purely for the fun of it. And yeah, I know for a lot of Irish people are left very shocked by his death. The penalty here for the 71 Renvelton Esports. That's a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. They're now in P10 at the moment, as we see the light speed going up the inside of the Team Racing Point 85 BMW. But look, I'm glad you mentioned it, Jack, because you know, I've interviewed a few racing drivers, and some of them are stiffer than others. But Craig definitely was somebody that you always felt like you could just chat away to him, and he was relatively, you know, he was quite honest in his interviews, but always just, when he didn't have a microphone stuck under his face, even when he did sometimes, he was just so funny. And even there's a clip of him quite recently where he's doing, I think it was Brunby is the stage in Sweden, and he's his fastest by 10 or 12 seconds or something ridiculous like that. And he was just saying, you know, never, like, he had such a difficult season last year with M-Sport, it just didn't work out for him. But he was just saying the amount of criticism that he got, and you could see the tears welling up in his eyes, and he was just saying, never let anybody put you down, you know, never let anybody tell you that you're not good enough. And it's just so tragic that he's passed away. But so many great moments to remember Craig by as we look at the glorious replay here. This is the 38 car. That is for 6th position. That's the John Lacey Esports Lamborghini. That's coming down the Mistral straight now, looking to see if they can overtake the number 4 car in 5th place, Jonathan Seville, there in piloting that one. But he gets the move done there. That's very, and it's again, that's the sort of part of the track where people really do it. But I felt it was so important, Jack, I mean, you do too, I know, that's why you mentioned it, just to mark Craig Breen's passing, because, you know, I mean, motorsport is unfortunately a very dangerous thing, and you know, these guys put their lives on the line every time they go out and race, and unfortunately Craig has lost his, and I think the world is a worse place, and the motorsport world is a worse place without it. As we carry down 3 wide down the Mistral Straight, that is Simon Bauer we're looking at the moment, but he's in a battle with BF Racing and indeed Vasson Motorsport sneaking around there, Jack. Again, 18 hours left on the clock, but it doesn't seem like it by the racing that we're seeing in front of us.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is P2 trying to get through here, the West Competition Racing BMW. We did mention Williams Esports did have an off track there. That is, of course, the obviously the little warning that comes up at the top of the timing tower there. They did have a bit of an off. They ran wide somewhere, but they managed to rejoin. I think it was in the fast right. That's the very scary right-hander that's just at the end of the long straight, but it's still lots happening. We had John Lacey moving in front of the Unicorns Love X-Pulse Sim Sport car for P5. Another steward's decision, car number 71 and car 52. No further action for reckless driving. That is what the stewards have deemed there. This is Simon Bauer in the Symphony Pistons car, come down the inside of the BF Racing Aston Martin. No way through for him there down in 17th place. Another investigation between GPR Esports and Team Shizou. Now that would have been I think that was the contact. There's another contact that's going to have to be investigated now. That's the SOP Esports and the Aston Martin coming together in the right-hander. And unfortunately, the Aston Martin has ended up facing backwards. Simon Bauer then carries on, but the Aston Martin stranded on the inside of the circuit there, trying to get back going. Let's have a look at that again. A little bit unusual, I have to be honest, having a look at this as it comes down into turn 3. And this is the view from the back of the Aston Martin. They come into the braking zone right here, and oh, geez, the BMW just seems, either the Aston braked early or the BMW just looked like completely missed its braking point there.
Somebody definitely made a mistake on the brakes, and I suppose the onus even if the Aston braked early, the onus is on that SOP BMW because he can see everything in front of him. I mean, it's hard to tell from that view with the gearbox because you can't fully see it, but it didn't exactly look like the BF Racing brake checked him or anything like that. But the SOP running right into the back of him, so definitely one for the stewards to look at there, Jack. I suspect. My suspicions are that they won't take kindly to the SOP Esports racing car that is driven by Milton Steele Vassinen. But we shall see what the stewards have to say about that. It's still, you know, and I know that kind of cliche is, oh well, you know, you can lose a race in this, you won't win a race this time, and you lose a race in this time, and obviously cliches are generally cliches because they're true. But you know, it is one of those periods where you just have to be very careful because there is a little bit of battling going on, but there isn't a huge amount of battling as we see now the BF Racing going into the pits. And I imagine Axel Ramonet will have a few choice words to say under his helmet as he comes into the pits there. I really am not sure what happened in terms of who broke late and who broke early, but a real unfortunate incident there. Those are the kind of incidents that will send you in the pits, and now your strategy has changed. Now you're going down the pit lane unsure of where you are going to come out, as the 211 Shizou GT Omega get a 10-second time penalty there. Struggling a bit. We saw them spin around within the last hour, and now they are getting a 10-second time penalty as well. So it's just one of those times of the race where you just, as I say, you just kind of have to keep the head down to stay out of trouble, really, Jack.
Yeah, that's it. And to sort of add insult to injury there, Kevin, the BF Racing car, because of that contact, it gave them a warning, which then gave them a drive-through. So they've had to go all the way through the pit lane and carry on. So it's gone really from bad to worse. John Lacey Esports on the charge. Darren King at the wheel. He got past the Unicorns of Love X-Pulse Sim Sport car and is now chasing after the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche. This is for P4 and trying, of course, to get in front now. But he's just being very patient here because he knows that Lamborghini is like a rocket ship down the straight. So this really ought to be a pretty straightforward move for Darren King and for John Lacey Esports as they continue to get themselves back up into P4. You'll see now the V10 in the back of this Lamborghini will engage right about here. Here comes the slipstream. The 977 really is not going to have an answer to this, and the Lamborghini goes roaring past into P4. And Darren King is putting a good stint. But look at the difference in the straight line speed down the straight. I mean, the Porsche just has nothing to answer with. It's almost like it's an asthmatic, chain smoker going up against Usain Bolt or something, just like squeezing as it's desperately trying to keep up with the John Lacey Lamborghini. But the 30 is just well ahead. The Kramer Racing Esports, though, it hasn't been a bad run for them. I mean, they're up 5 places, they're in the top 5. And still plenty of time to go. I mean, we're just constantly referencing that clock as it does tick away second by second, but still an awful long way to go from this end. We expect to see a few things happen. One of those things is I expect to see John Watts totally lose his mind as he streams almost 12 or 13 hours of this race. But a big hat tip to him. He's doing a great job. And nice to be with you as well, Jack Canan. And thanks to all of our sponsors as well. We will get a quick shout out for them as well. That's Low Fuel Motorsport. Leanne Lee, of course, that's a name you're very, very familiar with if you are in the market for a PC case, which I am. So Leanne Lee, if you're looking to give us a hand, my PC case is just not big enough for my computer and I'm having to cram components into it, so I'll be on the hunt for one of those. CaseKing.de, of course, or .de if you're from that area. That is the place to pick up cases, so that's probably my first port of call where I will be going. I'll be bookmarking that. Noble Chairs as well. Keep your backside comfy as you're racing. Most important for races of this length, as that's the light speed going down the inside now of the Yeet Esports. And I wasn't sure I thought the light speed was kind of slightly caught out there by how slow the Esports was. I think he was planning on following him and then just decided the best course of action was actually to duck down the inside. But that's a place for them up into 12th
up from 20th where they began with. Moser Racing as well, another great sim racing component company, and look, it's just we have such a wealth of hardware at the moment alongside Next Level Racing, Glorious Gaming and Ducky, and it is indeed weather for ducks or duckies at the moment at the Circuit Paul Ricard, with no signs of abating. If you look at that little weather icon in the top right hand corner, that shows you that the weather is here to stay. And finally, HC_Dizzy, the Twitch streamer. And do, if you're enjoying this as well, remember to subscribe to the Virtual Endurance Masters Twitch. We have plenty more racing where this comes from over the course of the next couple of months for the grand prize, something which they will all be contesting for. It's just a matter of a couple of maybe £5,000. Am I right in saying, Jack? a little €5,000 in your back pocket to take away if you manage to win the championship. So not a bad one. And of course, €100 as well for the teams that make the most amount of places, and €100 already with the number one BMW of West Competition Racing, who were our fastest lap in qualifying. We'll hope to speak to them in the next hour or so. But until then, Jack, plenty to keep us entertained.
Absolutely, and if you are just joining us, of course, we've got about 18 hours to go, and well, we can bring you up to speed as to what's gone on in the last hour or so. Here are the highlights of hour number 5. The rain came down, and it got a bit feisty out there. This was the Pulse Sim Sport car, and this was, of course, a move being made with the that's the Team Shizuka, I think, or it was one of the. Well, again, this was the little cluster that we were looking at a little bit earlier on, as they all fought for position here. This will be the that you can see the Team Shizu Ferrari out in front there, being chased down by the 77 Mercedes. In the middle sector there, of course, the Team Shizu car ended up having a bit of a spin later on. Yeet Esports and Pulse Sim Sport together on the track. Of course, they've been fighting it out for a little bit. This was the move being made down the inside, which would then turn to the outside. But you can see now it was a clean move being made by the Pulse Sim Sport cars. They continued to work their way up through the field. We then had, again, further, of course, moves being made down the order, of course, with the 255 Ferrari being in the mix amongst the rest of the order, moves being made up through the right hand. There's been actually quite a favourite overtaking opportunity. There's the BF Racing Aston Martin going through, and clusters being made through there. This was after the drive-through for West Competition Racing. Malinovsky taking full advantage in the Veloce Esports Porsche, but wasn't able to get in front of the get in front for too much longer, should I say. Jankavicius in the West Competition Racing car, of course, did manage eventually to get back past Malinovsky for position there in that race, of course, and they still hold that position as we currently stands. Of course, there's been driver swaps as well for Williams. Igor Rodriguez, of course, in the Williams Esports Audi, did swap over with Tinko van der Velde, who's now in that car, and the Veloce Esports car being handed over to Luke Whitehead, who's now in the Veloce Esports Porsche. But still, Tadeusz Jankavicius in the West Competition Racing car in P2. Plenty of action throughout the field. The SOP Esports car, they're currently under investigation, of course, for contact between themselves and the BF Racing Aston Martin. There's been plenty that's been going on. This is the Vason Motorsports Aston Martin on the TMMS Performance BMW. Of course, they had a spin not too long ago in that BMW in the second sector. But this was, of course, a little bit earlier on when we had a bit of dry running at the start of the hour before it turned into wet conditions. It was right at the start. But the Vason Aston Martin getting nice moves done. Number 85 car there, the Team Racing Point car. They did a bit of a scrap for a little while, actually, these two. But it was, of course, it would turn then later into rainy conditions, and they now are completely separated. That was just a snapshot of what's happened, but you can see now the weather conditions very, very different. At the moment, the lineup is currently Williams Esports in the lead by 42 seconds. Tinko van der Velde is now at the wheel of that car, and then we have the West Competition Racing car of Tadeusz Jankavicius in P2. Luke Whitehead at the wheel of the Veloce Esports Porsche. That was handed over in the last pit stop there. He is in P3, 7.5 seconds behind. Then Darren King still behind the wheel of the Jean Alesi Esports. A Lamborghini Kramer Racing Esports, of course, that is still being piloted by Noah Ader in P5. and still plenty of time left to go. But the only thing that hasn't changed, the only people who haven't really been involved in any side-by-side action for position has been Williams, 43 seconds out front, and now they have Tinko van der Velde, who's at the wheel of that car. But still plenty of time left.
Yeah, we were talking about that driver swap, and now it's done, and they still have a 42-second gap. So really, for Williams, their worst enemy now is basically track cuts, or going wide, potentially at turn 8. That is a very obvious place for cars to run wide. But pretty much it's a case of just trying to keep themselves their noses clean with a 43-second gap. And I mean, speaking of gaps, I mean, Veloce Esports and West Competition, that was quite a battle there for a while, but now 8 seconds between those. 51 seconds back to Jean Alesi, who I think are on the move. Jean Alesi, their last lap was a 2:03.155, and ahead of them Luke Whitehead is a 2:03.135. The two cars in first and second are 2:02, but they are pulling quite a bit of a gap. I mean, Darren King's last lap was a 2:03.135, I said, 155. And then the 977 was a 2:04.3, so there's almost a 1.2 seconds there just in the last lap. Thanks to Totems to Go. Sounds like an absolutely superb delivery service. Definitely would recommend. He says, how are we, guys? Magnificent broadcast. Keep an eye on you from time to time. Come on. Love that positivity, Totem, so appreciate that. And of course, if you have any questions or comments in the chat, that's where you'll find it. I have a chat overlay, keeping an eye on everything, so do get in touch if you do want anything, questions or answers. And there is Milton Steele, Vasson taking advantage of a mistake by that is Seb Bauer. Is it? No, it's the one set two. Yeah, a little bit all over the place. 255. Sorry, it's the 81 actually, creme de la course car. So that is Simon Feist. In that, you can correct my German pronunciation if it's incorrect, Jack. I have the French and you have the German, so between us we should be right. But yeah, a little bit of a mistake going wide on the outside, and Milton Steele Vasson just capitalising.
Yep, nice job from him there, and we're back once again with Jonathan Seville in the Unicorns Love X Pulse Sim Sport car, and has not been able to get by the Kramer Racing Esports Porsche, so the Porsche hanging on nicely for now. And the Ferrari doesn't quite have that same straight line speed advantage as the BMWs or the Lamborghinis, so sort of has been sitting behind for the past little while, but is sort of happy to stay there. They've made good tracks there, as you can see, of course. Easy to keep an eye there, of course. The Unicorns of Love, were due to have two teams, but this is the Unicorns of Love X Pulse Sim Sport car, as you would be able to tell just about, because they've got a half and half livery there. If you can spot it, you got Pulse Sim Sport on one side of the car, and the Unicorns of Love livery on the left-hand side of the car, as you can see right there. So a nice little BAR tribute right there from the late 90s, early 2000s. I
have to say though, their name Unicorns of Love just makes me think of the House Martins, you know, the Caravan of Love. Like, all I can think about is in the evening, in the morn, join the Unicorns of Love. Stand up.
Right, so that's two.
Yeah.
2 hours, 2 renditions of 2 different songs for 2 very different reasons.
At least I went ham on the the melody this time. At least the melody was proper. The Kramer has the Unicorns of Love Pulse Sim Sport all over the back of him, and then you could just see a Mercedes in the background saying hello, just poking his nose out behind that number 4 car. I think that's a lap car, so he'll probably stay out of their way, I should imagine. Jonathan Seville piloting that one, and a 2:03.867 for him last time around. That is slightly quicker than the Kramer, around about 6/10. So you would imagine that he should be able to make this up. It looks like Noah Eder is struggling just a little bit there. I don't know whether it's top speed grunt or more likely probably just conditions, just struggling a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just it is tricky conditions at the moment, but it does seem the Porsche is just is still able to hang on though. at the moment, which is positive for them. Seems to just have a bit more sort of grip out of the corners, or enough of a grunt to get out of the corner to stay in front of this Ferrari for the time being. But it's again very, very differing lines there. You can see Jonathan Seville much more confident on the brakes heading into the corner there, and he's sort of having to check up on the exits here, or on the entries to the corners, to stay behind. You can see Noah Hader really struggling in that first sector, but again might just have enough of a grunt to stay in front, coming onto the back straight here. A good run from the Ferrari this time though, so maybe let's see if this is going to be the chance for Jonathan Seville to get through. We'll see the slipstream come into effect here now, but we'll see, does the Ferrari have enough power to pull up alongside the Porsche here? It certainly does. Here comes the slipstream. Here comes the move, that defensive move from the Kramer Esports car. He's all over the curve on the inside, and again there's still 18 hours left, and we're still side-by-side action up into the fast right-hander now. Who's going to be braver on the brakes? Here comes Jonathan Seville in the car there, but Kramer hanging on the outside. Got the Mercedes in the back as well, just poking his nose in, but Noah Hader has just hung on there on the exit. But I tell you what, 18 hours still left to go, boys. I mean, is it worth it?
I don't think so, Jack. I mean, I absolutely get it. You want to make it as difficult as possible, and as we were hearing earlier from Tim Peck, who's left us, like, it's just, there is such these guys are really the top of their game, so they're not afraid to be a bit more aggressive in a way that you or I might necessarily be. But look at the closing speed there of the number 4 Lambert, or the number 4 BMW of the Unicorns of Love Pulse Sim Sport car. It's just, I wonder how much longer Noah Hader can hang on in that number 977 Porsche 911, as Darren King comes into the pits now for the Jean Alesi Esports. This probably is scheduled, we're on the hour mark as well, so this should be about the right time for these cars. Or is that a drive-through for the 38? I think it's a drive-through for the 38. Actually, it is. It's going all the way through, so that's a disappointing one for the Jean Alesi car, because they were making some serious mileage there over the last hour or so, and now they're way back down to 9th position. So all that hard work undone as we go back here now. And that 199 Mercedes, that is the 22nd place, Maximilian Prall. He's almost 2 laps behind the leader, that 199 car, so I presume he's going to keep his way out of it in the SG Stern Mercedes AMG GT3. Looking on this, what is a really intriguing battle here, Jim.
It certainly is. Here he goes again, outside this time for Jonathan Seville. Let's see if he can carry the speed now. You can see the Mercedes has got a lot more straight line speed. He's going to get in the mix here, but again, Noah Hader not fighting it this time, and through goes Jonathan Seville up into 4th place. A hard fought 4th place, you have to say, for him there. And Noah Hader now is maybe just going to start thinking about letting that Mercedes go behind as well. It does seem to be a bit quicker than these guys. It's the SG Stern machine at the moment, but hard fought by Noah Hader, but then eventually let Jonathan Seville go, and he can start maybe building a gap now, or are they close to pit stop phase now? So there's still, again, just dipping into the next hour now. 17 hours and 59 minutes left on the clock, but still lots of action happening throughout the field. But good work there by Jonathan Seville. Now they're back up into 4th place on track, and Kramer demoted down to P5, but they've got quite a large gap actually up to P4 at the moment, which is it's going to be a bit of a task for them to close that in. We're looking at a good 20-30 seconds there at the very least to get up to Veloce Esports, who are currently in P3. But still lots happening. Brendan Venton have just come out behind John Alesi, of course, and it is confirmed. It just came up on our timing screens right there. A drive-through penalty for the number 38. That was for track limits. So again, we can still never rule anything out completely, and you never know, a disaster could strike, but it's still very much, as we head into this next hour, it is still all in the hands of Williams Esports. Tinko van der Velde out at the front at the moment, but we'll wait and see. I mean, we've seen track limits strike, and it could strike again.
Good indeed. And, you know, you talk about a gap of 42 seconds. It's probably comfortable enough that if they did get a drive through, they'd probably still come out in front. But it would certainly put Team Van de Velde under a lot of pressure from the West Competition Racing BMW. We're on board now with the GPR Esports 111 car. They're down a place from where they began, and they have TMMS all over the back of them. That is number 20. It's for a battle for P26. That is Marvin Tiepken. I've definitely mangled that. No, so yeah, it is. It's Marvin Tiepken. There, he's a bit of a wiggle there on the outside, and you can just see him, bye-bye, just disappearing there as Tiepken makes a mistake on exit, and that allows the 111 of the GPR car just to build a bit more of a gap and kind of take the pressure off a little bit as they hunt down the 25 Prime E Racing number 77 Mercedes AMG GT3. But Jack, yeah, it's just, I suppose, it kind of calming down a little bit. We do see a battle there between TF Racing and the Porsche Spinella Ferrari car. That's for a P32. There's only 0.7 of a gap, but that's GPR. They've lost around the outside. Oh no, after done so well, and that's TMMS is coming back in, and now we have a battle on our hands. That's Kevin Wren making things all that more difficult for him, and it looks like the TMMS is going to get that lead, and it looked like that the TMMS had made a mistake on the previous corner, which allowed GPR time, and then Kevin Wren just getting in all sorts of difficulty. He had probably hit a puddle the wrong way, had a little bit of a wiggle, and had to bail out on the outside of that corner. Now at least at Paul Ricard there's plenty of runoff area for those cars, but still for Kevin Wren, that'll be one he'll be kicking himself over.
Yeah, it will be. It's again, he just got slightly offline going into that right-hander, and it just dragged him all the way out into the runoff. So again, small errors, and that is what can cost you very, very quickly. As we see the Team Shizou GT Omega car that's coming through turn number 1 here. They've been through the wars, to put it lightly, and well, that's not, oh dear. Is there slight server issues? I hope not, as we come into this next part, but again, we hope that they're holding on for dear life. Could have been just an internet connection problem for them, but there's Noah Ader now. He's now dropped behind the West Competition Racing car, so the number 33 is making their way through. The second of the West Competition Racing cars getting past Noah Ader there just in the last minute or so. As a bit of side-by-side action, the TF Racing Porsche getting past the number 15 car with Alessio Mellis at the wheel of that number 15 Ferrari. So there's still lots going on track, but the second of the West Competition Racing cars are currently being piloted by, I'm just trying to see here, Mark Tull, I think, is at the wheel of that West Competition Racing car, has got by Noah Ader and is now chasing after Jonathan Seville in the Ferrari up front, so making good progress for them right there. Is number 15 getting closer to that number 41 Porsche, and you've got also Tinker Van de Velde. That's the first we've seen of him in a long time. That's the Williams Esports car that is currently leading this race, and they're making their way past this battle as well. So the Dutchman Van der Velde just weaving back and forth. Either that's a thank you or I'm very angry. Who knows what he means. It's almost very hard. I think Matteo Bolandi and Team Shizou are having quite significant connection problems at the moment in that Ferrari. So we'll see now. That's them facing backwards, but I'm not quite sure if they actually are facing backwards, or they could have just been net coded off the road because no one can actually see where they are.
Yeah, that is the thing about, unfortunately, internet connections. Matteo Bolandi actually wasn't one of the initial named drivers. They had 5 drivers from Czech Republic, 2 from Czech Republic, 1 from Italy, 1 from the UK, and 1 from Poland. But Matteo isn't on that list, so I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he was just drafted in for the 24, but certainly his internet playing up, and doesn't look great, not going to lie, for a stream. But I'm sure anybody who sim races will know that these things happen. So you can take it that the GT Omega Shizou car didn't actually manage to defy the laws of physics and sink through the tarmac here at Paul Ricard. Probably just experiencing some sort of ping issues. As we look at the Porsche Spinella team now, they're battling at the moment with the TF Racing, and this has been a battle going on for quite a bit, and it looks like Porsche Shizou are up the inside. Team Shizou going out wide again, and that will be maybe not a track cut, but certainly a lost position for the number 41 car. very, very disappointing for them. I'm not sure whether there might have been a little nudge. I don't think so, though. I think it was just the fact that maybe it was more of a psychological thing that the Porsche Spinella Ferrari was down the inside the 15 car, which forced the TF Racing out on to the outside. So P32 for the moment at least goes to the number 15 car. They'll be hoping to at least get as far as doubling their race number and getting inside the top 30 if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can see there, unfortunately, the Team Suzuka car is back in the pit lane. That is the 211 that you can see marked on the screen there. That's the yellow flags being waved, but they are back in pit lane. That is a real shame for them. They've been through the wars today, but it doesn't look like they're going to get to the end of this race. As the low fuel motorsport car is getting super sideways coming through turns 2 and 3, and have just about managed to keep themselves in front of that's a lapped car that's right behind them, but the Aston Martin that is behind that lapped car is the one that is chasing them down. But 17 hours and 52 minutes to go. We have got we're going to be taking a short break for just a few minutes, while we, of course, get ourselves swapped over for new production staff. We're going to let John Watts go off and take a well-deserved break in just for a few hours at the very least, as we have Christian Romero taking over production duties for the next couple of hours. So we'll be right back in just a few minutes while we swap that over. But do stay with us. It'll be myself, Kevin Galvin, and Christian Romero guiding you through the next 2 hours. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.